You fought a shark?
Yeah. I was swimming, and I remember looking down, and I saw a shark. And so the shark comes up, and I swirl my feet, and then he dives back down. I pop up, and I'm like, shark. And I'm like, waving my hands. This is supposed to be shark. Sorry in the moment. I haven't practiced this, but this is shark. And I go back down. He's coming back up. I swirl my feet again. He goes back down. I go back up to get breath and yell for them to come. And I remember they came up, and they're like, what's up? And I was like, there's a f***ing shark. I'm like, if you haven't got the message, there's a shark. And so when he comes up the third time, I'm like, oh, he's close. Like, I could probably kick him.
Welcome to Backpacker Radio, presented by The Trek. I'm your co-host, Zach Badger Davis. Sitting to my right is...
Hi, I'm Juliana Chauncey, a.k.a. Chaunce.
Got a few reminders before we get to today's interview. The first one is, yes, we have a live podcast in 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I guess that's the recording of it, the release.
17 days.
17 days. It's going down at Soundspace at Captain Quack's, 6 p.m. Doors are at 5:30. Do you want to give another layer of the onion in terms of who our guest is?
Yeah, you're just talking really fast. It's scaring me.
The beer will slow me down. We'll get back to the normal pace.
Okay, another hint about our guest. We have covered that it is a he, and we've covered that he is Italian. We've covered that it is 5 letters. No, it's not Dixie. We've gotten some DMs about that. Still working on getting her on. But the next hint is... Have we said the first one on this? This one?
No.
Okay, let's
That's
go
a good
with that one. He lived in Boulder for 20 years, but doesn't anymore. So there you go. That's your hint for this week.
Good. Someone has to get this at this point. That's a lot of intel.
That's a lot of intel. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
If you're familiar with who this person is, you know who this person is.
Well, it was so funny because once we had the episode released where we said it was 5 letters, we got a bunch of DMs saying Dixie and a bunch of comments saying Dixie. And because
has anyone gotten it?
No, but because time has passed since we recorded it, and when the episode came out, I was like, why is everyone DMing me like the word Dixie?
No context.
So yeah, I figured that one out, and so far not yet, but maybe some of our hints haven't released yet. So maybe by the time this is in ears, someone may have guessed it.
Well, what's the prize? We're going to send you a sticker?
I don't know.
Are we going to go that big?
We'll send a sticker.
Cool.
You could send them some of your PB&Js.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. They sent us, Bobo sent like a lifetime supply of PB&J bars. Yeah. Actually, we'll just go with that one next. If you're taking on a long-distance trek in 2025, you want to be part of an awesome backcountry riding team, the link to be a Trek blogger is in the show notes. So those are for Trek bloggers. I sent them a note being like, hey, we're sending mail drops to a bunch of our standout contributors. If you want your product featured in front of these amazing trekkers, feel free to send some product. And they sent like a lifetime supply of PB&J bars. So
sick. I'll be trying one of those.
I did snack on a couple myself. They're tasty. Good? Yep, they're very good. We're also going to be, like I said, we're going to be sending mail drops. Jess, our new in-office marketing community manager, is going to find you. By that, she recently sprung on me that she's going out to Georgia sometime in the next few weeks to go do some trail magic and chase down some of our contributors.
4 days in Denver and she already wants to get out of here.
Yeah, she's got the itch. One rainstorm has really scared the hell out of her.
Yeah.
And last but not least, we are going to be flying one standout blogger at the end of this year to join us right here on the podcast. So if that sounds of interest, the link to apply to be a Trek blogger is in the show notes. Lastly but not leastly, if you enjoy the show and you want to support your favorite Cinnamon Connection, consider becoming a Patron.
Patron on Patreon.
Yeah. You can support us for as little as $5 per month. The upper tier, the upperiest tier, is our Chuck Norris Award winner level, which is what gets your name at the end of the podcast.
Currently dominated by Greg's.
Yeah. If you're a Greg, you have to join this because it's apparently mandated. But we run all of our podcasts through our Patreon, sans ads. So if you want to skip the ads, you can get them ad-free for as little as $5 per month, which many months, that's $1 per episode.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, no ads is fun because then
we're not charging tariffs on this either.
Oh yeah, no tariffs.
Yeah, so good to know. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Let's get to today's interview.
Oh wait, no, we have one more thing.
We do.
We are in the brainstorming process of a potential flash trip out to LA. So if you know anyone in LA that you think might be a good interviewee that we should get on when we are potentially out there, our submit a guest form is in the show notes and it's in our Instagram bio. and it's on our website, backpackerradio.com. So if you know someone that you think should be on our radar and you want to let us know about them, fill out that form, because the more concrete it gets, the more likely it happens.
True. Which is a great segue to today's interview with Justin True, who is an ultra-endurance athlete and former mixed martial artist known for his extraordinary feats designed to raise awareness for mental health. After overcoming a challenging upbringing and personal struggles, Justin embarked on a true triathlon, which included a 50-mile swim, a 3,400-mile bike ride, and a 600-mile run, all to support Mental Health Awareness Month. His past endeavors also include a 500-mile walk across Madagascar and completing a marathon while pulling a 1.5-ton truck behind him. Justin, thank you so much for joining us here on Backpacker Radio.
Thanks for having me.
So just to get a little flavor of who you are as a person, is I asked, like, do you have any time caps? And you're like, basically midnight, because you're flying out to Florida. Tell the listeners why you're flying out to Florida.
I made a really bad mistake of promising a buddy for his very first time breaking. I think he just ran a 50K last month and he's never ran over like a 5K. Then he went to 50K. I was like, well, let's just go to 74. And I promised him it. The race booked out, but we made a promise to each other, so now I'm flying out to Florida just to go run 74 miles with him.
Have you charted out the map for this? Like, are you guys just going to keep running until your watch hits 74 kilometers?
Well, so we were basically just going to circle around Tampa to Clearwater and just go for about 74 miles. But some things have changed in the last week. I don't know if it's cool to say I've just been having diarrhea for last week, but I just throw it out there.
You're on a very poop-friendly podcast.
All right,
here,
cool.
So it's actually very cool for you.
Cool, yeah. I just really like to open that up. Now we're, there's no barriers there. So now we're just going to go 10 miles from his house and back. So at least I got a toilet close by. So there's nothing stopping this endeavor.
Yeah. Have you ever had runner's trot? Which is apparently the expression for like when you lose control of your bowels during a run.
Like lose control.
Yeah, like I've seen videos and photos of like people with like diarrhea running down their legs during some of the longer races. You've never experienced that?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
No, if anything, I'm just stopped up the entire run. And the second I'm done, like I will go days without. Like my body's like, hey, we're moving. All right, we'll do this when we're done.
Yeah, we'll lock it in.
Yeah, never during.
Yeah.
That's commitment. That's like even during the swim that up the Florida Keys, when I did that swim that you were mentioning.
Yeah.
I can't swim and pee at the same time. Like most triathletes can just swim on the go or pee on the go.
Yeah.
I had to stop, like get the engine started.
Yeah.
And then I'd continue on while it's going.
Yeah.
But I can't put that focus in. It's commitment.
That is an interesting thought experiment. I don't ever swim long enough to warrant answering that question myself, but it does seem like doing any sort of extreme physical exertion while urinating seems challenging.
Yeah, I'm also now thinking about, because they say once you start like a long run, then you get the urge to go. But if you're doing something like a triathlon and you have a swimming portion, what happens if you have to poop while you're swimming? You just
Never had to poop?
poop while you're swimming?
No. I've definitely thrown up in the water and just kept going. I've definitely peed in the water. Nobody at the pool asked where I hadn't got out for 8 hours. I don't know. Nobody I was in the pool for 8 hours, never got out. Nobody seemed to ask where,
But you stop to pee. You're not peeing while you're swimming, obviously.
No, I'd stop, I'd pee, then I'd keep going,
Yeah,
I wouldn't say stop the whole pee.
Yeah.
Got to keep going.
Fair enough.
But like triathletes do it on bikes though too, and I'm just like, you guys are filthy.
Yeah.
I did hear a buddy who
They
actually
pee while they're biking?
Yeah.
How is
'Cause,
that possible?
It's a 112-mile bike ride, so I mean, that's a long 6 hours.
They're obviously, you're in like long spandex. They're not pulling it out, so they're just going on themselves?
Yeah, you're literally just urinating yourself.
Wouldn't that just be like the chafiest situation ever?
Yeah. But in cold water, it's nice because if you're in a wetsuit, it warms you up.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a little cheat code there.
Yeah.
But it's not nice.
Do you ever get the pre-race nerves where you have to shit right before the race starts?
No. Because you wake up too early, then I'm just off.
Yeah.
And so I know some people are great at where they can go like at 4 a.m. because a 200-mile will start at like 5 a.m, and it's like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. The few races I've done, like once you get to the starting line, that's when I feel like the urge comes on. So I'm always like racing back from the porta potty 5 seconds before the race is about to start. Race is the wrong word. Overpriced run.
Thank you. Yes, I agree.
Talking about overpriced runs, just for my own personal knowledge, How fast did it take you, or how long did it take you to complete a marathon while pulling a 1.5 ton truck?
Ooh, it took me 17 hours and change, like 17:20 or something like that.
Okay, that's good. I thought you were starting with saying 7, and I was like,
No.
fuck. That's how long it took me with no truck.
So what is the grade of this truck pulling marathon? Are you doing this an entirely flat surface, or like are there hills involved with it?
I mean, you think it's flat
Yeah.
until you pull a truck and you're
Yeah.
like, I did it on the I moved to Oregon. I did it outside of my house on our road that we were on. And I always thought it was flat until you start pulling a truck and you realize the smallest grade is a mountain.
Yeah.
Especially 20 miles in. And it's terrible. Like that. Going downhill is beautiful, but also kind of scary because you
Because
think.
there's a giant truck rolling down behind you.
Thank you. Exactly.
It's like in the Grinch when the sled goes down and the little doggy jumps on the top.
Yeah.
You know? 'Cause
Yeah.
the sled goes over him. Anyway.
That's exactly what it was. Running downhill and you're like, I would love to just stop and like coast. But then you realize there's a truck chasing you.
Yeah, that'll keep you moving.
And then nobody can hit the brake just perfectly.
There's someone in the truck?
Yeah, just to turn it around and like not hit the brakes, but to just turn it around
Oh.
or to keep it straight. You know what I mean?
Was there
I
ever a
guess that makes
scenario
sense.
where it was during that slight downhill and you needed someone in there to hit the brakes so it's not going to coast into you?
I don't think so. I don't think they ever did.
Yeah.
Did you try to find your smallest friend to sit in it? That way it didn't add on a ton
Like a
of weight?
jockey?
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, my buddy, my best friend, the one who I'm running 74 miles with, he was a jockey.
Oh.
So yeah, I got
Really?
a good friend. Yeah, so I put him in the front.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I even had a kid who didn't even have a license at one point.
Yeah.
He was a kid we used to coach, and I was like, hey man, I need you in the front seat.
Someone witnessing you two running a long distance next to each other has got to be hilarious because you're a large fella. How tall are you?
6'4",
6'4", and how much you weigh?
like 220, 225.
Yeah. And your buddy's a jockey, so
5'2", 125.
Yeah.
Yeah.
basically Trunts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Minus some of the weight there.
And some of the height.
Yeah.
Where did you find this truck? Was this just like your truck?
It was one of my buddies. I just found the smallest truck I could find, to be fair.
Yeah.
I actually gave it a go the week before, and I was like, wow, this is a lot harder than I thought. I need to find something lighter.
Is
Wow.
this a thing, or is this just something you came up with on your own?
I never ran a marathon before, and so I just thought,
This is your first marathon?
yeah.
People think I'm dumb.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. It was just sounded like a good idea.
How much of it was actual running versus just like struggling to take steps?
Once you got, I was gonna say the downhill was running, then, but
Yeah.
as far as moving forward, like as long as you got it going, then it's just momentum. It's like to not in the fear of making it sound really easy now. As long as you get that initial jerk going, and there was a kinetic energy, like then it'll just keep going, you know, and that's the
Based-
nicest part.
Based only on appearance, if you were to get the truck going and I were to be harnessed up like a little deer on a sleigh, do you think that I could pull it once it's going?
Ooh, I actually, there's a girl from my gym that she tried it as well, and if you got it going, I don't know. It was really hard for her to get it going. She
Like,
couldn't
I
get it
definitely
going.
can't do that. That's
But
for
then,
sure.
but at least going, I'm curious. Yeah. I mean, it would have to be the flattest ground, because then the second you hit any momentum, then it's going to want to go the other way, and then you have to. My whole goal was to get as fat as possible before it, just because you want to be able to lean like at a perfect angle to where your body is pulling it, and then you just need to provide some sort of engine for it.
Did you drive your truck to work today?
The square, yeah. Throw it neutral.
Yeah. Should we take
Can you
the
walk me
parking
home?
lot?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. So yeah, this is not a thing. Like you hadn't heard of somebody else pulling
No.
a truck for a marathon.
No.
Where do these ideas come from?
That was like kind of my first thing getting like knucklehead ideas, because I was, like you said, I fought for years and years. I stopped fighting and started traveling, and I just lost, like, I wanted something that like kind of was just crazy and weird and nobody had done. And so that just kind of was like, I was always lifting.
Yeah.
And I knew I had good cardio, so I was like, oh, I'll do this. And really it wasn't cardio based whatsoever.
Yeah.
Talking about the fighting quickly, when we were watching the videos of that guy just like knocking out the other person with a touch, do you think that you could put Zach on the floor with a touch, and can I see it?
No, I couldn't.
What about with like a little maneuver?
No, I'm not that guy. I never had power. I'm a lover.
He could definitely.
I just want to see you get leveled.
Yeah.
I'm really good. I was always really good at like cuddling someone to death.
Ah.
That was like my thing. I was really good at just like, being
Yeah.
the big spoon, and that was it. Like I was never that guy who just hit somebody.
So, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That was my thing, really.
Do you have a favorite choke?
Triangle.
Triangle.
I think my first 3 fights were all triangles, And so for triangle finishes, and that was just my thing. I just
Yeah.
liked long legs helped. So
Do you want to get triangle choked?
Watching me go unconscious in front of the camera would be funny, but I don't have that kind of dedication here today. I would probably shit my pants.
I was just going to say, I think we should spin the wheel. I'm a little hungry.
Okay. You want to give the context here?
Yes, the context is...
Another plug for Patreon.
What? Oh, it was on Patreon.
Yeah.
Someone had messaged us that we needed to try the Post Malone Oreos.
Yeah.
Target didn't have them, but they have mega stuffed Oreos. And then we had the fun idea that we should make the entire wheel Oreos with one shot. We've actually doubled that. We have the entire wheel as Oreos with 2 shots.
Yep.
Because part of me just wanted to see how many Oreos you could actually eat during a podcast.
That whole thing would be no problem. And I just ate lunch.
I don't
Maybe it would be a
believe you.
problem.
But see, you say that. I don't think you could eat
If
that
I was
entire thing.
if I was hungry, I could do that whole entire thing. I know you're trying to bait me right now.
No, because I want one. I'm hungry too. But I guess I could have a PB&J.
If there's some sort of a prize associated with eating an entire thing of Oreos, this would be for a future podcast. I would do it with ease. That would be no problem.
Well, I think there should be an over-under, like, for the future when we find Post Malone Oreos, where we set a number that I think is high enough and you agree you could potentially hit. And then if you hit that number or go over, I have to do something. But if you can't hit that number, then you have to do something.
Are we talking number of cookies or number of packages?
Number of cookies.
Yeah.
What would your number be for how many you could eat in a sitting if there was something on the line?
One package easily.
Which is...
Over a 3-hour podcast?
Did we determine how
Justin's
many?
over here nodding. That'd be a cakewalk.
I think it's 28 because it's 14 servings, 2 cookies each.
Yeah.
Right? Am I wrong?
Yeah,
But
no,
that's
that is
that's
28.
family size. A family could finish way more than 28.
Yeah, definitely.
So then maybe if that's too easy for you, we would do 2 packages.
Now we're in uncharted territory.
This is what happened at Trail Days when the guy said just 1 stick of butter, and we were like, okay, 2.
I'm good at setting the over-under at 1, but it's not going to be today because I literally just
Well, we
ate
don't
an
have to
hour
go by
ago.
packages. We could go by number of cookies. So we could say like 35.
Well, I feel like package is a good unit of measurement because they all weigh about the same. Like if it's a thicker stuffed Oreo, you're going to have fewer cookies, but the ultimate volume of cookie is roughly the same.
Yeah, but you're too confident about a package. So we need to do like a package and
But you're not confident, so I want to show you that would be attainable. If
No,
you set your mind to
I
it.
believe your confidence
Yeah.
right now, which is why I think maybe 35.
What is your number?
5.
5 is your max, your absolute
Probably
max?
over the course of an episode, I think I could do 10.
Okay, that's a third of the package.
But I think you could do 3 times what I could do.
Yeah,
So then you could do 30.
a package.
That's a little more. Anyway, spin the wheel.
You go first.
Okay. I don't want to look at it. Tell me what happens.
You get to eat. It's a little too early
What-
in the
what-
podcast for me to lie.
What is the Post Malone Oreo?
It's a
I
good.
don't
I was
know.
literally just looking
I
it
have
up.
no idea.
It appears to be.
Oh, these are fat. These are some good cookies.
Oh wow, that is some weight.
Look at that.
That is a thick boy.
We got, here you go, internet. Follow us on YouTube.
I don't think I've ever seen a double
Mega
stick.
stuffed.
Yeah. Well, because I have heard that the double stuffed have been getting skimpy and that they're more like regular stuffed. So I went with mega stuffed at the store.
Yeah.
I feel like you're right. I think when I see a double stuff, I'm like, there's really nothing
Yeah.
special about this. That looks like a mini cake.
If you're hungry, please help yourself. Or if you want to spin the wheel.
Care
I'll
to
happily
spin?
spin the wheel.
Okay.
All right, that means you're going last, Zach. What'd you
I
get?
was about to bounce back to shot, but it's Oreo.
This just feels like it's gonna land on a shot for me. It has that eerie
I
feeling.
sure hope. Imagine this whole episode you don't get to eat any Oreos.
I do. Yeah, I take your challenge to eat an entire one of these on a future podcast.
Okay.
But there's got to be some sort of incentive for me.
Well, I think we should spin this thing every time the topic changes.
Every time the topic changes.
Yeah.
I love the over-under idea. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah. Package easily. Okay. Weird segue here, but the foundation for all this is obviously you had a really unique and challenging background. Please walk us through that a little bit.
Oh man, I guess where to start with that? Yeah, because I can start from the beginning, but
Start from the beginning.
yeah, I guess like the quintessential. I was raised in Sonoma County, which is like wine country of the world or the states, really, and like it's picturesque, it's perfect. and like we had like the picture perfect, you know, white picket fenced house where like on the outside it looked great, and for the longest time I always thought it was great until I was about in college and I was dating this chick and kind of told her about my like past, and she's like, that's really fucked up, like you need to talk to them about this. I'm like, no, it's just like brotherly love, that's just what you do. And I was like, no, that's like disturbing stuff. Like there was just times where my brother, my mom, and my dad always beat us, but that was kind of just normal. My mom just kind of accepted it, but just pretended it wasn't going on, or like it was tough love. And then my dad really beat my brother. My brother beat me in retaliation. And I just thought fighting was fighting, but it would end up being locked in dog kennels. I like to make it sound nice. We had a big dog kennel. We had 5 dogs. Like the truck was light, you know, the dog kennel was big.
Yeah.
And my parents would just leave for the day, and my brother immediately. Second they leave the house, it's just World War III, immediate. And I know it's on, like we know. And I'd get stuffed in the dog kennel, and I just kind of played along. My brother's about 3 years older than me, and I just know that there's no point to fight back. It's going to keep going on. I'll just let him be happy. And getting put in dog kennels for 2-3 days.
Days?
Like, yeah, it'd be a long
You
time.
slept in there?
Well, sometimes he let me out.
Did they feed you through the...
Oh, no. If anything, there was waterboarding, just spraying hoses in there, pulling me out. And I mean, we're young. We're like 8 years old.
Just your brother, or your brother
Yeah.
and your dad?
No, my brother. No, never. My dad did that. My dad never did that. My brother liked to make it creative. Like the axe cans with torching. That was always a big thing. So just sitting, like, because the dog kennel had little windows on the side and torching me through it. I probably got probed by a broom once or twice, you know. And yeah, it was just kind of like every day. Like, I think that's why I was so good at fighting. Because, like, once you take away, like, I don't know, what did we have? We had machetes. My dad always had weird, like, pirate swords and stuff. But chainsaws or, like, police little batons and those, like, metal ballets they used to have. Like, once you take that away, fighting was beautiful. It was easy. It was nice. So I guess that's kind of where I got used to it.
Yeah.
How did you use the bathroom in the dog cage? Did they let you out for that?
Same way I went in my wetsuit. It's just in there, really.
Yeah. So are you gathering that this was your brother acting up as like a projection of the way that your dad was treating you guys?
Yeah, I think it's, the classic tale of when you get bullied, you find someone else to bully. And that's really all it was, is he just wanted someone else to pick on and didn't know how else to, like, outlet it, I think he was dealing with a lot of problems himself, and that was the only way to outlet it.
Yeah.
You seem very level-headed about it. Are you, like, still having a good relationship with the both of them?
Yeah. Oh, my dad, no. My dad, I haven't talked. I'm 33 now. I haven't talked to my dad since I was about, like, 18. But this got much worse, that if we go into that. But with my brother, we didn't talk forever. I mean, he was hardly in my life. This was about a really gnarly 4 or 5 years. And then he became a ward of the state, where he was so bad, my parents couldn't control him. So the state of California owned him. We have no control over him anymore. The state does. And then from there, he would hop trains and travel across the country, just, doing drugs and hopping trains and being homeless.
Does that happen when you are breaking the law as a juvenile?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just continuous. I mean, you name it, he did it. Burnt down buildings, blew up buildings, like would drive around streets with like the Molotov cocktail bombs and like throw them out windows, and he was wild. And so, I mean, we were in this nice little like picturesque town. Petaluma is like the cutest town you can find in Sonoma County. And then you have like on this one side of town, it's just like a nightmare going on. And yeah, I forgot what I was going to say with that. Yeah.
So with your dad, was this like a substance abuse issue, or like just unchecked anger, or where do you think that stemmed from?
Oh, I think the funny part is, like, there was no substance. He didn't drink. He didn't smoke. Well, he smoked cigarettes, but, like, there was no drugs. There was no alcohol in our house ever. Like, I wonder how it would have been if there was.
Yeah.
Like, this was just pure evilness. Like, he was just evil through and through.
Yeah.
And, my brother, sorry, go back to me and my brother, I love my brother to death now. He's still crazy, but like he said, level-headed is like, it is what it is. I know it's made me who I am today. It made me tough as shit, and I like who I am, and I wouldn't be where I am if I didn't have that past. Instead of regretting it and holding any ill will towards him, it's like, I think what was really satisfying is my third fight, he like told my mom, he was there, and he's like, I'm terrified of Justin. And I was like, yes, we're there. And that was kind of just nice of like, a little bit like, yeah, man, I messed, like, I don't know, it's just, I'm okay with it. It is what it is in life. There's no point to look back and like wish it didn't happen, because I've done a lot of cool things, and it's because I'm tough. And if I wasn't tough, I wouldn't have survived a lot of the stuff.
You You mentioned that the dog kennel was just the tip of the iceberg. That was just the beginning. Where did things go from there?
I mean, if he let me out, it was a knife to the back all day. He would just walk around the house with a knife to my back. There was no intention. It was just a knife to my back from the kitchen and just walk with it. And it was just like, I think the sense of power over somebody, you know what I mean? And that would go on for hours till my parents came back from dinner or something. Or we had handcuffs and we had a big tetherball pole in the backyard, and he would just handcuff me to the tetherball pole and I'd just sit out there and hang out. Or I remember one time he was on house arrest, and you can't leave the house on house arrest, so you would think. And my mom had a chainsaw that's battery powered. I remember I turned off his video game and he just flipped out, lost it over a video game. And I was like, all I gotta do is get to the sidewalk. I get to the sidewalk and I'm like, ha! I turn around, grabs the chainsaw, chases me on the street with the chainsaw. And I'm like, dude, you're breaking the law. You can't do this. And every day was just war with us. And it was kind of like the point of who's going to get who first is how I looked at it now, is because he's told me stories that I don't even remember when I was a little kid. Like, I stabbed him in the throat with like a plastic sword and the ball got lodged off and he almost died. And I was like, I don't remember this. Like, it was just every day was something new. And I think we were just in this whole like dog-eat-dog world between the three of us, between our dad. And once my brother left, it was me versus my dad. It was just kind of like, who's going to be the alpha male in the house? And there was really no control.
Were you competing for the role of alpha, or were you just trying to like get away from getting beaten up?
I think it'd be that one, because I know I could always beat my brother in a fight. And I just was talking about this the other day, is I could pin my brother down, no doubt, and hold him down. But I knew in his eyes it was never done. Just looking at him, I knew it was never done. It was like the second I let him up, it's over. Me, if you pin me down, I'm like, all right, dude, I'm done. Like, just stop. And him, it's like, all right, let go, boom, gone. I have to run. And I'd go, we lived across the street from a high school, and I'd go sit at the high school till 9 o'clock at night till my parents came home, just because I was too afraid to go home. So it wasn't ever me just trying to prove that I was like the baddest in the house. It was like, I'm just not going to take any shit from anybody. And so I realized that was never the answer. Not always the answer, here and there, but yeah. Just kind of just fight to survive, really.
Yeah. Obviously it didn't sound like your dad was going to help there, but was your mom aware of what your brother was doing to you?
Yeah, and for the longest time, and we've talked about it a lot since then, but it was always my fault. I was the instigator. I have a loud mouth. I have a loud mouth where I won't back down to anybody. Like, I got jumped a lot growing up because people would say something to me, and we kind of grew up in a rough area where you say something to me, I'll say something back. And I'd be in 6th grade getting jumped by seniors or something. And my mom always took that as just like, hey, you're the instigator. You're starting it. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, I'm not starting. I'm the one getting beat, but I'm not going to just let it happen. And so, yeah, that's kind of where it went. So she was a sweetheart. She just kind of turned a blind eye to all. I think she just wanted that fairy tale story of a house and just hoped that if she like ignored it, it would become that, you know. And she's like the sweetest lady on earth, but just had a rough time with us.
Yeah. And so at what point did you pick up fighting? Like in a more organized sense?
I was going to college, and there was a jiu-jitsu class that was an elective credit. So I just started doing it for fun. And to me, it was over and over and over again. I took it for like 3 semesters and was always the basics. And I was like, I want to learn more of this. And so I just went to an MMA gym, and pretty much there it took off, and I just loved it. It gave me an outlet, and I was way too aggressive playing basketball. So I needed to stop playing basketball.
Sorry, strobe lights are going to be
annoying. I was like, is that one of those like fire lights that flashes?
Yeah. No, we're good. Yeah, I mean, what did it take for you to get like an accepting mentality of that? Because I feel like most people in your situation would harbor resentment forever and like let that sort of a background just really mess with them.
Oh, I don't know. I know there's like one, I mean, it's a weird thing to say that this gave me acceptance, and I might cry here, but like, and there's been no shots yet, and I will cry. I don't know if it gave me acceptance or maybe just, I don't know, just let go of being angry, because it did nothing. But my mom and dad had a really violent divorce, and we moved up to Oregon, and that's where my mom fully left my dad. And I remember that night specifically of how violent it was, how angry it was, everybody's fighting, and I just kind of sat on the side and just kind of cowered away from it. And my mom started dating this guy, and I actually moved back down to California to be with my friends. I didn't care if I lived with my dad in a trailer. I was like, classic story of just being trailer trash, living with my dad, and it was horrible. But I got to live with my friends. That's all I wanted in high school, was just being around my friends. That's all that mattered. And so I was around my dad when he was talking to this guy that my mom was dating. My dad was a master manipulator. I mean, there's a whole backstory of him with the sheriff department and the Hells Angels at our house all the time. My dad was smuggling drugs all over the states that we didn't know when we were younger. But when you connect the dots and who was all around us, it was bad.
It's wild that he's involved in that sort of a rink and he's not partaking in any substance.
No,
also.
yeah. I mean, I kind of, what's the Biggie Smalls? You don't smoke your own supply.
Yeah.
But yeah, so whenever we had police calls to the house when there was violence, he had a police radio, and the sheriff would always show up with my dad, and it would just slide under the table. So calling the police was never an answer. They would just show up, be the same cop every time. But my dad was just great. He knew people, and he got a hold of the guy my mom was dating, and he became best friends with him. And my mom got really uncomfortable with that. And so I kind of became like a spy, knowing where my dad was. Like, hey, if he ever disappears for a long period of time, he's spying on my mom up in Oregon, because he would drive the drive just to go spy on her. He's psychotic. And there was a night where my mom broke it off with him. She's like, it's just too much. Like, this is too weird. You're best friends with my husband, or my ex-husband. I can't do this. And I guess not to say where I was at in California, but this guy ended up going into my mom's store. Mom worked at a Safeway, and this guy ended up going to my mom's store and stabbing her 7 times. And I believe it was 3 in the front, twice in the back, and twice in the neck. And so that's why I don't talk to my dad. I gave him second chances even beyond that.
Your dad went in, or the
No,
friend?
my dad convinced this guy to go do it.
Oh, shit.
He's I don't know how much we can cuss on this, but
You can cuss as much
yeah,
as you
he's
want.
like, oh, she's an evil whore. She's all this stuff. Like, we should make her pay for this. And so this guy went in, and I think my brother was up in Oregon at the time. I was down in California, like I said, living with my dad, and I remember getting the call that night, and basically, fast forward to the part that will make me cry, I basically flew up to Oregon the next day to go be with my mom, and wasn't sure my mom was going to live. Her jugular was almost sliced. It was hanging on by like fraction of a millimeter, because the jugular's gone, you're gone. But it was from here to here. And I don't know how she survived. There was hundreds of people in Safeway. I had people in the store, people in school coming up to me being like, oh yeah, my sister's boyfriend, everybody was there. And I'm like,
Which is exactly what you want to be hearing.
I was like, nobody stepped in to save this mom getting attacked. It's someone's mom, And I think that really flipped the switch in my head to just want to, I guess, stop being mean to people, because I was an asshole in high school. I think all that anger built up in me. I was like, stop being mean to people, be there for people, love on people more. And this whole deal with my brother, we had not spoke for a couple years, and he picked me up from the airport in Bend, and I remember and we hadn't talked in ages. I remember just leaning over the middle console, hugging each other, and being like, I love you, dude. Like, we're all we got now. And like that moment just switched to where, like, I don't care what beef we have, whatever we've had, there's no point to hate at you. Like, there's no point to hate anybody right now. And like, we're going to lose our mom. And I remember going in that night and like going to see her, and like, yeah, it just, the whole situation changed me. However angry I was, I remember going in and they were like, listen, you can go see your mom, but you can't cry. And I was 15 and a half. And like, if you see her, you can go in and see her, but you can't cry. If you cry, she cries and she'll die because she's not strong enough. And I was like, how the fuck do you tell a 15-year-old this? Like,
yeah.
And I walk in and she's just mummified in 100 blankets because she's
Wait, the
lost so much
doctors
blood.
told you that you couldn't cry?
Yeah. Like, you can see her, but you can't cry.
Yeah.
Maybe he'd make her sad.
Yeah, because if she saw me crying.
Her crying would kill her? I guess I don't understand that.
So she had not enough energy, and everything, the stitches were still there. Like, if she starts, the stitches were still in her neck. Like, she was in surgery for about, I don't know, half a day or a day, just getting everything sewn together. And so when I got in there, like, she had lost so much blood that she was wrapped in blankets, every machine possible hooked to her, and just sitting there just like, and just biting down and just being like, oh, I love you. And just not just looking at her and being like, this is fucking terrible. And I'm like, there's just no point to hate people. Like, I don't even hate the guy. The guy's going to get out in 4 years now. And it's like, I don't know. Like, the whole question was like the relationship and how do you get over it? And I'm like, it's just life. Like, it's just kind of move on, and no point to dwell. Just love on my brother, love on people who were in my path. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did your dad get in trouble by being the instigator that convinced the guy that's now in jail?
So after that, there's a huge investigation where they went and grabbed all his computers and they pulled everything from it, and they couldn't find anything but phone calls before and after the attack. But right before the attack, there was a phone call between him and the guy, and right after the attack, there's a phone call between him and the guy. But they couldn't find any actually written data or written evidence on his computers with them, except years of emails with each other.
So nothing happened to him.
No.
Sheesh.
Has he tried to outreach you?
For a couple years after. I think till I was about 17 or 18, I tried giving him a second chance, I think. I don't know why. I guess just be nice to have a dad.
Yeah.
And because even when we were growing up, he wasn't really ever there. He was always in Miami or Philadelphia going across country with tow trucks. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, oh, man, I'll just give him a second chance. I needed somebody.
Yeah.
And, it didn't come through. And I was like, all right, this guy's just evil. I don't know why I gave you a second chance.
Yeah. Damn. That's an incredible mentality to have, to not even harbor hate for the guy that tried to kill your mom. Like, that's a really evolved way of thinking, because there's no way that I could do that. Yeah. I would definitely be
in jail.
Like, that's probably the most extreme scenario, but like to even forgive in that situation seems like science fiction for me.
I think it was going to court with my mom, and when she went to court, she wanted to be there. She didn't have to be there. And I remember wanting to be there with her. And, again, I was 15, and she stood up, and she wrote a letter. And to see her stand there facing him and just being like, it's all good. Her message to him was like, there's no hate. There's no like, oh, I hope you fucking rot in jail. It was like,
wow,
I just feel sorry for you. And, like, I'm sorry you had to do this. And, like, I'm like, how the I'm sitting there, and I'm like, I got actually yelled at in the courtroom, because I started like acting out, and it was like, my mom's an angel, and I'm just like, damn, Mom, can we just like be fucking pissed, like show something? She just didn't. She's just like, is what it is. Like, I'm good. I have my family, I have my health now. Like, I'll move on.
Yeah.
And I think that stuff just kind of hit me of like, there's no point wasting your time with this stuff.
Man.
I don't know if that was a long tangent on the question.
No,
I ramble.
That's incredibly heavy.
Yeah.
And it is shocking to me that, like you said, you didn't even know that you had an atypical background until you were in college.
What's atypical background? Oh, like something that's not. Oh, yeah.
Just I'm saying, like your brother forcing you in dog kennels and like putting a knife to your back all day.
Well, just when it's your life every day, it's like, it just is what it is, and everybody says like brotherly love, and my parents are telling me it's okay, like, oh, you guys are brothers, and that's all you hear in shows. Oh, they're brothers, they fight, and I'm just like, yeah, this is what we do, isn't that? And I told my friends, they're like, I don't fight with my brother like that, and I'm like, meh.
Did you ever chase your sisters around with a knife?
No.
You got
chased around with a knife?
I used to lock Charlie outside of the house when my parents weren't home, because he would chase me with one.
Oh, shit.
I thought that was normal.
Yeah, see?
He started telling the story. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's crazy. When you're raised in it, it just kind of is what it is. It's the normal.
Yeah. So that moment that you met up with your brother again when you're going to visit your mom for the first time, did his behavior toward you change at that moment as well?
Yeah, he lived so many lives from like hopping trains and stuff that he never was aggressive with me. After that, he just kind of did his own thing, and I think we just kind of stayed very distant for those years. He was in and out of jail as like a youth, right? Juvenile hall and all that stuff, and other boys' homes and stuff, and so he just never really had we never had time to fight, really. And I moved to California, and then he just kind of did his own thing. So yeah, he never straightened out, but he straightened out eventually in the late 20s, but like as far as violence, it just kind of seemed to come to an end.
Yeah. Have you ever opined on why you were able to channel your energy in a positive sense, getting into MMA, now all these crazy races, whereas like obviously your dad had a very troubled background, I think, to put it mildly, your brother too. Like, have you thought about like why those roads veered, why you went down one path and they went down another?
No, but I remember, I guess I saw where I could choose my path, and it was that instance with my mom of I got kicked out of school immediately, and it was right after her accident. 'Cause I moved to Oregon, I got kicked out immediately, like in my first week or something. I got expelled, and I'd never been in trouble ever. I was like the good kid.
What do you do to get expelled in a week?
Yeah. Well, we found the master key to the school.
Okay.
And so we just kept breaking in and like made food in the culinary room. And then it escalated to like stealing music equipment, and then stole my grandma's car to go steal music equipment. And then was like, okay, this isn't really funny anymore. So me and the guy who did it with, we drove back the next night and returned everything. But at that point, the crime was already committed.
Did you play music?
No, but I learned how to play Brown Eyed Girl real quick. Yeah, I didn't play music. My brother did. He's a great musician. Me, not a chance.
Yeah. So did you get in trouble because you returned it?
No, these two kids who I had like become friends with in that week, they told everybody. I didn't tell anybody because I was really shy, so I just didn't tell anybody. But they kept telling everybody, and so when it came to it, they're like, it was easy to point out who did it. But it was that kind of moment of, shit, I'm kind of going down this route. Like, I'm gonna make my mom sad. Like, my brother, I think, basically went and overdosed the next day on heroin. Again, like, I mean, it has happened dozens of times. I asked him one time, I was like, hey man, like, just in case I like do a podcast, like, and like I want to know these accurate numbers, like how many times have you overdosed? His response was, before 18 or after 18? And I was like, that's a measurement? And I was like, before. And he's like, well, about 12 times before, and he's been registered dead twice. One time where he was like, there was a death certificate, like, and the guy came in, not death certificate, but the doctor was like signing it, like this guy was blue, he was dead, and the doctor came in and was like, that's my brother's story. I wasn't there. There's always buddy stories. Never know if those are true, but like, it's just wild the stuff he's done. Like, he honestly is Superman, and seeing how my mom has survived, like, I feel like I'm gonna stub a toe and die. Like, they're superheroes, like, not superheroes, but they're superhumans. They just don't die. And I just kind of had that choice of like, fuck, dude, like, do you just not see what mom just went through? Like, where's your head at, man? Like, we have no family. Like, we don't have a dad. You're my older brother. You're not the man of the house. Like, who's going to actually be the person that, like, some people can fall back on? Like, there's no one. It's my grandma, my mom, my brother, and I. And I'm like, who are we going to fall back on? Like, and that's just my thought. And so at that point, it was either turn to drugs, which I'm not tough enough to, I can't do needles, man. It scares me. And so I was like, well, I'm just going to go to school. And I Googled what the highest paying degree was, aside from being a surgeon, because that's just too long, was engineering. So I just went to college for engineering, and that was it. And that was kind of where I just wanted to be, I don't know, like, I guess not, like, be the man of the house, you would say, and somebody who my mom could fall back on in times. And that's basically where I went. I had a choice and chose left.
Did you ever get into engineering as a trade?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is this, you're doing this while fighting?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you still doing engineering as a trade?
A little bit, not as much anymore. That's where it kind of started bringing out a lot of depression and a lot of just crazy thoughts. So I started getting out of that and starting to do other stuff. And
depression just because you didn't like the work?
I didn't sleep ever. I was fighting full time. I was bucking hay on the weekends. I was flipping pizzas 5 nights a week or 4 nights a week and going to school full time. I just didn't sleep. Yeah. And I started hearing voices in my head. And so I went to like a doctor. I went to a therapist, and they're like, oh, you're just not sleeping ever. And you have like this thing called metacognition where you think about thinking. So I think, like, you know, you think a thought and you think, oh shit, why did I think that thought? Wait, why did I think that thought? And you start breaking down why you think this. And in my head, I hadn't slept, so I thought that was me talking to myself, and I was going crazy. And so basically I was like, I just need to stop doing this. I need to find something that I love doing in life, because engineering was just to make money, to help out. And that was it. There was no passion in it whatsoever. And so I did that as far as I could, then just kind of cut it cold because it didn't make me happy.
Yeah. So fighting full time, are you making money from this?
Oh, no. I never got to the point where I was making money. Had sponsors and everything that would pay for stuff, but like, I wasn't at the point. I mean, even now, we hardly see fighters make money, and this is still 10 years later. Yeah. It's a rough sport.
Yeah. And which league were you fighting in?
It was the FCFF up in Portland, mainly Portland, some in Washington. So I had a title in Washington, had a title in Oregon.
Yeah. So if I were going to ask the other fighters in that league about you, like, what's your superhuman trait? It seems like, based on what you said to me, that like you probably have an insane pain tolerance given like your background. I'm assuming a lot of fighters probably would describe themselves that way, but like if I asked them that question, what would they say, do you think?
This is what me and my buddy, we pride ourselves off of. We're just going to be the toughest, most relentless. We're going to walk you down no matter what. And I had almost every single person after be like, you just never stopped coming forward for however many minutes we were fighting. If it was a full 25 minutes, I literally just walked you down. It didn't matter if you were hitting me with anything. It didn't matter anything. I had a guy actually snap my arm in half, and completely first round, and snapped in half, and I knew it because he was 5-0, all first round finishes, arm bar, and I was like, no, I'm not being another statistic. And we were right up against the cage, and he's about to break my arm, and I look at it. And my buddy was telling me before, he's like, "Hey man, if you're in trouble, like I'm gonna throw in the towel, like because I know you'll let your arm break." I was like, "Okay, sure." And so it's about to break, and you just hear him in the corner, "Let it break, let it break." And I'm like, "All right." And it just here, and it broke about like 3-4 times because you hear like, and then I pulled it out. And then I threw another punch with it, and he caught it again, did it again. And in the video, you can see my arm bend backwards around his leg. And in fighting, like you can have a physical tap or you have a verbal tap. If I go it's over. It's a verbal tap.
Yeah.
And I remember I'm really good at shutting up. And I just bit down. I was like, okay. And I walked back to the corner of my arm hanging. I looked at my buddy. I was like, broke my arm. And he's like, yeah, I know. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to walk out there. You're going to punch him in the face, and we're going to go home. I was like, okay. 6 seconds in, boom. Eyes roll in the back of his head. He goes out. I get the belt, and he comes up, and he's like, you broke it. No, I broke his arm. His arm's done. And I was like, you broke my arm. I have the belt. What do you want? And that was it.
KO'd him with a broken arm.
Well, no, with my good arm.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Well,
like,
yeah, so I punched.
While you had a broken arm.
I punched with. There's a video of it. It was so good. Is I threw a left jab, which was the broken arm, and it was funny because he caught it like this. He blocked it and caught it, and so it stuck in the video. I'm like, why didn't I ever pull my arm back? Because it's right in between his hands, and it's right in between. I'm like, why? And then I go, boom, body shot, and his arms go, ugh. And his face like lit up like a circus, like one of those circus things, and just, pah, and just rolls back.
Holy shit.
And then finally, once I watched the video, I realized like, oh, I couldn't pull my arm back because it was like I had no tendons; they were just done.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So
is this on YouTube? I have to watch
say,
this.
is this easily
No.
accessible?
Right now.
No, I was trying to pull it up. I'm talking to the video guy
Yeah.
because now like it's been so many years. Like I want these videos.
Totally,
Now.
yeah.
So I'm trying to find it, and if I get it, I'll send it to you.
That's a crazy
But when
story.
it comes to that, is if you fought me, you knew you were in for a long night.
Yeah.
I remember another title fight. This guy was a monster. I was way in over my head. He was 7 or 8-0, about to sign a big contract, and I was a nobody. And I remember he's sitting there and he's mugging me. And I'm just like, I don't know, it's just business to me. I didn't have any hate towards anybody. And I would always just go in like I was sleeping. And I just kind of am like sitting there and just like, and he's just mugging me. And he's like, and I just kind of just winked at him. And he came up to me after the fight. He's like, dude, I was just trying to mug the shit out of you. I was like, I thought I was going to walk through you. He told me, he's like, I thought I was going to walk through you and I was going to sign a big contract after this. Like, I thought it was going to be an easy day. And the second you winked at me, he's like, I knew I was in for a long night. And I was like, that's all I want you to know. I don't care if I beat you. I don't care if anything, but you're going to remember me. That was the only thing I cared about, is when you walked away from this, you were like, that sucked.
That's wild. And it's crazy because when I think of fighting, correct me if I'm wrong, but that feels like primarily fast twitch fiber muscles, and like obviously to do it for 5 rounds there's got to be incredible endurance as well, but like what you're doing now with these insane triathlons, that's obviously the furthest thing from that, which just goes to show for me that like obviously this is a mentality thing above and beyond like muscle types or like predisposition to a certain form of physical excellence.
Yeah, there's people who are way more physically predisposed to be a fighter than me. Like, I was never explosive. I can never just hit, well, aside from that one fight hitting somebody and knocking them out, there's guys, like we saw a video, he tagged somebody just lightly and they're out. I was never that guy. I had to put in I was like a sloth. But it's kind of like what you were talking about in the Appalachian Trails, right? Like, it's more mental than anything. You know, it's not about the whole physical feat, really. It's just mental. And if you can conquer the mental, I mean, you would see somebody in the cage and it was almost like getting off to it. Like, you would see somebody and just that moment, you just see them drop, like their eyes and their soul just drop because they know they just don't have it. And they could be beating you, and then all of a sudden they just lose it, and you just see like the soul just drop in their body, like, I can't beat this guy. And it was that moment was like the thing, and it's all mental.
Yeah.
You could be better than me, but you're not going to win still.
Yeah. Have you ever met David Goggins?
No, never.
I feel like you guys would hit it off.
I've never met him, no.
Yeah. Did you ever experience fear in the ring? The octagon?
No, never. Never. Blacked out the first couple times from adrenaline, and you like wake up after the fight and you're like, what even happened? And then eventually it just becomes like you could have conversations with everybody.
Is that a normal thing, or do you attribute that to the challenging up the background?
Which part?
The fact that you didn't experience fear.
I don't know. I guess I would like to say most fighters probably don't. That's why they're in there. But I imagine there's a lot of people who are afraid of getting hurt. Yeah. You know, I think we're all afraid of getting hurt. I mean, there was time every day or every fight night being in the back, wrapping your hands. I would look at the gloves and I would literally just be like, I'd feel them like, fuck, this is going to hurt. And that's pretty much all it was. That was the only point where like, this is going to hurt.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is what it is at that point. I don't know if you're scared or not. I think it's 50-50. Some people are, some people aren't.
Yeah. Aside from the brutal arm break, do you have any gruesome injuries from your fights?
No. I think partially torn meniscus, but that wasn't bad. Yeah. It was just the arm break was nice.
Yeah. All right. So at what point do you make the shift here and get into more endurance related stuff? I know you'd mentioned that your first marathon was pulling a truck. Was there anything that kind of bridged the gap to that? Like, were you doing time on the bike or swimming?
No. Fighting just got really boring. It stopped being dangerous to me. I thought there's a guy in the ring. Bless you. Thank you. And I was like, it's just too safe was my thing. I was like, I'm not trying to actually kill somebody, but I'm just like, I want to feel what it's like to be scared. I want to feel that like coming close to death. Like, where is my line? I think that probably stems back to like my mom and my brother. Like, they've tiptoed the line so much, and I think in my head I want to feel what they feel, you know, or feel what they felt about like, what does that feel like to come that close to death? And I think that's probably where I was just like, fighting's not fun anymore, man. Like, it's so safe. And and
you have to be the only person that's quit fighting for that reason. It was too safe. Yeah,
I took my last fight and I just didn't care, and I ended up winning it, but basically just got beat up for 3 rounds, and then 10 seconds before it finished, I was like, all right, I'll finish this.
Yeah.
I don't like to lose, but I just didn't care to like actually try. And so that's where I kind of branched out into just doing other things that kind of pushed it. And granted, the only thing that's going to kill you in pulling a car is it running over you. But I think just something that pushed me to find a new breaking point. Like, can I do this? Has anybody done it? Like, can I do it? You know, if you pull 1 mile per hour, that's over a day. You pull 2 miles per hour, that doesn't sound like a big difference if we're hiking, right? But that's 13 hours now. That's a big difference. So it's like that unknown is what I loved. I love going into the unknown of like, maybe rhabdo will kill me. I don't know. But like, it's the unknown of what's going to come from this. Yeah. Like, can I do this? Can I not? And there's been nothing that I say this, I guess now it sounds very cocky, but like, I've never came across something that I can't do. And it's not because I'm doing it impressively. I just won't stop. And I think there's just being, I don't know, what's that, starts with a C, where you're just like continuous effort, you know, that's all it is. It doesn't matter how long it takes.
Do you think that you could push the 1.5 ton truck faster than you pulled it if you did a marathon pushing the truck?
Yes.
That'd be faster?
I think I could do that faster, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, no, I take that back, because somebody asked this and told me to push it. I think your shoulders would give out first, so then you'd start having to like kind of put your back on it and like leg press it over and over. So you could probably do that. That'd probably be more comfortable than wearing a harness, but I don't think I could. I think my arms would give out so quickly.
Interesting.
How much cardio are you doing for your fight training?
Ooh, tons.
Yeah.
Tons. Yeah, that's all I cared about was cardio.
Yeah.
I mean, I was 6'4". I'm 6'4". And I weighed 155. So I was skin and bones. I had no muscle on me. All I cared about was cardio, where, yeah, we ran like, I think the most we ran was like a 5K on a river trail, and we just had a certain time limit that we needed to hit that in, or we had a butte in Oregon that we would sprint to the top of, and it's pretty much it, just doing HIIT workouts all the time, or just we would do like 5-minute rounds, and you have a new person every single minute, and you're just in the middle like a shark tank, and we would just do that all the time.
It's crazy to me that you carry more muscle on you now than you did when you were a fighter.
Yeah.
Are you specifically training strength for the endurance activities? Like, do you find that the strength helps you with these endurance activities, or is it just that you're not training in a specific way so you're able to add more muscle mass?
Yeah, I think when it comes to fighting, like, you don't need muscle, really. I think we've just come to find out it's a lot of technique now. And I did have muscle when I started because I came from lifting, but then I just I did it wrong. I should have been lifting more, but I just didn't. I got too obsessed with like doing jiu-jitsu and never lifting. I never properly structured anything. We had a very like old school way of doing things. Excuse me. we had a very old school way of doing things that probably led to a lot of concussions that we didn't need. Where it was just, we'd just go all out every single day almost, and wasn't the brightest thing to do.
Yeah.
But now I think that's all I care about is the strength to carry me through these challenges. And when I get running, like I haven't ran in months now, so the 74 miles is going to be rough.
Yeah.
But like I know my legs will be fine.
Yeah. So when you're doing, and Trans, please interrupt me if you have questions.
I'm just enjoying the ride. No, this is good for now.
When you were doing all the endurance training for the fighting, did you find that you really liked it? Like, did you know that there was a spark there? This is something that potentially there was more to it?
I want to say I think it was like it was like doing a 100-miler or like doing a really long race, and you really only remember the end of it, where you're just in pain. Everything just hurts. You're trying your hardest, and you're going like a 20-minute mile. And like those are the memories I have while fighting, is that being in that 5th round of doing 5.5s, and there's another new person coming in. He's completely fresh, and you're 25 minutes in, and you just know like this is going to be hell. I think I loved that because at that point I was at my absolute weakest. I'm getting destroyed, and this person is completely fresh, pinning you up against the wall, and there's no other option. Like when growing up, there's no other option but to get up. Your option of like quitting, like in my like I can quit races and nothing. There's no repercussions. I can't quit that scenario. I think that's what I loved, is that there's no way out but through.
Yeah.
And I think that was the addicting part that I loved.
Huh. So in the backpacking world, and this I think translates to every sport probably, but like a lot of times backpacking can be described as type 2 fun, where like it's not necessarily fun while you're doing it, but like the memories after you reflected, like all that you gain from the experience, you look back, that becomes fun. It sounds like to me you actually are having type 1 fun while you're struggling. Like although you're killing yourself, you are actually enjoying it while it's happening. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Because I'm thinking about some times now, and I'm like, I think I loved it, because when I was going up the coast of California on that 600-mile run, same buddy, he's like my brother, closer than my brother for sure. And I remember just messaging him that I was in pain and everything, and he's like, man, just like soak it in. This is you've never felt. And I think when you like now put this into your own like hikes or any ultras or anything, this is the most alive you're ever going to feel, is right here in this moment. No matter how much pain you're in, no matter if I'm being pinned to the ground by somebody or not, like this is the most alive I'm ever going to feel, is in this moment. I am living 110% in this moment. Nothing else matters to me but this right now. You're not thinking about anything else. And I just think there's a beauty in that. Like, how often can we just focus on one thing and one thing only? We're in our everyday lives, we're multitasking with everything. And when you're in those moments of, in those 5.5s or 500 miles into a 600-mile run, your foot's broken, you're just like, he's like, just smile, dude, just fucking love it. I remember just going up the coast of California, just like, ha, ha. And I'm just like, I'm literally screaming on the side of the road to myself, because I'm like, I'm here, I'm in it. Like, you have to earn this moment. And I love being in it, because I know when I look back on this, I want to remember it like, oh, I loved it. I don't want to look back and be like, oh, yeah, I was kind of being a bitch. I did Madagascar with somebody, 2 people, and the girl who did it with us, she hated the whole thing. And I'm like talking to her, I'm like, hey, like, you're going to go home and you're going to tell a lot of people about this, and you're going to lie. You're going to tell everybody you loved it. And I know you didn't. Like, just be honest. Like, love it while you're here. You're never going to be here again.
Does any part of you, like, going from the MMA fighting to the running, it reminds me, I had a friend that was hiking with me, and she ended up getting off trail because she was also very into mountain biking. And the thing that she complained about most was, like, there's no rush of adrenaline when you're just going at, for us, hiking pace. And she missed that rush. And, like, I feel like MMA is so fast and so, like, much of that adrenaline. Do you ever feel like on these long runs that you are lacking, like, that sort of stimulation?
I think when it came to MMA, I was like a sloth. Everything was in slow motion to me. My buddy Alex, he's the opposite. He's the guy jumping up and down in the cage, like, like yelling before it, hitting himself in the head. And I'm just, to me, everything was just slow in life. Like, everything just went down to half speed. And so when I get to, I guess, like the ultra world or the hiking world, I think I can't hike. Like, I hate walking. I'd rather just run somewhere, no matter how far it is. And I'll blow myself out doing it. So going on this run, I'm telling my buddy, I'm like, I'm running out the gate. I don't care if I like hit a wall at 10 miles. the next 64 is going to be rough. I don't want to wait to hit the wall at 70. And so I think I hit the fast forward button when it comes to hiking, and I would just want to feel the pain sooner. It's like sadistic, I guess.
Yeah. So are you like paying attention to any like sports science in terms of like trying to stay in your cardio zone? What's the
2?
term? Yeah. Like, are you following any of that, or are you're going as hard as possible at all times?
I just go as hard as my buddy. Another buddy who I do. Alex is like my MMA buddy that we're now like corrupting into this world of running, and my buddy Hector, he's a really big ultra runner, and he is pure zone 2. And we couldn't be more opposite when it comes to running. I just want to go all out, and I probably shouldn't try to race, but I will race. I'll try to win. I'm not going to win, but I will try.
Yeah. Okay, so the first endurance thing that you do after fighting is the truck marathon. What's the next one after that?
Was that? So this was all 2019. So that. Oh yeah. So I did a thing. So 2018. Or sorry, was it 2019? 2019 is when I started doing all this stuff. I came back from traveling, and there was 3 months. I did a new thing at the start of every month, where I think the first one was with my buddy Alex. We bought like a beach cruiser tandem bike, and we went on a 170-mile bike ride. He brought a baby box of raisins that he stole from his newborn, and that's all he brought. He's a dick. Because then I had to give him my apple that I brought, and that's all I brought. So like we weren't much different. But that was 1 month. That was the start of 1 month. The start of the next month.
How long did the 170-mile ride take?
Oh boy. It was over the Cascades, so it was a long day. It was horrible. At one point, at one point, yeah, no brakes. There's one back brake, and the front brake we had to disconnect. No gears. It's terrible. Took all day.
Just pausing there, because I think you might have skipped a couple things. This tandem cycle was for the Cycle for Gaza charity. And you have some things that happened in Egypt the year before.
Yeah, so the reason why it was for the Cycle for Gaza, I had a buddy who I met in Egypt who was from Palestine. And, I mean, when we talk about brushing off things in the past, like things that happened to my mom, this guy lives in a war zone. I mean, he's having family members die all the time. I met him in Cairo. I stayed there for about a month before I started doing this trek. And literally the happiest dude. Every day he had a smile on his face, and I'm just like, I had no idea what was really going on. I knew to an extent of what was going on in like the Middle East, but not to that extent, to realize that he is literally the happiest guy. Like, he would say things that were really rude, but to him there's just no malintent behind anything. He didn't mean anything mean. He just was like no filter, and it was just like, man, you are the purest dude.
Give an example of something they said that caught you off guard.
Yeah, for sure. We were always playing chess every day, and there was this girl Irini, and she was playing chess. She was really bad, and so, like, if somebody makes a bad move, you would just be like, not say anything. He's like, Irini, like, you are so bad. Like, and he would just go off, and we're just like, come on, stop, dude. Or we'd be in the movies, and we watch Jurassic Park, and he just, at one part of the movie, he just lets out the biggest yawn, like, this is boring, and like, it was like, you could just tell he didn't mean anything bad. It was just, he was just being him, and it just seemed so pure, and like the heart, and so I wanted to raise. He got accepted into FSU, Florida State University, but got denied his visa. Accepted to the college, but denied his visa. And he was just trying to change like his family's story. And so that whole cycle was trying to raise funds for him and the Cycle for Gaza. Because I had another friend that I went to school with that was doing it. She was doing the actual thing, Cycle for Gaza. It's over a couple countries in Europe, and obviously I missed a sign up as always. So we're like, I got my buddy, I was like, hey, let's do this, and let's just split the funds between them. And so we were trying to get him to go to Canada, because he got led into Canada, but he had to do a year of French. So we were trying to pay for his year of French to be able to do that, because I think he wrote a book about his life, and he was just trying to change his family's life. And we're like, all right, how can we make this happen? So that was that whole backstory. But
and how'd you get linked up with him?
I had planned to walk across Africa, and so I guess that starts off 2019. I tried to walk across Africa, and I made it about 3 weeks, and I got kidnapped.
Okay, let's go from there.
Yeah. Or are we changing? Should we just end the thing?
Well, this was July. This is July 2018. So I was like, we can't go into the 2019 shit without talking about this footnote.
Yeah. So that was 2018.
But yeah, let's spin the wheel.
Oh, am I kicking it off?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Got the most boring seat in the house.
Oh, Oreo.
Oreo.
All right.
Zach. Did you sneak a second Oreo without
No,
spinning
I never
for it?
finished my first one.
Oh, that was close.
Going back.
You're gonna run it back?
No.
Oh.
Eating another Oreo. You gotta spin. We're due. Shot.
No, it's not. Good call out on the Oreos. Time to spin again soon. Okay, so you were attempting to run across Africa. It was going to be 7,500 miles. You made it how many miles in?
I guess to me, I didn't know running back then. I hadn't gotten it. I just wanted to walk across it. And that was purely just to meet people all around the world and show that, the kindness that's in everybody's hearts. Like, I think in America, a lot of people are telling me, don't go here, they're going to chop your head off. Like, we always think these people are bad people. I'm like, it's the nicest people in the world. Like, I got invited into people's houses and when they didn't even speak the same language.
Yeah, but then you got kidnapped.
Yeah, so I got kidnapped. So it really was a hard point
You're
to
not
prove.
exactly the poster child for bad things don't happen.
I really tried. Like, once I told that, they're like, yeah, it really backfired on you. I'm like, 100%. It was like a militia that once you went further south, it got very rogue. There's a coup in 2011, I think, out there. And basically, the government that got overthrown, a lot of people were kind of like in the south that were a fan of that government that got overthrown. And so the further south I went, it just got more aggressive. And that's basically what happened is once I left Cairo, you're not really allowed to be outside of the tourist spots in Egypt. Like, they don't want you to. They're very strict on what gets put on social media. And obviously, I don't filter anything that I say. And so when I got picked up, I kept posting things. And I had buddies who were back in Cairo being like, dude, you need to shut up.
It's
You need
like
to
a
get off social
selfie of
media.
you in a truck being like, just got kidnapped.
Yeah, have you seen it? Did you see that one?
No,
Oh, it
was
did.
a joke.
No, I did. So,
Shut up.
yeah. Oh, it's on there. Basically, what these guys did is, like, it was this whole deal about not wanting to get in the truck. And eventually...
Me and Zach just both opened your Instagram.
Here, I'll see if I can find it, because I just organized everything for this reason, to be able to find stuff quick.
I would be pinning that to the top of my page.
And it was so funny, because one of the cops was eventually, like, Farva from Super Troopers.
Yeah.
Nicest guy, should never have a gun, but the nicest guy. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see.
The listener just gets to listen to me chew.
I've been self-conscious about that as well. That's why I've been like dipping my head back out of the room.
We have a whole new audience of what's it? That
ASMR? Yeah.
We've actually gotten feedback that they don't like hearing us chew, which is wild.
Man.
Is that you?
Yeah, that was 155.
Shut up.
Damn.
That's a different person.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
All right, let's see if I search it.
Oh, there's your butt.
Oh yeah. But yeah, so everywhere.
So is it your buddy that's documenting all this for you?
No, it's me. For Egypt? Or
I'm
what?
just saying, like, your Instagram page in general.
No, some of it, all of it's me. Some people, like, I've had videographers or things for some things, but yeah, we go on a cool trip. Egypt, all that stuff was just me. I never had intention of putting it on social media.
Yeah.
I just wanted to live.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I think I started running that I realized, like, the social media world of things, because I never documented my fights ever. Like, I didn't ever think of actually getting it properly recorded, which now I probably would.
Yeah.
You know, I'd bring my own videographer so I have it. Here's a picture where they blocked off the whole, well, it's a picture, hard to see, but they blocked off the whole restaurant after they kidnapped me. So when I left, they, like, let everybody come up front and take pictures with me. But it's more so the videos you can see of it. And that was the one time I got sick out there. They bought me, it was like a Stockholm syndrome. They would feed me. They would put me in a hotel for the night, and I was sleeping outside, like, basically on a mat, any mat I could find. And so I was really confused. Like, what are you guys doing? Because during the day, they'd be really aggressive. Like, I was walking during the night because it was so hot. And so I was sleeping at a gas station at this point because people have beds at gas stations. And so that's when they kind of caught me. They came up to the gas station. Somebody had called it in that I was there. And they put me in the back of the truck. And
was it because you were outside of the zone that you were supposed to be in, or because you were documenting it, or both? Did you ever get, like, the actual explanation?
why I got picked up by the militia, I have no idea.
Okay.
I think maybe leverage somewhere along the line, but basically went on for 3 days of just kind of putting me in front of the truck and telling me to walk, no food, no water, until the night. Then they'd feed me.
Wait, was this before or after you pulled the truck for the marathon?
2019 was the truck. So this was before. This was
So
2018.
you're getting flashbacks of like, here I am in front of a truck again.
No, this
No.
was before.
Yeah.
You're saying this is before the truck.
Yeah. It was before the truck.
Oh.
So 2018 was Egypt, and then 2019 was all the feats of stuff. Because I think I just wanted to go do this and was like, oh, it sounds really fun. But I had a picture where I was in the back of the truck, and these kids had came up and wanted to take a picture. And then I was like, well, I want a picture. And so I gave them my phone. And so they never like physically harm me or like grab my phone from me or anything. They always told me to put my phone down, but they never wanted to like grab it. Sorry, they like never wanted to grab it.
What did they want?
I have no idea. I think money. So after like 3 days, I got violently sick after the restaurant they put me in. And they'd get to like checkpoint to checkpoint. They'd hand me off to a different group every checkpoint we got to. And these were checkpoints in the road. And they would hand me off to a different group. And then like I said, I wanted to walk during the night, sleep during the day. It was backwards with them to where it's 115 out and they're putting me in front of the truck. And I'm like, can I please at least put my bag in the truck? Like, if you guys are going to do this, like, I'll at least cheat my way down through Egypt. And then they're like, no, you got to carry it. And can I have water? No, you can't have water. And I'm like, all right. But then night, they feed me, they put me in a hotel, and I'm like, oh, can't be mad at you guys.
Are they wielding any sort of a weapon or anything?
They all have AKs.
Okay.
And so it was really funny because then at one point they put me in the truck, and they're like, hey, get in. And I was like, all right, get in. And I spoke like a little bit of Arabic at this point. Like, I could understand what they were saying, and I could try to ask for things. And it was so funny. It was big. It was back when like Snapchat was a thing. So I was really trying to Snapchat stuff. And so they gave me an AK, and they put it between my legs. And then I just want to think of like, there's no point in getting angry here. Like, I'm a very large person. Getting angry with you guys isn't going to get me anywhere. So I was like, I'm just going to be cool and just ride this bad boy out. And I remember sitting there trying to like Snapchat it, like selfie it. And I'm like, I'm just hanging with the boys. And I'm like, and they're just like, no. And I'm like, come on. And they weren't having it at all. And I was like, all right, I'll put it away. And then I never figured out what it was for. I don't know why they gave me the gun. Or were we going through a bad area? Like, why'd you give me the gun at this point and get me in the car? And then after like 20 minutes, they put me out of the car and just kept walking. And that was it. No answers.
It sounds like a pretty atraditional kidnapping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stockholm.
Yeah.
I was kind of part of the team, but I wasn't part of the team.
Yeah.
Were they confused by your lack of like terror at the situation?
I don't know, because so I got put to the last checkpoint, and like I said, they got meaner and meaner. Finally, last checkpoint, the guy takes my passport, and I'm like, well, now I can't go anywhere. And then I was like, I started
getting frustrated at any point?
Oh, I'm so pissed at this point. This is day 3, and I'm just like, I'm pissed. I'm like, all right, this is a joke. Like, give me back my passport. I called the embassy, and the embassy pissed me off because I was like, hey, this is going on. And this lady picks up, and she's like, why are you doing this? And I was like, why does it matter? It's stuck. They have my passport. And she's like, have you ever done this before? And I'm like,
gotten kidnapped?
Being stubborn, walk across the country. And I was like, being stubborn. I was like, yeah. And I haven't. I was like, yeah. And she's like, where? And I was like, South America. And then she's like, oh, okay. And I was like, ha. Like, I proved a point. I don't know. I didn't want her to be like, well, this is stupid first go. She's like, and you're alone? I'm like, would it matter if I had friends? They have guns.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, I was literally like, is there anybody else I can talk to? Or are you just going to take the piss this whole time?
Can I talk to your supervisor?
Yeah. And so finally they handed me over to a guy, and like we texted for a couple of days after. He made sure I got home safe. So he was really cool. He's like, hey man, listen, like we can't do anything till like they physically harm you. If we step in too soon, it can become an international incident. I'm like, cool. So like, how bad do I have to get hurt first? Because in the time I'm thinking like, I could totally take over one of these guys. I could easily get a gun, but I've never shot a gun. So I'm like, how do I could take a gun for sure, but like, I'm not getting out of this. And so it's like, all right, well now I just have to play ball. And I was acting so childish. There was the checkpoint that we were in. I remember going out to the road where all the traffic was. I remember laying in the middle of the road. And this is in between me like throwing up on the curb, like shitting my brains out because I was sick from the 2 days before. And so I'm dehydrated, super dehydrated. It's hot. And so I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to go lay in the middle of the road so none of these cars can go. They come around me, and they put like those big orange barricades literally around me. And I'm like, and so it's like that scene in Lilo and Stitch when she's on the ground and she like crawls laying on the ground, you know? That's what only goes through my head. I just start inchworming my way out of the barriers to where now I'm outside the barriers, and they're like, hey, no, stop. And I'm like, I just didn't say a word. I just inchworm my way out like a little child in a grocery store. And they kept just getting pissed at me about it. And then finally I got up because the ground was hot. And I called the embassy back, and I'm talking to the guy like this. And I tried taking a
if they're
video.
allowing you to make phone calls.
Yeah.
He kept wanting my phone. I'm like, you're not touching my phone. So the only time they'd ever hit me is if like one of the guys where there's nobody else around, like a superior, like 'cause you could tell the hierarchy of them. One guy would like butt me with the gun if I came close to him, and then I'm just like, you're a dick, dude. Like, no, I can't do anything. But nobody would ever physically touch me. Nobody would grab me, and they're like, phone. I'm like,
Did
no.
you look like this, or did you look like the photo we saw where you were much tinier?
Closer to this. I was probably 210, maybe 205. So I was still big. And but yeah, I remember that was the situation where I remember him sitting in his little like room, and I'm trying to video, and he's like, I don't know, he knew I was recording him. And so they like wanted to look through my phone, and I'm like, make sure they don't grab it.
Covering it up with a bunch of nudes.
Yeah. as I'm there, just pull it out.
To scroll through 20 pictures of my penis.
And I remember sitting there, and I'm on the phone with the embassy, and I'm like, they're like, all right, can we just talk to him? And I'm like, he's not going to want to talk to you. And she's like, or he was like, just give him the phone. I'm like,
Put me on speakerphone.
yeah. And I'm like, he's not going to want to talk to you. And he's like, just ask. And I was like, they want to talk to you. And he's like, no. And I was like, he doesn't want to talk to you. And they went on for like 5 times. I'm like, dude, he doesn't want to talk to you. She's like, well, tell him it's the embassy. I was like, he knows it's the embassy. And I was like, this isn't going to work. You guys have no power here. And so eventually there was, you could tell what government vehicles look like because there's big flags on the front, you know, like we see in like parades on TV or something.
Yeah.
And I saw a big van coming through. And I was like, oh, shoot, I see flags. So I like, as they were coming through the little like barricade area, I ran out there and I like put myself on the hood. And they were going slow. They weren't going fast. And I put myself on the hood. The guy comes out, and he was the chief of police of the next village over, or next like locality over. And he's like, hey, what's going on? I was like, this. This guy actually spoke English. And he's like, all right, boom, runs in there. Like it becomes a huge fight, a huge argument. And he's like, all right, give him my passport. Boom, we leave. Takes me to the police station, and then brings in a translator, and they start documenting the whole thing. And they're like, do you want to press charges? And me being me, I was like, no, I just want to continue my journey.
How would you even press charges internationally?
Exactly. Like, what are you guys going to do? I'm not coming back. I just want to continue my walk.
Right.
And so it was a whole ordeal. And they're like, okay, cool. Well, we have to go to court and do this. So at like 2 a.m, and they had fed me. There's a bed in the jail, like in their offices I slept in. Like, they're super cool. And so they drive me to the attorney general's office at like 2 a.m. And they literally, it's this dark, sketchy looking building. Like, just looks dilapidated and closed down. We walk in, there's a bunch of dudes all handcuffed together, like 20 dudes. I'm guessing they might have been like people illegally coming from Sudan or something that they were taken back. I don't know. But literally, I bypassed the whole line right into the attorney general's office, sit down next to him. There's a guy sitting next to him, is probably his assistant, probably younger than me, looks super nice in a 3-piece suit. Here I am looking like I haven't showered in 3 weeks. And I remember sitting down. I'm like, what's up, man? And we just have this great conversation. Gives me some tea. We hang out. And he's like, all right, we just got to go through some like formalities of, you know, what happened. I'm like, all right, cool. So I sit across from him, and my translator sits like where you are, and he's sitting right where you are, and they start having conversations. And I just had to feel it. I was like, I'm going to put on my phone, like my recorder, just to see like what's going on. I'm going to get this translated. And so I listened to the whole conversation, and it's actually really funny because during it, I was like, oh. And I like raised my hand, and they're like, yeah. And I was like,
You got that part wrong.
I was like, no. I was like, oh, no. I was even better. I was like, because they're speaking Arabic. I don't know what's going on. I was like, can I go to the bathroom? I just shit my pants. And they were like, what? And I was like, I just shit my pants. And it was great. And so I walked to the bathroom. Basically, there's no toilet paper. There's no doors. The cop's watching me wash my ass in the sink. And I'm just like, dude, can you like turn around? And he's just sitting there watching me. And I'm like, this is life. This is awesome. And yeah, I remember trying to leave my underwear on the banner outside the courtroom, not bring it back in. And the security was like, no, you got to bring it in. I'm like, dude, come on, man.
This is evidence.
Yeah, I need to bring this in here. And again, fast forward through it, like they let me go. They're like, all right, well, we don't know where to put you for the night. And I'm like, just put me back in the jail, dude. I'll sleep in the jail and like let me off tomorrow morning. And they're like, you good with that? And I was like, absolutely. And so they wake me up like a couple hours later, put me in a blacked out van, and we start driving. I'm like, all right, cool. I look at my phone, and we're going north. And I'm like, ask the guy, I was like, where are we going? And he's like, oh, we're going to Cairo. And I'm like, why? And he's like, oh, we just got to handle some paperwork. And I'm like, okay, cool. Get right to El Tahrir Square, which is the center of the capital where I just was not long ago with everybody for a month. Walk me right up the president's building, or the main government building, past everybody, right into the president's office. Sit down right in front of the president, and he's like, all right, you got to leave. And I was like, what? And he's like, you got to leave. I was like, so I'm being deported? And he's like, no, but you can't stay here. And I was like, so I'm being deported. And he's like, no, you just got to leave. And I'm like, anywhere? And he's like, anywhere. And I was like, all right, cool. So I booked my flight to Sudan. And you can't go to Sudan, like, just fly in. You can't. And so I was like, I don't care. I'll deal with them. I hate you guys now. And so, again, something else happened where they wouldn't let me. I basically got to the airport. They're like, oh, yeah, you can book it today, tomorrow, the next day. And I'm like, cool, I'll book it in a week. I'll regain my strength. We'll be good. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll book my ticket. They drive me to the airport to go get my ticket. I'm like, that's not how this works. That makes no sense. My flight's in like a week. Drive underneath the airport into a garage. Bring me to a holding cell. And I'm like, what's going on? Like, you got to wait here. And I'm like, oh, no. Boom, booked. Flight to San Francisco. I was like, I'm out of here. I was like, my flight's in 6 hours. I'm leaving. And so basically I got out. I gave the recording to an interpreter. And they said, this guy is lying. We don't believe a single thing he's saying. He's a spy. And I was like, man, I thought we were cool. So that was Egypt.
I can't believe that the kidnappers didn't tie you up or anything. Like,
No.
it sounds like you were just annoying the fuck out of them for 3 days.
Yeah, and I didn't want to be there. But, so at one point they did ask to go to an ATM. And I was like, no, I'm good. And they're like, ATM? And I'm like, no, I'm good. I didn't put 2 and 2 together until I realized once I was home, I was like, oh, that was a bribe. And I was like, I was broke anyways. I had no money to bribe you with, dude. Wrong guy.
So the guys that kidnapped you, were they working with the government? Like, were they?
No. They were completely like ungoverned militia.
Yeah.
Because there was no uniform, there's no anything.
What was their motive with you?
No idea. I never got that answer.
That's crazy.
Just hanging out with the boys. And that's why I look at them. Because like, it would have made sense if like they worked with them. They would have drove me somewhere. But they just held me for so many days.
Yeah. I guess they were just having fun with it.
I guess. I don't know. I don't know where the whole plan was. Because I was going away from Cairo. Like, you would have drove me towards Cairo.
Right.
We were going south the whole time for 3 days.
Did they think that you were an American spy?
Had to be. Not a very good American spy then. I got caught twice.
Well, they weren't very good kidnappers.
No.
It would make for a very funny movie.
Bad kidnappers and a bad spy.
Yeah, we're both just trying to work our way
You're
through
both
the
just
system.
bad at your jobs.
Yeah, listen, man, I get you're trying, I'm trying to. Let's just work as a team.
That's a fucking crazy story.
Yeah.
Did you go back to Africa at all after that?
So I'm a big believer of finish what you start, and so I've always wanted to. But I called the embassy a couple months later and was like, hey, can I do this? The embassy in LA and San Francisco. And I was like, hey, can I go? And they're like, well, you'll get approved for a visa. And you get a visa on arrival in Egypt. But they're like, you can see if you can submit a visa online, like paper, and you can get accepted. But if you land there, you can get arrested. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not really risking that. But since then, my passport was flagged. So every single time I went through for the next however many years, I think it just got a new passport this year. So 2018 to 2024 I was using that same passport. Every time I got pulled into a side room, every airport I went through.
Didn't matter where you were.
Specifically, yeah, I was going to say specifically Africa or just every airport ever?
No, I haven't gone back to Africa since then. So anywhere I've been, I get pulled in. Going through TSA, like coming into a country, or not TSA, through what are they called? I don't know what they called now.
Security?
Oh,
Customs?
Man. Customs, yeah. Every time going through customs, I get pulled aside now.
Do you think that do you know what the passport says? Like, does it say possibly a spy or got deported or annoying as fuck?
Probably annoying as fuck. That's what a lot of people would say. No, it's just flagged. Like, somebody asked me, I was like, why do I always get stopped? And they're like, you just have a red flag on it. Like, you have just a red mark that's like, we need to check you.
Huh.
We don't know. They don't know why. They don't know why they're checking me, but I'm just a concern.
Do they know who put the flag?
No. Egypt, probably, to be fair.
That's honestly one of the craziest stories I've ever heard.
Yeah.
And then I remember some lady who was American there, and she heard me tell the story, and she's like, that's such bullshit, this and that. I'm like, because you're telling it with a smile on your face. I'm like, out of things that have happened to me, like, this really isn't that bad. Like, why be bitter about it? I'm like, it makes for a really dope story. Like, I don't get why I would be angry about it still.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's life.
You mentioned that you were frustrated at points during it. At any point, were you afraid?
Yes. There was a time. I was really used to cutting weight. Like, in that picture, I was dehydrated as shit. I think I cut probably for that fight, I think I probably get 20 to 25 pounds in 24 hours
You
of
look
water weight.
skinnier than me.
Yeah, my mom would see me and she would just cry. My eyes would be sucked into the back of my head like I was a crack addict on a binge. So I looked terrible. I felt terrible. And yeah, because I knew how far I could go with being dehydrated. Like I knew what my limit was, what being dehydrated and underfed and being sick could do, because I trained at that all the time. And because I was anorexic while I was going through that to be that weight. Like I always knew what it was like. And I was like, okay. And there was that point, that last check mark where I was like, oh, do you want to go to an ATM? And I was throwing up, diarrhea, everything. And I'm like, if they let me go, because I was like, just give me my passport, just let me go. I was like, if they let me go, I'm not making it to the next town. And I was like, now I was scared because now I don't want to leave them. That was the biggest start. And I forgot about that. Because I remember thinking it of just like, I can't leave you guys now. I need you guys to give me a ride.
Yeah. True Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, because I was like, I'm now dependent on you, because I was like, I am so brittle and weak right now that like I had hit myself in the head like with something because I was so frustrated. I didn't want to hit them. I didn't want anything. So I remember I just smashed myself in the head with like this big water bottle, and I just was like, this just because I was sick. So they gave me a water bottle. So this is Stockholm, yeah. And I just smashed myself in the head with it, and I think I gave myself a concussion. It really hurt. When I finished it, I was like, and I was like, I can't. I'll talk about this later myself. But like, and just thinking like, I'm so pissed off because now I'm dependent on somebody, and I hate that. Yeah, that was scary. I knew I wasn't. If they let me go, I would die.
You mentioned that like the authorities don't want you going past like a certain sanctioned area in Cairo because they didn't want you to see certain things. Did you see anything that like corroborated why that shouldn't be documented?
No. Like I bought a job, which is the big like gown they wear, because I was like, I'm very clear to see. So I was like, I'm still very tall for an Egyptian, but I was like, oh, if I cover myself, you can't see tattoos, you can't see my skin color. Like I'll just wear like a hood and I'll just hide, but people still notice me. People are pulling over, stopping for pictures all the time. But if you Mario Rigby walked South Africa to Cairo or Cape Town to Cairo. And so he walked into Egypt. And then Levison Wood was the first person to walk the length of the Nile, I believe. And both them have said that Egypt is the hardest one to get through. Pretty much when you get into Egypt, you have to just go under the radar. Don't take the main road. Like you have to go completely under the radar, travel at night, like stay under. Yeah, you have to stay out of everywhere. And so it kind of, once I figured that, I was like, yeah, this is true.
Yeah. Sounds not worth it to me, but
No.
Yeah, that's wild. I think like a footnote that maybe we moved past was you set a single person record for the National Three Peaks the year prior to that. Tell us about that.
So I was living in Spain at the time. And I don't know, I just wanted to go do something. I really don't know why. I think I had a buddy that I met in Bali in 2016 he was from Birmingham. And he had said like that it was a big thing out there to do the tallest mountain in Wales.
It is.
Yeah, and I was like, oh yeah, you were there.
Yeah, but my ex tried to do it. They wanted to bike from one to the other and then hike up and down and do it in 24 hours. They made it through like one of them.
That'd be gnarly, the bike.
Yeah, they did. I think they got one of them at the time. But yeah, Three Peaks Challenge.
Yeah.
Highest peak in Wales, Scotland, and England.
And do you connect them on foot or?
Most people drive them.
Okay.
Most people drive. I think it's a 4-hour drive between. Let's say you go Wales to Scotland, and so England's the middle one. I think it's a 3 or 4 hour drive in between the first one and two, and then it's like a 6-hour drive to the next one. So you got 10 hours taken up right there. So you have 14 hours to climb the next two, and like they're not very big in terms of like what you have out here. You know what I mean? But they're substantial out there for sure.
And I assume you were setting out to set the record.
Yeah, I wouldn't, because I drove it. I remember my buddy's mom was like, I was driving it by myself, and to us, a 4-hour drive is nothing. To them, it's across the country.
Yeah.
And so they're like, oh, who's driving you? I was like, me. And they're like, how are you going to drive? That's not safe. And I'm like, yeah, it is. I'm literally going to work out for an hour or two running up the mountain. I'm going to come down. I'm going to drive. I'm going to go work out again. I'm going to wake up.
Yeah.
And that was my deal. And I remember I got to Wales, and it was pouring down rain. My phone wasn't waterproof at this time. And I went up a Crib Gotch, which is like the worst one on Snowdon in Wales. And I remember reading things that was like Snowdon is like, oh, so easy your grandma can do it. I remember going up and I was like, I don't know who the fuck your grandma is. But like my grandma is not doing this. It was just like a jackknife. It was like a knife ridge the whole way. And I'm like, once you got up to a part, and I'm like, this is terrifying.
Yeah.
My phone breaks because it gets water in it. And so basically I'm like, I have a flight out of Edinburgh tomorrow night. I'm like, what do I do? I don't know what to do now. And I remember I went back, I got down, and I was like, well, here goes my challenge. Now I don't know how to get to Edinburgh tomorrow because I don't, like, this is the 21st century. We don't know how to use maps. And so, like, and I was like, I'm screwed. So I find a hostel, and I get this old couple to give me a bag of rice. So I put my phone in a bag of rice. I take a nap, and I'm like, I'm just going to hit the restart button. So I just slept in my car for a little bit. Woke up. My phone was like halfway doable, and I'm like, all right. When I was coming down, I saw the trail that I should have took, Piggy Pen, I think, something like that. I'm like, all right, I know what I can hit. I'm gonna leave my phone. Now I know that my phone's kind of coming back to life. I'm gonna leave it and I'm gonna sprint up. I'm gonna sprint up the easy one. So I did Snowdon twice. I restarted my clock. So I hit Snowdon, ran up it, came back down. Phone would talk to me. I couldn't see it, but it would talk to me. So I was like, okay, cool, Scawfell. So I drive to Scawfell and I'm racing. I mean, we drive way fast. I think we are just speeders over here. So I speed to Scawfell. It's the nicest day ever. So I don't bring a backpack or anything with me. I literally just ran with just what I have on me. And I remember talking to the guy. He's like, oh, like rain might come. Who knows? I was like, I'm not going to be here that long. I sprinted up it, got to the very top so fast that when I came down, like, I didn't know which way to go because I wasn't paying attention to anything. And I remember seeing this lady, and she's like, oh, we just saw you go up. Like, we're probably really close. And I just wanted to be like, sweetheart, no, you're not. I specifically remember that. I was like, you are nowhere near it. We're moving at vastly different speeds. I came booking it down. I went through the car park, and just as I'm about to pull out, the gas station guy, the guy there is like, hey, are you Justin? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, need this? And it was my credit card, the only card I had. I dropped it, and I was like, oh my God, I would have been screwed. No,
How do you know you were Justin?
I look very American. I look very American.
What part of the card says that?
Nothing, just Justin is really American. Justin True. I think he just was like, this sounds American as shit. And I think it's the Chase card. They don't really have Chase out there.
That's fair.
And so he just asked, I don't know why, but I was like, yeah. And so I would have had no card, and my phone was pretty much dead. So I book it up to Ben Nevis, which is the tallest of the three. And so I get to Ben Nevis, and I basically book it up Ben Nevis in the night. It gets so foggy up there, like you can't see anything. And there's these giant pillars when you're up there that, like, I think they're for you to, like, locate in the dark. And it gets so thick when you get to one, I was like, okay, I'm just going to go to that one. And I'd go to that one, I'd get in the middle, and I'd be like, oh, shit, it's gone. And I couldn't see it. And it got so foggy. It was terrifying. And I got to the top, and I was like, honestly, I might just stay up here. Like, I might just sleep. Because there's a little shelter on the top of each one. And I was like, I might just sleep up here, man. Like, this is terrifying. I can't get down. And I was like, well, no, that's not the challenge. So I booked it down, and I made it in time. And then I went into Edinburgh looking like a complete mess, bloody, dirty, smelt, chafing. And Fringe Festival is going on, which is the biggest arts festival in the world. And I'm like, I am such a dirtbag. Everybody's driving like Ferraris around, and like I'm just like, we're different people. I'm walking around with a ball of haggis that should be cooked, and I was like, yeah, this is it. And so I don't know why I wanted to do that. I just kind of was like, this sounds sick.
Yeah. Is that like a self? Do you submit the time and like it's just an honor system, or is there some form of documentation that you have to provide?
There's none for that because there's none for so I guess that was when I first did them, like started doing things. Nobody's ever documented driving it by themselves. So I was claiming completely solo the entire way. There's people who have records for doing it solo with other people driving. They have a crew. I was the only person I could ever find that actually documented it, videoed it, and everything from start to finish with no other support.
Yeah, got it.
And so I was literally in the car changing because it was raining at one, throwing my clothes over the side, changing while I'm driving, getting to the next one in dry clothes. And it was like, oh, it's gnarly.
Yeah. And you did that as a fundraiser as well?
Yeah. What was that one? That was for Make-A-Wish. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the beginning of your doing these crazy things for fundraisers?
Yeah.
Because it seems
that was the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how are you working this financially at this point? Is this just money saved from all the side gigs that you've done?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's points when I was doing all those jobs where I remember sitting in my truck and like I would open the not glove part, like the center console, and I'm like, oh, there's $400. Like I just had money everywhere because all I was doing was working. I never spent it. And if like my mom needed anything, it's like she got money. But like there was W-2s coming in, and then bucking hay and security were under the table. So I was like, I just had money lying around, and I was like, well, I was just good. I didn't spend money.
Yeah.
Frugal.
Yeah.
So then I just funded everything. To me, it was just like, why not? I said I want to be happy, and this makes me happy.
Yeah.
Wild.
All right, so then after that, get kidnapped. Let's jump to
Madagascar.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Do we do a topic change?
Sure.
Spin it.
Wanna
Do I
make-
spin first?
It
or
seems
do you
like there's a couple of other ones here that we should.
There was the triathlon with the hammer. So it was the tandem bike ride, and then a month later it was the triathlon with the hammer. Then a month later it was the carpool, which is August 1st to August 2nd, and then from there I left like the next week and went to Madagascar.
Yeah. I'll spin them.
Yeah. I think that was the month that really kicked me off with like, oh,
What'd you get?
there we go.
I'm
That was
starting to get
close.
full.
We might end up eating the entire package just through the gods of the wheel.
Ooh, shot.
If none of us get shot this round, I think go get me the pen. What'd I get?
Oreo.
The pen?
Yeah, no, the I want to mark it off.
Oh.
I got it.
Okie dokie.
Where'd the pen go? I'm gonna add another shot to the wheel.
Nope.
What'd you get, Oreo?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. This is one of the rare instances. I'll say maybe Zach was right. We originally had 4 shots for the listener to know, and then I thought that's not enough Oreo. But now I see my wrongs. I think it was.
It's kind of a win-win, no matter how you shake it.
Yeah.
All right.
You can't go wrong with the Oreos or shots.
I'm gonna put 2 shots next to each other. That sounds kind of dangerous.
So
Maybe
the worst-
every time we all get Oreos, we add a shot, so that eventually it just becomes
just shots.
9 shots in one Oreo.
Rocky Mountain Roulette.
Yeah.
I feel like you could work at the casino. You got a good idea. The over under, the whole every time we all get shots and that, or Oreos, it becomes a shot.
Tell him
You'd be
tell
a
him
good
what my
bookie.
title is at Trail Days. The DOC.
Oh, the Director of Chaos. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's my
You'd be a
self-proclaimed
great
title.
bookie here. Yeah.
Thank you.
I get it.
Certified degenerate for sure.
Yeah.
We got to talk about Thor's hammer. 90 pounds. How are you carrying this thing?
So, the swim, I attached it to my back with a backpack, and I put a lot of stuff inside to get it off my back. So kind of, I guess that helped float it a little bit, but it didn't. Like I tried to get some sort of flotation in there, but nothing can help. I just wanted to
assume
get
with
off
that
my
thing
back.
on your back and you're not doing anything to tread water, you're sinking quickly.
I just posted a video the other day on my story of me sinking. I remember the first time I went out with it, and it's tough. I sunk immediately.
How do most people transport it on their backs?
I would imagine most people don't do it.
Nobody.
Is
What do you mean most people?
Is this like a sanctioned thing?
No,
Or you're just doing this on your own.
No, I actually really upset the what was it? I'm trying to think of the something dash, in Bend, Oregon. I can't remember what it was, but it's like a sprint triathlon. So it's a sprint triathlon, and the swim is downriver, so I'll make that easier. But yeah, I just thought this would be cool to
Got
do.
it. Okay. I thought maybe there was like an event where there's multiple people with Thor's hammer.
No.
It's just you.
Yeah, it was just me, and I told her I was going to do it, and she's like, "Oh, we can't do that. Like, it's not safe." And I'm like, "What's unsafe?" And she's like, "Well, if it falls." And I'm like, "If someone's behind me, they have bigger problems. Like, you should not be behind me ever." And so, yeah, and I was like, "Well, here's the deal. Like, not to be a dick, but at this point, I was like, it's public land. I'm
Yeah.
going to do it with or without you." And
Sure.
she's like, "All right." And the most satisfying thing was coming across the finish, and they were tearing down the event. I was so slow, obviously. Tearing down the event, and she just turns around and sees me coming through, like, the big, like, ribbon they still have, and she's like, you're here? And I was like, yep. She's like, I want a picture with you. And I was like, that right there was, like, what I was, like,
Redemption.
holding.
Turned her-
Yeah, where I was just like, I proved you wrong.
Yeah. I assume you were the last one to finish that race.
Yeah, they were closing the event.
Yeah.
Actually, when I got off the bike, I actually turned in my tracker. I was like, I'm not making cutoff. I was like, I will see you guys. And she's like, you still want to go? I was like, yeah, because this isn't for you. This is for me. So I just went out on the trail by myself for the 10K that you do.
Have you done any events like this, like just like a standard triathlon, and try to see if like you can compete with somebody?
I think we did, me and my buddy Alex, we did, I think it was a sprint as well, out in Corvallis, Oregon at the OSU campus. We did that, and that was just kind of garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all bad. I did I rode his mountain bike, and he's 5'2". I rode his mountain bike that the brakes were rubbing the whole time. I smoked him out of the swim on the bike, and he's come cruising by me. And I'm like, dude, you're a dick. And by the time I got to the run, my legs were so blown up, I could hardly move. And yeah,
No.
that was actually the only first official one I've ever done.
And what are you doing with the hammer on the bike?
Same thing. I just attached it to the bag still. I kept it on the bag. And then
Same for the run as well?
No, for the run, I held it on my shoulder. Yeah. A lot of chafing.
You have a lot of kilt pictures on your Instagram. When did the kilt come into play?
Oh, yeah. This is hands down probably the thing I'm most proud of.
The kilt?
Yeah. Honestly, it can't knock it till you try it. The breeze that you get is amazing.
I've worn skirts before.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's fair. All right.
I've hiked with the kilt as well.
Have you really?
Yeah.
Oh.
We have a sponsor, Purple Rain Skirt. I actually think that they're a sponsor of this episode, so perfect timing. But
but mine have built-in shorts.
That's
That's not full skirt breeze.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, you can unsnap it, so it is full skirt breeze.
No, the shorts, though.
I don't think the built-in shorts unsnap.
Yeah, they should.
Really?
Yeah.
So you can detach
It might have
them.
been that comfortable that I didn't even know there was snaps.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know there was snaps.
Yeah.
It's comfortable.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm going to have to try it back on.
If people don't know the kilt game, they should, because it is game-changing.
Are you still rocking the kilt out on your events?
No. This was I went up to Scotland to lift these stones. That I just felt like I wanted to really embrace the tradition. And there's 7 people who went to go do it. 5 of us were not Scottish. 2 of them were. The only 2 people not in kilts were the Scottish people. And I'm like,
There's just the sentence, I went to Scotland to lift some stones.
yeah. It was even
Can
better.
we get some elaboration on that?
What was even better is when I'm out in England, I don't have a car. I'll rent a car if I need one. And I remember going to the car place to go rent it, and I purposely picked a seafoam green Fiat to pick my buddy up in, because my buddy came out from San Diego. So I specifically require the seafoam green Fiat to be my car, just because we won't fit in it, and I love it. It's like a clown car. Pulling up to lift these, there's 733-pound stones. To pull up to that event with all big, strong men, and you just pull out in a clown car at seafoam green is beautiful. But I went there, and I'm like, hey, she's like, oh, what are you going to do this weekend? I'm like, oh, I'm going to go, get some rocks. I'm gonna go lift some rocks. And she's like, oh, do you need a bigger car for that? And she literally thought I was picking up like like gravel for my garden. And I'm like, no, these are big rocks. So there's like these like manhood stones around the world. And there's 3 famous ones. The Dinnie Stones is probably the most famous in the world. There's the Inver Stone, which is just kind of down the street from it. And then there's the Husafell Stone in Iceland. And it's these stones that just have like really old tales to them. And like, I love things that have meaning to them. I won't do anything unless there's meaning, if it's a charity or whether it's just something that like has a deep past to it. And so if you go on the Dinnie Stone website, I'm now number 262 in the world to ever lift these stones. And there's thousands of people who try. And so it was a list that I heard of and I saw it. And I'm actually right below the 3-time world's strongest man.
Really?
So like to be on that list the same as him, it was just like, it was incredible. It was cool to be in that. And
how heavy is a stone?
So these ones are weird. There's 2 stones, and there's this whole story where they were used as counterbalances to a bridge in Podarch in Scotland. And they were counterbalanced while they were building the bridge, whatever. And this guy wanted a job. And all these stones have different stories. This guy wanted a job, and he's like, oh, you're too small. You can't have a job. And he's like, well, if you carry these stones across the bridge, you can have a job. So he carried the stones across the bridge. That's like how the fable goes. There's no way. I've seen the bridge, like, and this guy was tiny. I mean, let's accept the fable, And there's just no way. There's 450-pound strongmen that can't do the width of the bridge.
Yeah.
And so that's like the story. And somewhere during World War II, they lost the stones, and I don't know how that happens. You tell me how you lose 733-pound stones. Like someone just accidentally moved them during the war.
Yeah.
And then you just found them, but. There's cast iron rings that they use for like you remember the canals? You have canals there, and like those little rings that they tie off the boats with. So those are the handles on the stones, and one handle is 18 inches high, and one is 23 inches high, or 21 inches. And so it's a 3-inch difference, and they're 100-pound difference. One's like 418, and one's like 315 or something. And
of the handles themselves?
No, the stones. So they're attached to them, and then you have to lift with the handles. And the handles aren't conventional. One is a bit fatter, one's very narrow. So like you have to lift it with basically 3 fingers. The other one you lift with like 4 fingers. And it's like they are heavy, but the thing is the grip. It just shreds your hands to pieces. And so I had heard about it while I was working in Taiwan for a bit, and I just geeked out on it. I was like, I want to do this. And then COVID shut the world down.
Is this it?
Yeah.
That's not you.
No.
I was like, that's a different kilt.
No. But like COVID shut the world down, and that's why I started training for the triathlon. Then right when the world opened back up and I could go to the gym and train, then I started training for it. So it was like the longest thing I've ever trained for. And I remember, like I said, I'm a very like quiet person when it comes to competing. And I remember, so that way of doing it is the easiest way, is a straddle. because it's a center line. You just have to stand up, and you use the front and back one to cantilever to support them. Which one's that?
You and the Stones.
Yeah, is that side by side? So side by side, I'm probably one of 20 in the world who've done side by side.
Huh. Did you do it because it was harder or because you didn't know better?
Because it was harder.
Okay.
So I had never tried the side by side ever. I always tried the straddle.
Yeah.
You look so angry.
This, you zoom in on it.
You look like you look like a certified
yeah.
Viking. Then.
Yeah. So like I said, I never get jacked up ever.
Yeah.
I purposely did the Viking braid down the top for it. Really mixing cultures there. But the straddle's the easiest because the front stone is the heaviest and the back one's the lightest. So you cantilever it. You lift the back, and then the back one helps cantilever the heavier one up.
Yeah.
And so doing it side by side is you're literally cocked at 3 inches of an angle, and then your core has to be able to transition that up.
Sounds like a rib's gonna pop out.
Oh yeah, it's terrible. Like the guy will be there and be like, you have to qualify to lift it. You have to send in a qualified lift of lifting 666 pounds off the ground in any way. And then so you have to send that in. And then from there, you need to work up to be doing 733.
Yeah.
And so, I just had trained for years for this. And finally, did the triathlon, then came back to it. And it was just a big day. And you get 3 lifts. And if you fail the first lift, you might get the second. If you fail the second, you're not getting the third. There's no way. You're done.
Yeah.
And you just made this whole trip up there. It's heartbreaking to see the other people do it. But like watching them do it, like I think I went third, but I was the first person to lift it because they failed. And like I wanted people to, but I didn't want them to because I know what you did to get here. I respect it, but I'm like, I want to be first. I want to be first today. I want to be right underneath Tom Stoltman.
Yeah.
And so like I was like, it's weird. It's a weird feeling, but like that picture, I remember I did the straddle. I got it, so I knew I was in the record book right there. And I was like, well, nobody's gonna do it side by side. And I know it's the harder one. And I trained about the week before with.
So you did the front and back on the first go, and then you went forward on a second lift.
Yeah,
because
I knew I had one locked in.
Yeah.
And I trained with the guy who's the record holder on him. He lived not far from me, and so I hit him up and I went and trained with him like the next week with it. And I think at one time, at his house I didn't try it, but I was like, I'm just gonna try side by side. I know when it comes to competition, I show up, and like that picture, I remember lifting and just like. I didn't even try to yell out a yell. Like at the gym, I'm half asleep.
Yeah.
But that I just remember just like, like doing. I could just let it out, and it was just felt so good to release the energy. Because like fighting, I never did. Fighting, I just was like, all right, I won.
Yeah.
Like that was just like so much effort built up. It was that was amazing feeling.
You said the combined weight was 730.
733, I think. Yeah.
Jesus.
Is that harder than just a conventional 730-pound deadlift?
It's so hard to say because like. I mean, we have a number of people who have done that, like 200, probably almost 300 now. It's the grip strength. Standard deadlift is, because that can't be with straps. How many people could deadlift? There's a lot of people who deadlift 7 something with straps, but you don't see a lot of people trying it without straps.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where the game changer is. Like so many people were trying it on that day, and their hands would snap off because they just didn't have the grip.
Yeah.
So that's where it really like is kind of the where it makes or breaks you.
Yeah.
I have kind of a tangent question while I'm scrolling through your Instagram.
Oh yeah, that's not good.
You've got this. No, it's good. You've got this photo.
Yeah.
And the caption I would probably think was like somewhat made up because it's like a list of things you've done.
Oh,
but
yeah.
now that we've talked about some of the things you've done, they do actually check out.
Yeah.
So it seems like these are true things. In which case,
you
fought a shark.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, hold on. We need to pause there. When can you say that you've been attacked by a shark? When
a shark attacks you.
But do you have to get bit?
No.
Okay, cool. I've been attacked.
Yeah, if it's aggressively
Did you
coming
win?
at you.
Well, yeah. Because the people will be like, well, you didn't get attacked, but like it came at me and I kicked it. So I didn't wait till it bit me. Yeah.
So where was this?
On that swim up the coast of Florida where there's the most shark-infested waters. Like, it was ridiculous.
What kind of shark?
I don't know. It was 4 foot. I mean, even there's a barracuda the day before. Barracudas are really aggressive. I named him Harold the Harmless Barracuda because I didn't know. I'm so ignorant when it comes. I think ignorance is bliss. Where I don't. A marathon. Why did I pull a truck first? Because I don't know how bad a marathon is. So I have nothing to scale it to. Ignorance is bliss. If I knew how hard a marathon was, I probably wouldn't have pulled the truck.
Yeah.
So I'm like, ignorance is bliss. So with swimming, I'm like, I was never a swimmer. I learned how to swim for this.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I thought, this barracuda, I don't know, he's just there. I didn't know it's barracuda. I didn't care. I was like, here's a fish, and I'm talking with him. And then the shark was clearly a shark.
So it's coming at you with jaws open, or like?
No, so I don't know how I noticed him. And I thought, there's a really cool picture somewhere. It's not a great quality, but this giant turtle, which like from my head to my torso is pretty far. This sea turtle comes next to me at one point, and I thought I had like a 360 surrounding of everything near me, and the dinghy was probably from like me to the wall, and the sea turtle, you can see in the video, is it comes next to me and then literally follows me, just looks at me like I'm passing him on his commute to work, like, who is this guy? And at that point it scared me because I was like, that turtle got within a foot of me, 2 feet of me. The turtle's right there, and I didn't know it. And I'm like, it literally is on the side that I go breathe to, and I didn't see it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's terrifying. Like, what's near me now? When it would get dark or there's a shadow, it would darken the water below me because Florida's bright, and we were 10 miles off the shore or something like that. And so like I can see the bottom most of the time, or at least I can see far because it's bright, it's pretty clear. But it was hard when it got dark. Like that kind of got scary. But I was swimming, I think it was on it had to be the start of day 2 or something. I was swimming, and I remember looking down, as you do, and I saw a shark. And since I never properly swam with a boat, and we had a catamaran, you're supposed to sight a boat in front of you so you can follow it because it picks the path and you follow it. I never practiced with the boat. I just swam in a pool. Mm-hmm. And so it's completely different. And so I always had the boat off my 6 or probably like my 7 or about 7 or 8 o'clock, right? So I could always look back and I could see it. And so luckily at this point, catamarans can't hit reverse. They can always go forward. So luckily it wasn't in front of me because the shark was coming up. And as it was coming up, I was like, oh shit. And I like start swirling my feet, you know, like what you do just to like stay afloat. Mm-hmm. And so the shark comes up and I swirl my feet and then he dives back down. I pop up. I mean, we're like already 2 days into this. And I'm like, shark. And I'm like waving my hands. This is supposed to be shark. Sorry in the moment. I haven't practiced this, but this is shark. And I'm like, shark. And I go back down and I go to breathe. And then I can't breathe. I'm so panicked because usually you know hold your breath. But I remember every time I went down, like I felt like I was going to die because I couldn't hold my breath any longer because he's coming back up. I swirl my feet again. He goes back down. I go back up to get breath and yell for them to come. And I go back down, and I remember they came up and they're like, "What's up?" And I was like, "There's a fucking shark." I'm like, "If you haven't got the message, there's a shark." And so when he comes up the third time, I'm like, "Oh, he's close. Like he's getting really close. Like I could probably kick him." And so the fourth time he comes up, I remember I just, bam, heel to the nose, like everybody says. And I had some lady on there who is like a shark scientist or biologist, and she's like, well, if you hit them in the nose, they have a lot of nerve endings there, and they'll run away. I'm like, speaking on experience, they don't. But who knows? They probably do. But like this didn't. And I immediately just felt regret. I was like, dude, I'm really sorry. I remember that instance. I'm like, I fucked up here because that wasn't good. And I was just like immediately regretted it. I popped back up. They're coming up and they're like, swim over. And I'm like, I'm busy. And so I remember trying to swim and look. And I'm trying to like swim and look. And he's kind of like zigzagging underneath me. And finally, right when I got to the boat, probably from here to the wall, maybe.
So kicking him pissed him off?
He didn't leave.
Yeah.
I don't know if it pissed him off, but like you just feel the energy in the air of like, if someone kicked me in the face, I'm probably get pissed.
Yeah.
I just felt that he didn't leave means he's probably angry. Yeah. Because like, he should leave. I just felt like the aura. Like when you play video games, or I played World of Warcraft, where like you get near a bad guy and you catch like the aggro. I felt the aggro in the area was very high. Uh-huh. And I regretted it. And I got towards the boat, and then they're like, you know, eventually then he darted off. I got near the boat, and I climb up. I'm there for like maybe 5 or 10 minutes. And I was like, all right, get back in the water. Because at that moment, it's like, I could sit here all day and waste a day. Like, I got places to be right now. I got to be in Miami. And so I jump back in the water because I'm like, I can sit here and wait all day and hope that he's gone. He could be here, or he could be gone right now and never come back. We're going to find out one way or another.
Yeah. What's scarier, getting back into potentially shark-infested water or being dehydrated in the middle of Egypt?
Shark-infested water.
Yeah.
I look back to the video of when I first jumped off the boat, and I have no idea what the fuck I was thinking. It was the most terrifying thing ever. I remember...
And this is still night.
No, this is right in the morning. I remember like it was the most beautiful setting. Like it flashed me back to like being behind the curtains, like looking at the cage. You can hear the crowd. And I remember just like sitting. We're leaving this channel where all the boats were, and we're just going up this right at sunrise. Sunrise is coming up right at the mouth of this this bay, and we're just going right out at cruising. I'm standing on the front of the boat, just like sitting there. I feel like I'm just entering the arena, and I'm just like, dude, I'm back. Like, I'm going to jump in this, and like, we're just going to go. Like, whatever happens, happens. Like, I said bye. I didn't call my mom, actually, because I didn't want to tell her I was going to go. Because, like, the high probability of me dying. Like, I called my second family who took me in high school. My dad kept kicking me out. And I called them, and the second I called them, I just started bawling. I started crying my eyes out because I'm like, I 100% knew in my head I was like gonna die probably. Like I knew in my head, I'm like, the odds of me dying off the coast of Florida with a shark attack is high, the highest you could be in the world. Florida has the highest percentage of shark attacks.
Really?
Yeah, and so I was just like, this is it. Like I'm gonna die, but I'm dying doing something I love. And so I remember when I like just, it was like when that mouth opened up, it just looked like the curtains opened up in a fight, and I was just in it. Like I was in that cage again, and I'm like, this is it, baby, let's go. And then just jumping in the water, like, all right,
Yeah.
I'll see you in 4 days.
I was going to ask if your MMA experience, do you think that helped you land the kick?
Maybe, yeah. I got really big into kicking people in the head around the end of my career.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Satisfying.
Little did you know that you were training for your swim. Damn. All right.
I'm glad I did that tangent.
Yeah. One last question about the Thor's hammer thing. So what's the heaviest that you've deadlifted like in a gym?
I mean, I guess from a standard deadlift, because there's so many different versions that I've done. The other day I just did 550, no belt and then no straps. So like different, right? Like there's different.
Yeah.
So like no belt, no straps. That was probably the heaviest I've done.
Yeah.
Because then once I hit that, when I was getting ready for the Denny Stones, it's a completely different lift than a deadlift. And so I started just switching things up. So I mean, I would pull over 700 from like 18 inches off the ground, and a deadlift is 9 inches. So I'd pull, but you can't call it a real deadlift, but it's still 700.
Yeah.
And the week or two before the Denny's, they have a mock-up down in the Lake District, or no, Peak District. You know Peak District? Yeah, so at literally like a zoo for kids, they have these mock-ups that they built during COVID. And they're 700 and I think 67 pounds, so they're heavier than the Denny's. And I went into those the week before, or 2 weeks before, and that kind of gave me the confidence that like, all right, if I can do that, I can do this.
Yeah. Damn. Is anyone making a movie out of your life or writing a book?
Well, we filmed the triathlon.
Yeah.
And then now I'm still just, I got through a really dark phase after it, and it was just always trying to find somebody to put it together, and just never could find somebody. There's people who wanted to kind of dramatize it about a lot of the stuff that went on during it that was very dramatic. And I just didn't want to focus on that. I was like, you can do that with anything else I do. You find the gossip in it all you want, but like this story for why I did it was so many beautiful things, and met so many beautiful people along the way that are like best friends now to me, that I want to honor that and just keep it right. So I'm still looking for the right editor to put it together.
Yeah. Obviously we'll want to get to the True Triathlon, but there are other we can't skip past some of this stuff. We just can't. You've had a crazy 5-6 years stretch here. I guess Madagascar, Chauncey's bringing us there, and then I sidetracked us.
That's okay. It was a good sidetrack.
Yeah. So tell us about the 500-mile walk across Madagascar.
So getting up for Africa, I just went on Instagram and started just following Africa accounts, like people just being out there. And some guy was like, oh, you need to talk to this guy, Chaz Powell. And I was like, oh, all right, cool. So I hit up Chaz Powell, and we started talking. Basically my question was like, how do I not get eaten by a lion? Because in my head, I've never been to Africa, and I'm like, oh, they're just going to be everywhere. And he's like, gave me some tips and whatnot. So I did my whole Africa journey. And so, that was, we said 2018. And so 2019, after all this stuff, he hits me up and is like, we start talking about Madagascar. His whole thing is doing the wildest rivers in Africa. He did like a 157-day walk. I think ours was 29 or 30 days. He did a couple walks around Africa, and this was like his thing. And so we're like, oh, dude, I'm down. I'll do this. And so basically right after doing the truck pull, I flew out to Madagascar, met him, 2 other girls there, and we had all never met. The Austrian girl lasted a week. She just had a really bad back. And then, and she was a photographer for that. The other girl was French but lived in London, and she was the ecologist. So that was kind of cool. So we were partnering with like the African Wildlife Foundation to figure out what the cause of like the deforestation and also the loss of animals was. Like where were all the lemurs going? And because I think like over 95% of stuff there is endemic, flora and fauna. So it's crazy like when you get there. And that was basically our mission, is like figure out, we'll follow the longest river, and basically it's the Mangoki, but you need to find the mouth of the river where it starts, because it's like nobody really knows. Like they don't care out there. They're like, when we had maps, they just had never seen a map of their own country before. So it's like we would show them the map, and they'd be like geeking out over it, and they have no idea where the mouth is. They're like, I didn't even know that was there. Like there's rivers off this, like. So that actually ended up probably being one of the dumbest things I've ever done. As far as safety wise, like the reality of us dying was insane. Like
Why?
bandits. So we kept getting warned about bandits all the time. And I don't know. I'm ignorant. I don't know what I pictured bandits being. I pictured them being like a 80s Nintendo character that were like big spiky hair and a loud Jeep and like blasting music chasing us. That's how I pictured, I guess. Yeah, so we started on the, well, I guess, I don't know, the southeast coast, going to the northwest coast, basically. It kind of sits at a weird angle. And so we started there, started walking, took about a week to get up into the jungle. And as we were going along the railway, we were walking along the old railroad. And every single village that was there was like, oh, hey, the next one's dangerous. Like, you got to keep walking. People would follow us all the time. And so luckily, the Austrian girl left. We kind of like, hey, maybe you meet us in like a week when we have a week left. Because like she can't walk more than like 20 minutes without stopping. And as we're hearing is like, when we get to a village, we would have to keep walking through it or you just attract everybody. Even when before you get there, everybody knows you're there. Because they have people see you and go run back and tell everybody. And then probably for 2 hours after it, they're still following you. So like if we got to somewhere at sunset, we knew like, all right, there's a village coming up just based off of like what people have told us. Like we're going to have to call it here. Because if we attract attention, we can't go 2 hours into the night to lose them. Like it's just too dangerous. Like they just know where we're at. We don't know who they're going to, maybe they're cool, but maybe they go tell someone in the village who's like, hey, and this guy's like an opportunist and goes, well, shit, I got some people. We go rob them. So you're just careful. And so this next village was always one that we heard about was going to be the most dangerous. And luckily she had left before that. So therefore there's days where we just walk 8 hours straight because we couldn't stop. If we ever stopped, people would be right there. And then you never know who's going to catch up to us or anything. And so that was a week of in the jungle. And then once we hit Fianarantsoa, we started kind of going to the highlands. And the highlands is starting being where villages. So there's no problem along like the railroad. They were always just saying the next place was scary, but it never really was. There's one that was a little weird, but not that bad. And we get to the highlands basically. We start kind of like hiring security, which is basically just somebody to walk us to the next village because there's no trail. We were just following the railroad the first time, but there's no trail.
Are they armed?
No, they have knives. Oh, our security?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No. Which they were like, oh, we're security. And I'm like, how?
I would imagine you're more security than the person that you're hiring.
Which is, I actually had to call to go to work. I started this new job, and I got called in Fianarantsoa, and that was going to be my leaving point. And I was like, I would never live with myself after this, knowing that, like, what if? Like, I finished a week of Madagascar. That doesn't sound cool. I was like, my life's more about stories at this point than money. And so I was like, I'm just going to go. I'm going to stay out here. And Chaz was like, yeah, if you left, I probably would have had to hire somebody for the rest of the time to come with us because, like, I don't feel safe without, like, you being here.
Yeah.
And so that's what I told
Do you think some of the reluctance of you getting jumped is because you're giant?
Like people not doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've kind of accepted that now that it's hard for me to tell people, like, some place is safe because, yeah.
You have a different presence than the average
for
person.
sure. Yeah. And so... what was it when oh yeah, so we basically, the security guards we'd have to pay them, and then some guys would want crazy money.
Oh no, keep going.
So some guys would want like crazy money, and we're like, dude, like, all right, how about if you beat me in a fight, we'll pay you this money.
I don't think it's plugged in.
Yeah, it's got 10%.
Sorry.
You're good.
Don't mind me, you can keep going.
Yeah.
Oh, and so it was like, listen, if you beat me in a fight, like, we'll pay you the money. Like, I'm not paying you this money. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And so basically we just negotiated because it was going to be with us for like 4 days and it was an insane amount. And we don't have cash on it. We don't want to keep a lot of cash on us because we'll get robbed. If we do get robbed, like, we don't want everything to be gone.
Yeah.
There's no ATMs in the middle of nowhere. And so when so we pay them and they would lead us to the next village because we didn't want to take the main like road that they take to the to like the markets. And it was dry season. It was a really dry season, really bad drought. So nobody really had crops going. So the bandits were like on high alert to rob anybody. And in the spring, they had a bunch of scientists go out there. And this busload of scientists got attacked. And a lot of them got killed.
Whoa.
And so whoever survived had gone back to Antananarivo, which is the capital, and had told the government. And so the government went out there, the soldiers went out there, and found whoever they said, killed them, and then dragged their body through the village behind their truck, their dead body behind the truck, being like, don't fucking do this.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, shoot. And so we know, like, it's real. Like, this was in the spring. We're there in August. And so more we went, we just kept hearing, bandits. And every time we'd switch like security, the girls spoke French. And back up until the 80s, Madagascar was colonized by the French. So only the elites would speak French, which is like the people in the government in the capital or the chiefs. Nobody else spoke French. And so when we'd have to get to a village, Emily would speak French to the chief, and the chief would speak Mangoki to the others. And then that would get relayed back and everything. That was like the way of operations. And so they'd be like, hey, you're gonna lead these people to this village, and then you're gonna tell the next people that they're gonna lead them to the next village if there wasn't a chief that spoke French there. And so basically that's how it went. Every single time they got more and more scared. They were like, well, we're gonna leave. We had a couple kids. There's a really cool picture. We have a group of like 8 kids that just want to come with us. Like maybe they're all like 16, and one of them stay or 2 of them stay. I can't remember if we picked up the second one later, but 2 of them stayed with us, let's say. And they're like, this is more money than like what my sister with her own business would make in 6 months out here. That'll make in like a week of just leading you guys. We're like, yeah, sure, man. Like we'll even hook him up even more. We'll pay for your ride back to where you came from, like whatever you want, man. Like he was super cool. Fanny was one of them, and I can't remember the other kid's name now, but he was the really cool one. But so I'll tip my tongue, but he got to one place in particular. I remember that day when we got to that one, he was so scared. He was a young kid, so he was like eager to get money, but he was like just terrified, like almost went pale. And he's like, I'm not going to the next village. Like I'm leaving you guys. And we're like, dude, I thought you were gonna be with us. He said, no, I gotta go. And so we get these next 3 guys, and these guys, the one guy is like stoic, like the straightest face. He just never said a word, and he led us for a couple days. And we get through this village, and every village you went through would always have kids in it. No adults ever. It was like children of the corn. And so we get to this one village, and there's all adults there. They're all dressed nice. They all have like nice phones. They all have their phones out. Oh, thank you. And so they have phones out. I was like, I'm not taking out my phone. Like this just feels weird. They're like taking pictures of us. Like this just feels odd, man. And so they bring I always say he looks like Antoine Walker, the Celtics basketball player. So they pull in Antoine, let's say, and the chief pulls in Antoine, and we're sitting against this like hut, right? We're sitting against this hut, and they're just staring at us, 3 of us. We're like, shit. And they're gone for like 10 minutes, and they come out, and Antoine's like, on down. It means let's go. He's like, on down, and he looks scared. He's never, like I said, he was stoic as shit. He's like the Russian in Rocky, just stoic. And we just get up and we go. I remember watching the horizon, looking back on us the whole time, looking at the horizon, being like, oh, are they coming? And you think you see something moving on the horizon. You're like, dude, if you see someone come out of the bush, you know you're fucked. Like, oh, dude. We just keep looking back. And finally, we get far enough away where we stop. Like, we went for hours. We stop at this little pond, and we just rest. We kick our feet up. We take a drink of water because we haven't had water in forever. And we're just booking it. And it went on for 3 days. We went for 3 days of not knowing what happened. We get to this village, and we finally cross the Mangoki, actually. And I'm like, hey, ask him to ask our guys what happened 3 days ago. Like, what was that? And he's like, oh, okay. And the relays, right? So Emily asks the chief to ask Antoine and guys what happened. So it goes English to French, French to French, French to Mangoki, then Mangoki back to French, blah, 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 all the way back to us. And she's like, oh, that was like the Notorious Bandit village. The chief pulled Antoine aside to ask him if he would let them rob us and kill us. And I was like, why didn't he? And he's like, because they're terrified that, I think Trump was president at the time. He's like, they're terrified that your president has eyes on you. And the other guy's British and French, and I'm the only American, but they just think we're all white and we're American. And I was like, yeah, pretty much.
Good callback to I am actually a spy.
Yeah, you're right. And I was like, he actually does. I have him on speed dial. And I was like 100%. And I was like, I wish I knew I had that power before instead of the last 2.5 weeks being scared shitless.
Yeah.
I was terrified every day. Every night we'd look up something new if we ever had service and be like, oh shoot, we came across these like farmers, but we didn't know who they were. And obviously me being stupid again, I asked stupid questions. We're at this little spot, and they're holding guns. All of them have guns, and we're like, basically if we leave town, like they're gonna follow us and kill us. Like this is easy pickings. Like it's 100% gonna happen. So I'm like, well, I'm gonna figure this out. So we're sitting at breakfast, and they were sleeping in the room next to us. And I remember, oh man, it's on the tip of my tongue what this city's called, but we knew the city was coming and this city was going to be weird. And finally we're sitting at breakfast. I'm like, are you bandits? Like, like doing whatever like charades I can to be like, are you bandits? And they go, oh no,
we're shark.
Yeah. They're like, we're looking for the bandits. They robbed our cattle and stole them. And I'm like, bro, we're in the same boat, except I'm looking for them, but like we don't want them either.
And I don't have cattle.
Yeah. And so we're like, cool. He's like, yeah, we'll call the locality up ahead. My buddy's the chief. He'll come meet you guys halfway and like escort you guys safely to the next one. And we're like, hopefully we can trust you guys, but like, how good did that turn out? I mean, I want to know if I'm going to die first. And so, yeah, it ended up being all good.
Jesus.
And we finished. And then I almost got arrested there too because I let my visa expire. That's how it was kind of sketchy, but nothing happened.
Okay, so this is 500 miles, 30 days is how long. So how long is the visa good for?
You either have a 15-day visa or a 40-day visa. Going into the country, I bought 15 because I'm cheap. I knew it wasn't going 15 days. Well, because I had thought I might leave for work. So I was like, well, I'm going to save the extra $5.
That was the difference in cost.
Oh, it was stupid. Because then once I was talking to with the sheriff of the village, and he's like, I kept reading things on Reddit, like what will happen if you let your visa expire out here? And like, oh, they'll hold you in jail to your flight. They'll try to get thousands of dollars out of you. And basically they're going to pinch you until you're about to leave. And they'll be like, okay, you can go. And I was like, bro, I'm broke, so I just ditched a job for this. So I was like, I'm gonna ride this bad boy out in jail. I'll see what Madagascar prison's like. And so basically he sends me on the side quest to get all this stuff done to like get me a new visa. And then there's always this fee. And I sit down with him and he writes it out. And I was like, oh, do I ask him about the money? And I was like, oh, I'm stupid. I was like, what about the money? And he's like, oh, the money. And brings back the sheet with all my tasks on it, and he goes, 800. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to jail. I'm going to choose that option. And he just goes, I was like, dollars? And he's like, oh, Malagasy. And I was like, oh, $5. I was like, yes, dude. It's like, score.
I'm going to jail.
Oh, 100%, man. I was in it.
Oh man. Okay, so aside from that being terrifying, what are some of like the positive experiences of being in Madagascar? I imagine the wildlife was probably.
The wildlife was cool. We would our rule was that you could never make forward progress in a car. So we would get to like Fianarantsoa, and we took a car to a wildlife sanctuary to go look at lemurs. There's no lemurs in the wild. There's a lot of zebu, which is like cows with horns and stuff. But as far as seeing anything, there's no deadly spiders or deadly snakes. So that's pretty cool. There is crocodile-infested waters that we crossed every day. Terrifying. To be this high in water and know there's a crocodile right there.
Did you see one?
No, thank God. We saw one time, but we were on land, and it was like in a creek. And I remember I jumped like a little girl. I remember we're all like looking, and I'm like kind of looking behind Emily, like trying to peek at it because it looked like a big log. And then all of a sudden it like moves. I'm like, ah! I like push her and run. I'm like, oh no. Yeah, that was the only time we saw a crocodile, and there's really nothing else. I mean, it was gorgeous. I mean, I just look back at a lot of like the sunrises and sunsets, and it's just so beautiful. Like it just is a big vast land that it's just incredible. And there were some wild times. We were in a village that burnt down, like completely burnt down the village, and they believe in omens. And so we're like, oh, we want to help. And I actually tried running into the fire to help.
You were there while it burned down.
Yeah, we thought it was because of we were sitting there having rice with them, and they cooked the rice, and we were such a big attraction, so they all cooked rice for us, then came and sat around us, and a big gust of wind came through, like really big gust, and I thought a stampede was coming because I remember like seeing shadows and people were like peeking out behind this hut that we were like sitting against. I thought it was like a stampede of bandits. I was like, oh, they're coming. This is it. We hadn't eaten in like 2 days. And so finally everybody starts looking, and it's a fire. And I'm thinking the wind knocked over the coals, and everything just, boom, blows up out there. And so we're sitting there, and I remember everybody gets up and runs. And it's really bad, but there's the video, and everybody was dying at it. I just show people at work, and I basically grab, as everybody's running to save I'm an asshole. I didn't eat for 2 days. I literally grab Chaz's and Emily's rice bowls and my bowl, and I grab them and I'm running away from the site as I'm like, listen, village is burning, there's no reason to go starving. And so they're all running in, so I go out and I like eat one of my rice bowls, I put the other two down, and then I ran back into the fire to try to like help them. And they're jumping on the roofs, they have little cups that they're filling up a cup of water with somebody handing it up, dumping it on the roof, because you would see an ember and just floating, And the second it would hit, just boom, you would just see a roof blow up. And so the women and children are inside the houses, throwing the beds, they're piling everything up out in the open so it doesn't burn. Someone's ringing a village bell. The next village is running in to come help. It is madness. And we're sitting there, and I'm like, I can't do anything. So I back out to my rice bowls. And so we're sitting there, we're like, Chaz is like, hey, man, he's been out in these stuff several times. Like, they believe in omens. Like, we were in this village. It's either we started it or we're the reason it started. Like, we need to go. And so we're like, oh, shit. So we just literally started booking it. We grabbed our shit and we just ran.
It makes you look even guiltier.
Right.
100%. 100%. And we're like, they're going to catch us eventually if they wanted to. But, like, we're just like, we just need to get away from this. And hopefully, like, later that night they go, hey, where are those white people?
Yeah.
You know? That was another thing we heard everywhere, Vasa, which means white people. Huh. Every day. You couldn't be alone. You'd be in the middle of nowhere and you hear Vasa. And you're like, where the fuck are you?
Yeah. And
they'd be on the ridge, one person, a tiny dot, and they could just tell that you were a Vasa. And you're just like, you just never got away from it. It was every day, every second of the day, someone was watching you.
Must be interesting for people to just come observe you, especially if they don't understand what you're saying. Like, what is that experience like?
I had one lady. Well, I was sitting there and I got long hair, so I guess I look like Jesus. This lady sitting next to me, and they're all watching us, and I'm like, what does she want? Because she's sitting there just talking to me, and I'm like, what does she want? And he's like, oh, she wants you to heal her blindness. She's blind. She wants you to heal her. And to this day, I'm so upset I didn't try. Because what if the placebo effect worked? Right. I should just...
Nothing to lose in that.
Nothing.
Yeah.
And, so it was... Things like that were just so trippy. I mean... Watching you couldn't poop or pee or bathe in silence. People just stared at you. It was a really wild scenario. Like, I don't know, just weird, man. It was a very different way of life and nice.
The vision of you running out of a burning village with bowls of rice reminds me of, like, there's a scene in Jurassic Park 3 where they, like, there's like a Margaritaville on the island because the dinosaurs are contained.
Oh, who is it in the what's the Margaritaville guy?
Was he the guy who gets spit at by the first creature?
No, but when they were having the margaritas, he was sitting there.
I just thought it was an extra, but maybe...
No,
maybe it was Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah, he's sitting at one of those tables.
Oh, it's funny. But yeah, like, the dinosaur comes into the Margaritaville and, like, starts stomping stuff, and people are, like spreading and, like, trying to get out of there. And, like, one of the extras grabs 2 of the margaritas and runs away.
I think that was Jimmy Buffett.
That's funny.
That's good. That's a good cameo there.
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay, we have to do more. The 24-hour Hero CrossFit WODathon.
Yeah.
So obviously you've been lifting in a pretty serious capacity for a long time. Has it been, like, specifically through CrossFit or no? No,
so I did 1 year of CrossFit when I was fighting just because I thought it'd be fun to try it out. And I had my acupuncturist was telling me that she did it, so I went with her for like a year. And then I started doing all these things. And so that was the start of 2020, I believe. Because 2019, I went to Madagascar, and I had traveled, like, throughout the rest of the year. Like, I basically just, from Madagascar, I stayed out until January. I came back home. Just late December or January, I came back home to Oregon. And then I think I did that February 1st to February 2nd is what that was. So I was super weak, really beat up. And I remember I'd done so many, like, squat movements. My kneecap started to fuse to my patellar tendon because I was jamming it so much. That's what I finally figured out, like, 4 months later after, like, several physios and doctor's visits. It was just, I remember everybody saying that Hero WODs were, like, the hardest CrossFit WODs you could do. So I was like, okay, well, I want to do one for every hour on the hour for 24 hours and partner with the local Bend Fire Department. So...
Is this a sanctioned event, or is this something you're just doing on your own?
I worked at the gym. This Excel was like the gym I worked at in Bend, Oregon. And so I knew the owner and knew all the guys there. And I was like, hey, can I do this? And then basically it was just a safety thing of, like, the CrossFit box being open. The gym's 24/7, but the CrossFit box being open all night. I just had to have somebody with me. So we just had some hurdles to jump of, like, safety-wise and, protocol if anything went wrong. And so it was actually a lot of fun. Like, I just kind of had the CrossFit box open myself. Buddies would come in, hang out. Guys would get out. I think it was on a weekend night. They came back from the bar and came and hung out, and it was just fun. It was a good time. CrossFit. The firefighters came in the morning, and then kicked it off with me. And then came in at like 4 or 5 in the morning. What else was there with it?
So you're doing a WOD every hour on the hour.
Mm-hmm.
How long are the WODs typically lasting?
So some would last if you could just, and my whole goal is to burn through them like quick, because that's the whole point of them. But I'll get back to that. Some would be 6 minutes, some would be 32 minutes, some would be 28, 54. So kind of setting it up, I was trying to structure it to give certain muscles a break, to know like, all right, this one's going to be really long. The next one I'm going to have to be like a 9-minute one, because there's hundreds of Hero WODs. So I picked certain ones. So I guess you could say that made it easier. Excuse me. But it became a big thing. And I guess this is my favorite thing I like talking about, is that like, you're supposed to give these Hero WODs 100%. And the CrossFit coach didn't like it. She's like, well, how are you going to give 100% when you're 13 hours in? Like, you should give so much in one that you have no more to give. And I'm like, 100%, fair. But when somebody's in war and they don't have a loaded gun and they haven't eaten in 2 days because they're out there, they just go, hey guys, I'm not 100% right now. Like, no, they still have to go to war no matter what. They got to fight for their lives. Yeah. So even if I have 20% left in my tank, I'm going to give 100% of my 20%, and that's all that matters. There's no perfect scenario where you're 100% every time, every beck and call something happens. So that was kind of like my counter argument too. It was like, I'll be 100% for the first one, and by hour 23, I'm going to be just bones. I'm going to be 5%. But as long as I give 100% of my 5%, that's all that matters. And I think that message resonates to everything else we do in life. Who cares if you're 100% or not? As long as you just give your effort. And that was when I used to coach MMA too, kind of in the transition of stop fighting. That's all I wanted from people. I don't care what you do, how good you are if you win, but as long as you just worked hard, it's all that matters. And nobody can, like my style, I didn't care if I won, but nobody's ever going to say I slacked. They're going to be like, that guy worked hard. That guy is tough. That's all I care for people, is just give it your all.
Yeah, that's a great MO. How did you feel at the end of that one?
Horrible. So tired, man. So tired, but also very uplifting, because by that point I had structured it to where I finished was like, I think it was either on a Sunday morning or Saturday morning. So a lot of like it was very like older crowds go to the gym in the morning, like a lot of the people, and a lot of them had came in like that I'd seen all the time for years. And they had just come in like, hey, like, you know, I lost this person, I lost my wife to cancer, like, and so it was for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So like, while I am also very like distraught and beat up 20 hours in, and it actually went 25 hours, because the 24th one was Murph, if you know what Murph was. So that I picked that one, the worst one, as my last. Yeah. And so that one took,
it's what is it?
A mile
200
run.
pull-ups, push-ups, air squats, and then 2 miles.
So
like
a
that?
mile run to start, and you had to have a 20-pound vest on. So a mile run to start, 100 pull-ups, 200 push-ups, 300 squats, and then a mile run to finish. And fresh, I could do that maybe in like 40 minutes. This took me like an hour and a half to finish. It was brutal. And like, oh, it was horrible. I remember it. But like people coming in and being like, oh my God, like this is like, you know, I lost this person to cancer. I lost this person. And like that right there just makes it all worth it. Because you're like, you're just I don't know, you're not helping them, but like, I don't know, just something about it when somebody comes and shares a very vulnerable story with you. And like, whatever pain I am going through right now, you are or were going through so much worse. Somebody who is like, oh, I used to have cancer. Like, you've been like, who am I to complain? Like, and I think back to my mom a lot, where I'm like, bro, I'm good. Like, I'm still living. Like, nobody stabbed me. And so like, what do I have to complain about? People got so much worse going on.
Yeah.
I chose this.
Do you have a like running tally of how much money you've raised, either by whichever charity or just in total?
I think in total we've hit over 100K. Wow. So, and that's over 2017 was the first one. So yeah, it's over 8 years. Yeah. 8 years, that number? Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's been fun.
All right. It looks like we're at the main event now.
Oh.
The True Triathlon.
Yeah.
So let's start with the origin. Where does the idea for this come from?
Yeah. So my buddy Alex, again, I was working out in Connecticut at a nuclear power plant, and I just kind of had free time after. I was like, hey man, what do you think if I cycled home to Bend? So across the country, Connecticut to Bend. And he's like, yeah, that'd be cool. I'm like, yeah, it's not good enough. I want some, because I've like thrown things by him, and I would need him to be like, that's insane. He's like, yeah, that's cool. And I'm like, all right, what if I like cycled to San Francisco, where I'm from, and then I ran to Bend? And he's like, oh, that'd be pretty tough. I'm like, it's not good enough. And so I've always had this like vision as a kid of swimming from one body of land to another. And I was like, well, I've always wanted to go to Cuba. My plan was, if I never made the NBA, I was going to rob a bank. And even since I was like 10, I was like,
if you made the NBA?
If I didn't make the NBA.
Oh,
if I didn't make the NBA, I was going to rob a bank. I was going to make my way through Mexico and then to Cuba because there's no extradition law. And you couldn't go to Cuba. At 10 years old, I was on it. I was ready. So that was my plan. So I was like, okay, well, now I can swim from Cuba. And if there's a documentary on Diana Nyad, if you know, she was the first lady, the only lady to swim from Cuba. It's like 110 miles or something from Cuba to Florida. And so in this, I like met up with her talking about this. I was like, well, you're swimming the same body of water. And through COVID, and basically the only reason I started this is because gyms were shut down because it was COVID time. Like I said, that's why I started training. Got stopped training for the Denny Stones. And so that's where I was out in Connecticut, no gyms. So I'm like, well, I might as well waste time getting home. And so I couldn't start from Cuba. I couldn't start from the Bahamas. So eventually it got pushed to going up the Florida Keys for the swim. So if I took a COVID test in the Bahamas, there was that weird period of time where your test lasts 72 hours. Well, I wasn't going to get on U.S. soil in 72 hours. I'd be literally lost at sea. Like, what country am I abiding by? So we just went off the coast and hopefully following the current, but we didn't go far enough out to hit the Gulf Stream, which is the fastest current in the world. So I thought it'd be a lot easier. Instead, there's a counter current as you come in close. So I just fought a counter current the whole time. And you don't really fight, or you don't really count swimming, open water swimming in miles because you could zigzag all day. You really just count it in hours or whatever days like you would ultras. So it was like 3.5 days. It was supposed to take before, but I got actually pulled out early because I think hypoxic is the word, hypoxic or hypoxia. Basically, there's not enough oxygen to your blood anymore. Because I woke up that morning and I couldn't swim anymore. I would swim, my heart rate was 140, and I'm just dying. And finally, they pulled me out and ran tests, and they're like, they gave me an option. They're like, you can either swim 1 more hour, we'll give you 1 more hour, and we'll pull you in the middle of the ocean, or you can call it now and you can just turn in land. So I just called that. I was like, all right, well, I don't want to just stop in the middle of the ocean. So we just turned it into land and finished.
Is any part of you like thinking back to your last little jaunt off the coast in Florida and like, fuck, there's sharks everywhere?
So this was during it. This was that time.
Oh, that was
the
that
shark
time.
attack time.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought we were.
No.
I thought we were at. Okay, got it.
Yeah, this was that time.
So,
I'm getting all your triathlons confused.
So I know you said that like it's impossible to really count the distance because zigzagging and whatnot. But so you estimated about 50 miles is what you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anywhere from 40 to 50.
Okay.
This is the one where you learned to swim to do it?
Mm-hmm. Initially, it was going to be
Fucking
May
nuts.
2021. No, May 2020 is what it was going to be. May 2021, something like that. And it was only like 3 months away because I was in Connecticut. So I was like, I'll just head down to Florida. Luckily, this production crew got a hold of me and they were like, hey, we want to build this big, like, but you need to give us run time. So I was like, all right, if you make this big, basically a lot of things fell through. A lot of things were promised, didn't happen. But thankfully, silver lining is I realized I couldn't swim. So I was like, thank God this took a year to build because, yeah, I didn't know how to swim.
How did the production company get wind of the fact that you were even planning this?
It was on the news in Bend.
Okay.
So that's how they had seen it, and a couple people had seen it and got in touch with me, and we just kind of, met some amazing people through it.
Yeah.
Did they make something off of it? Like, what did they do?
No, I think the first budget they threw out that we were going to pull in $150 million in donations. I was like, I'm not that guy. I was like, I'm a nobody. Like, I just like doing stupid shit. And so basically it was like, we had to readjust this. I was like, do you guys actually add like a zero? You mean 15 million? Like, that's even crazy. Like, no, we think like this is a good cause. I'm like, this isn't getting this. And so we kind of got strung along the entire way. And I was like, all right, what's our plan B, guys? And they're like, okay, well, we can probably do it with $1 million. I'm like, that's a big difference. I'm like, what if we don't get $1 million? Because right now we have nothing. And so they're like, we don't know. So about a month away from it, I just fired everybody. And it was like, all right, I'm funding this. So I just funded the entire thing by myself.
Shouldn't they have like a marketing team?
Yeah, they were the marketing team. They were all like they were all incredibly talented people in their own rights, but they were all like a couple of them were Emmy Award winners, and they're like in sound and music and video, like they were incredible. But they were all coming from bigger teams and making their own team. So there wasn't quite that marketing team. And also, like, I'm not really marketable as a nobody trying to, bring in 150. I'm just a regular guy. So I think that also presents a big problem.
Yeah. I don't know how this typically works, but a production company have the budget, or you have to pair it with some sort of like streaming service in order to get the funding for it?
This was their first deal.
Okay.
Because they were all coming from their own team. So they're like, oh, let's come together. And then here's Justin. He'll be the first thing. And so there was nothing. They all had great contacts, but so did I.
Yeah.
But everybody I said just gave me stuff. They just gave me free stuff and was like, well, there's no ROI, blah, blah, blah. And so it was just it taught me a lot. It taught me a lot of business and a lot of insides and outs in production and just business in general.
Yeah.
But it's very eye-opening.
So you self-funded it. How big is your team?
Oh, the team that we brought out?
Yeah.
Oh man, it shrunk day by day. We had a swim coach, a massage therapist, and a camera guy, and that was it. And then the massage therapist left in Florida. The swim coach left in Houston, and then my buddy Hector flew out to Mississippi and cycled with me probably till West Texas, and then it was basically from middle of Texas or West Texas. It was just me and the videographer the rest of the way. And there's people who came out for like 3 or 4 days. A couple guys came out in Houston and cycled with me for like 3 days. Some guy crewed for 3 days I never met before. Going up the coast of California, I met some really cool guy named Tim who ended up running. He never ran before, never a runner. Actually saw me on the coast. He was an addict, and he literally thought I was just cracked out. He thought I was just cracked out. It was like, dude, he pulled over and he's like, hey man, what are you doing? We were driving up the coast 3 days ago. They were on vacation from Long Beach, driving up to Big Sur, driving past Big Sur. I was in Big Sur. And he's like, what are you doing? And I was like, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. He's like, oh, dude, we saw you like 2 or 3 days ago. We just thought you were like on a binge. Because I was haggard. I'm dragging my foot because it's broke. Like, it was horrible. And he was like, all right. So we trade contact details. He goes back down to Long Beach. He hits me up later that night when I'm in Monterey. And he's like, hey, man, I was talking to my buddy. He was talking to my wife. I think his daughter's birthday was a couple days like coming up. And he's like, I'm going to miss everything. Me and my buddy are going to hop in the car. We're going to come and meet you, and we're going to get you. Because he knew I was in pain. I was hurting. I was going so slow. I'm literally sleeping on the side of the highway in Big Sur, butt naked. Because I had staph all over my legs, so I couldn't sleep anywhere. I had to be in the open air.
Is that why you had that picture where you're sitting on a chair and your pants are at your ankles?
No, I was just shitting on the side of the road.
You were sitting in a chair in that one.
No, that's a toilet.
No.
What?
I'll find it for you. You keep talking.
I'm sitting on a chair on the side. I think I know what you're talking about. That's a toilet. No?
It looked very much like a chair. You continue your story.
Okay.
I'll find it.
Now I'm curious. I've been naked a lot.
Okay, you had staph all over your legs.
Yeah, and so
Staph is serious.
horrible,
Like,
life-threatening.
Yeah, go to a hospital immediately.
I went twice.
Yeah.
And I kept running. Staph is so bad. One dot is infection, like painful, like it's horrible. I had hundreds down my crotch, on my balls, in my butt crack, everything. Like, it was excruciating.
Do you know what you got it from?
Just not showering. I just was like, I'm gonna go. I don't believe in like doing 12 hours a day and stopping. It was like I'm going 24/7 until I pass out, and then I'm going again. There was no stopping for me. I just wanted to go. I don't like the whole I'm gonna do 8 hours today, like pace myself. I'm like, I'm here to find that wall, because I feel like in mental health, which is what it was all for, is you just don't get to call it quits today. Like when you're hurt and when you're in a dark place, you don't get to be like, hey, I just want to put it on pause today and go to bed. Like, no, you have to keep fighting. And the message that I got from people, somebody was like, I was going to kill myself today, and all I want to do is wake up and see your story. It was like came a movie or like a series. People were like, I just want to wake up today and see this. And I was like, fuck, dude, like I can't stop today. Like, you don't know who's watching. Some guy sent me a message afterwards. It was literally a picture of his gun. And he's like, I bought this with one intention. And after watching you during the triathlon, I sold it. And I have one bullet left. And I want to give you that bullet because you saved my life.
Wow.
And I was like, fuck, dude. Like, why? This is the every day. That's why I don't stop, because like somebody could be wanting to see this today. And this literally, and I feel it's so dumb. I'm just doing the dumbest shit, beating myself up. I have staph. I have a broken foot. I have a pulled tendon in my other foot. And I'm like, dude, you're the actual, like, you're the hero here, like fighting till tomorrow. I'm just fighting physically to tomorrow. Like, but you are literally trying to fight for your life right now. Like, you're the one, like, you know, that's doing the hard work and fighting a battle that none of us can imagine. And that's like what I was like, why stop? I'm not doing anything, man. I'm just running. I choose to be here.
Well, that's a very interesting viewpoint to have on it, because we haven't touched on it yet on the podcast, but you've been vocal about having attempted suicide twice. And in one of your videos, you talked about how you had failed in everything and you also failed at that. So it's how were you so hard on yourself about that, but so able to see the other person in that light?
Because I know what they're going through. And I know how much it fucking sucks to just have no one there to talk to. Like, that was the hardest time in my life, was growing up. I remember that family that took me in high school. I remember sitting down on their couch, and I know, like, I don't want to say not everybody, but like, all we're looking for is someone to love us. And like, I didn't have that. Like, yeah, I know my mom loved me, but like, I just didn't feel it. Like, where was she to protect me, you know? Like, my dad wasn't protecting me. Nobody protected me. Like, where the fuck was everybody for me? And so that's why, like, with people watching my mom getting stabbed, I'm like, where are you people? Like, where is somebody stand up for somebody? And so when I went to this house, I texted all my friends, and like, being a drama queen, I texted everybody. I'm like, hey, I'm going to kill myself tomorrow. Like, I just want to say bye to everybody, but if you don't want to, like, I understand. And I stopped by, like, I call her my mom, Lil C. I stopped by her house, and I stopped by her house first because I know she wouldn't let me leave. That's all I wanted, was just somebody to fucking tell me they love me. And I get there, and Mike, who's like my dad, pretty much, I call him my dad. I hate almost calling him my dad because I don't want anybody to think I'm actually referring to my own dad. And so I tell her, like, this is what's going to happen. And she just, like, starts breaking down. She's like, JT, I love you. Like, I fucking love you. And, like, it's just, I lose it. And I'm like, and she's like, well, out of all the years you've known me, I've known them for age. I grew up with them. She's like, you've never said it back to us once. You've never said you loved us back. I didn't know that. Like, I just, all right, you love me. It wasn't a fucking thing to me. Like, love wasn't a thing to me. You say it in stupid words. And, like, that was the moment, like, it clicked, that it hit me. Like, and she's like, you need to love yourself. And, like, that moment, like, changed everything. And also she told me that if I left the house, she was going to call Mike. And I didn't want to let Mike down. So I was like, all right, I'm staying here. And I just didn't leave the house. And so I just know what it's like to be alone, and what you just need somebody to tell you that, like, you love them. And so that's all I wanted to do to be other people, is like, maybe you don't have anybody, and I'll be that person. And so I think, like, the most, like, heartwarming thing anybody ever says to me, if I ever, like, a couple of guys came on the triathlon, they were like, who met me on the road, they're like, dude, you are exactly who you are online. Like, the way you message me, the way you talk to me, and like through voice notes or in person, like, you're not somebody who, like, puts on a persona for followers. Like, you are you. And I'm like, yeah, if I fucking hate you, I hate you. And if I like you, I like you. Like, it is what it is. I'm gonna be very clear cut about it. And, like, I'm gonna love everybody. And I don't know, I just know, like, that person just needs somebody. That's all it is. They just need somebody. And I've lost a couple friends to that. And I'm just like, I know that they just needed that one person at that front door to just hug them when they were going out to do it. And maybe it's a egocentric thing to think of, like, oh, if I was there, I could have saved them. Yeah, who knows, man? But, like, I don't know, I guess that's why I can give them grace for it, because I know how horrible it feels. And I remember so many people used to give me guilt for it and be like, oh, it's selfish. I'm like, no, what's selfish is you making me feel guilty now. I already want to kill myself. Now you're going to make me feel guilty for it? Like, now I feel even more like a piece of shit. And I'm like, listen, I'm not going to make you feel bad for it, man. I get what you're thinking. Like, it sounds like a great time, like, ending it all and pushing this button. But also what's cool is changing your life and helping other people out who are in your scenario right now. Because, like, we never want to hurt anybody else. And I'm like, right now, you could change your life around and save somebody else. Just think about that. You know? I don't know. There's a lot to it, but it's kind of why.
That's tough. That's deep.
Yeah. No, this is incredibly inspirational. But also, I want to get back more into the triathlon itself, because I think we just kind of, like, jumped off at
Don't poo-poo it. Yeah. Say some nice words first.
No, you're good. You're good.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Yeah. You can't just be like, brush it off. Let's talk about the triathlon again.
Oh, no. That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
God. Well, I found the picture of you pooping. It is, in fact, a toilet. But where does the poop go? Is it just go on the ground below you?
No, so I had a bag. But when I was actually pooping, so we staged that picture afterwards. Okay. We staged it afterwards because I was pooping, and the guy, videographer, is in the car. And all of a sudden I turned to the side, and there's a highway patrolman sitting there. And I was like, oh, shit. So I, like, stood up really quick, and I was like, oh, man, maybe he saw me. So I was actually pooping, and then he was there. And so then afterwards I was like, oh, dude, we need to take a picture of this. And so we reframed it just to be like, to remember that moment. Because it was really peaceful. I just had a book, and I was hanging out there, and I turned to the side, and I'm like, oh, crap, it was just a cop.
It's funny to like look at the full picture of this entire thing, because you said you got out of fighting because it was boring, and the way that you've put yourself into these situations and everything, like you're truly trying to find the limit in every one of these endeavors.
In all the places I can shit, like courtrooms.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Where's the strangest place you've ever pooped?
Probably there. I mean, on accident or on purpose? I've pooped a lot of places. On top of mountains when I was sick. Yeah, a mountain in Bali. I was really sick, and there's a lot. I don't know if there's ever an interesting poop spot. I guess it's just the ones that you don't expect. They come out of nowhere.
I mean, tough to top a courtroom in Egypt.
Yeah, right.
It's
a good one.
Yeah. Yeah. So the route. So you get out of the water. Where are you getting on your bike?
So Key Biscayne Bay. So it's actually really cool. They had planned it, and my mom, there's a video of it with my mom, is I didn't know my mom was going to be there. And so I took my mom to Australia. That was her dream, was to go to Australia and see koalas. So after Madagascar, I met her in Australia. So I flew her out to Australia for her birthday and went to Australia, went to New Zealand. She'd never gone anywhere in the world before. So that was like just something I wanted to do. And then, so her going to Florida was huge. That was like the next big trip she'd ever done. I didn't know that. All my friends coordinated it, like, hey, this is where he's going to land, this and this. So I was just swimming, and like they gave me that hour I have to swim to the shore. And you think, okay, I'm going to go balls to the wall and I'm going to end. But at any moment, a shark can still grab you. It really sucks because you're like, okay, there's the finish line. But you're like, I could die if I splash. So basically, I'm swimming up. And I kind of saw somebody, but kind of didn't. And like, I don't know, it was just cool. Like, my mom was right there. And like, I remember just hugging her and just like, I just fell apart. It was like that moment was like really special to me, like that she showed up, and then I was like, okay, well, let's go now, part 2. And everybody's like, no, why don't we take a break? And I'm like, no, part 2, like, let's go. So we went out, we had dinner, and then I think we fell asleep that night. And then I started in the morning out of Key Biscayne Bay, Miami, right there, and then cycled out up through Florida. I got hit by a car 2 days in.
Jesus.
Really just ripped the Band-Aid off on that one. Because you think, like, surely this is going to be scary. 2 days in, hit by a car. Might as well just rip that Band-Aid off.
Was it bad?
No, it's tough. Okay, because it's like the shark, right? Like, did you get attacked by a shark if you didn't get bit? Like, if I caused more damage to the car than the car did to me, like, I guess the car hit me.
Yeah, but the car doesn't have like a central nervous system.
Yeah.
It's a physical object.
Yeah, so I actually took the wrong turn. I was still going to my normal destination. Like, it wouldn't have mattered, but I took the wrong turn. And so I'm going down this road like it would have mattered. And it was like, well, I'll just tee off and I'll meet up here. And so I'm going, and this car, this old lady, like, turns in front of me. And I'm cruising. I'm going like 30 miles per hour. And I'm cruising, and I was on like a TT bike, which is very aggressive. It's a very aggressive bike. And it's not like you just hit the brakes, like you're clipped in and everything. And so she's starting to turn in front of me and cut me off. And we're really close. I'm like, hey. I start yelling. And then I don't know how it happened, but I turned the bike and I laid it down without getting like a scratch on it, like a little nick on the handlebar. Laid the bike down. I unclipped one foot, unclipped the other one, hurled over it at like full speed, ram into the side of the car, like right where the hood and the window and the side door meet, ran right into the side of it. Bounced off of it, kept running. I'm in my stupid little like biker
You're
cleats.
running at the car?
Yeah, because she goes like she turns in front. Instead of me riding the bike straight into it, I laid the bike down and hurled and kept running into the car, and then ran right into the side.
Momentum is taking him into the car.
So I took maybe like boom, boom, boom. Like maybe my second step, I hit the side of the car. And so that happens. I bounce off the car a bit. And I'm in those like biker cleats. I start running after the car. She doesn't stop. And so I'm trying to grab the handle, and probably fair enough to her. Like, I wouldn't open the car to me if you have me trying to smash your window in. So, it's like a fight or flight mode where like she's not stopping and I'm sprinting and I'm trying to pull the door open to get in. It was like just instinct of like I'm going to kill this car, I guess. Not the person. I was like, the car hit me and I'm going to kill it. And so I start pulling at the door handle, and she won't stop. And she turns over. She turns and looks. And she's like, oh. And then she just speeds up, and I start hitting it. I start hitting the window with the other hand. I literally just go back into like fight mode. I start kneeing the side of the door as we're running. I start kneeing it. I kick the side mirror off because like as I'm kneeing it, boom, straight kick to the side mirror. She drives off. I can't keep up with it. And this guy literally views the whole thing. I think he was drunk too. And he's like, oh, I called the cops, man. I was like, you should probably leave. I can tell you're drunk. And then my buddy Alex, he had an alert. He was my emergency contact. So he gets the alert that like a crash has happened because the Garmin system, when it's all jolty. So he's freaking out. And he calls the crew because they didn't know where I was. So they come back to me. There's a fire truck there. There's like 4 cop cars. Like everybody's there. And just leave a report of like, yeah, this lady hit and run and whatnot. And I was like, I pinned where it was and I was going to go back and wait after the triathlon. And I was like, I want to find her, man. Because like, if that wasn't me, you could have killed, like, let's say like as athletic as I am, if someone was as athletic as I am, sounding very douchey, like if that was just an older person biking, like they're 100% getting hit by that car and she's driving off. Like she could have killed somebody. The fact that I was able to react quick enough shouldn't be like well, nothing happened. It's like, no, like that lady was reckless. She almost killed somebody, then hit and run. That's illegal. Like you can't be like, well, you're fine. That's kind of what everybody was saying. They're like, well, you're fine. I'm like, that's not the point. Like you could have hurt somebody. You could have killed somebody. And so, yeah, that was day 2. And then basically just hopped on the other bike, put that bike away for a minute, and was like, I'm going to get another bike that doesn't have bad juju in it.
Yeah.
Did you, at any point during like this experience, take note of the license plate number?
No, God, no. I wish. No.
Like Rain Man, if you can actually like
No.
break off the side view mirror and then take it down.
I wish.
Yeah.
I wish I should have. I would have been better.
Wild. Okay. Where do we go from there? Here's a curiosity I have. If you got out of the water in Florida, how come the swim coach stayed until Houston?
She wanted to.
Okay.
And she was the overall like kind of like the nutrition person from that point.
Got it.
And she was like an extremely lovely lady. Like I answer to women better, you know. I think always being raised with women, like my mom with Lil C, like I listened to women. And even when I moved in the house with Lil C and Mike and like my sister Victoria, she's the one I went to school with, who I knew them through. When I moved into their house, it was like alpha versus alpha. Like I didn't like Mike. I was like, it was just like an instinctual thing of like, I don't respect you. And then I remember I had somebody called Victoria a whore in school, and she told me, and I was like, well, now I'm like, all right. And I didn't like fighting people. I always got jumped and I fought back, but I never liked violence. And I remember walking up to him at the end of school and hit him because of it. I was like, I'm going to defend my sister. And I remember I went home and Mike's like, you know, I get what you're doing, but like, we don't do that, man. Like, you're going to bring violence to this house. Like, I have a wife, I have kids. Like, I don't want that. And so he made me right. I will not disrespect this house or family 1,000 times. And I was like, all right. He's like, you can't leave the house until you do it. And I was like, deal. I go into my room, I start cranking it out. Finish it in like 2 or 3 hours. 1,000, like, I will not disrespect this house or this family. 1,000 times, a lot of words. Dominated, just crushed it. Walk right up to him, hand him it, and he goes, all right. Tears it, throws it away. I'm like, you're not going to count it? And he goes, no, because I know you wouldn't do that. And I'm like, son of a bitch. And right there, like, I told him that. I was like, that moment changed me, because I was like, you don't have to show respect with violence. You show it with trust and love. He's like, I trust you. I know you wouldn't do that to me. I know you wouldn't lie to me. And I like, at that point, I knew you didn't have to rule with an iron fist, which is what I was used to. And I was like, damn it, dude. And that just spoke like, you know, spoke a lot to me. And so, what was the question?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Some coach, something.
But why she stayed. So
Yeah.
I react better to women. I just listen better to moms. I just grew up with them. I'm more sensitive to that side. And so when it came to like just male energy, it was like, I just liked having her there. She was like somebody I can confide in. Like, she was just that woman energy, that feminine energy that I needed more. So she stayed till that point.
That makes sense.
Okay, so hit by a bike on day 2. You mentioned obviously it was a pretty emotional moment when your mom showed up when you got out of the water. What is she thinking about all of your adventures up until this point?
I mean, compared to my brother, she's cool. She's like anything I do, she's like, yeah, it's just you. Like, obviously we'll get to this as a big foreshadow, but like Naked and Afraid, I didn't tell her. I just called her when I was done, and she's like, yeah, sounds like you. She just doesn't care. She's like, yeah, you're just going to do what you're going to do.
Yeah.
And that's about it. She doesn't care anymore.
Yeah.
Doesn't phase her. She's like, not surprised.
Yeah.
It's on par. So, yeah, she's cool.
Yeah. All right.
She knows she can't stop it.
Sure. That's fair. Okay, so day 2, hit by a bike. I imagine the number of stories that you've got from the bike portion are probably limitless. What are
some big checkpoints.
Yeah.
Alabama, I rode through a very gang-filled neighborhood, and I had to ride very fast. That was very scary. I was wearing all blue. They were all red. And I was like, I'm also riding like a $12,000 bike. So like, this is just regardless of the color I'm wearing.
Outfit
like,
regret.
Yeah. I was like, this is a bad choice. So I just fast as I could out of there.
Were they showing any signs of aggression?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like trying to cut me off on that street. But then I just started booking it through streets and getting to like the grocery parking lot. Maybe they were just messing with me, but like nothing to where anybody was like, I don't do anything violent, but just cutting me off with their cars. Because it was like literally, it was the whole street, everybody on the road. But that wasn't bad. That was kind of like nerve wracking. Like, oh, dude, that was Alabama, just outside of Mobile.
Yeah.
And then nothing really more. I tried catching a crocodile on the road in Florida. I saved a turtle one day.
Alligator, surely.
Yeah. Oh, alligator. Sorry. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know if they are.
Crocodiles are in Africa, right?
No, there's both. Isn't there?
They're not crocodiles.
I
Are there
think in
crocodiles
Florida, it's
in
just.
Florida?
I think in
Maybe
Florida,
alligators.
it's just alligators.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So it was a gator.
Tomato.
Yeah.
I'm
so
afraid of either.
There was a turtle, and I was like, oh, I'm going to save it. And then I started just making, like, I was on the road by myself, so I'd, like, grab out my phone and be like, oh, there's another turtle. And it was like, it was an alligator. And I, like, went to go grab it, and he jumped. I was like, oh, shit, it's not a turtle. Or it's not a gator. Or it's not a turtle.
How big is it?
I don't know, maybe, like, this big. And he, like, snaps back at me. I was like, fine, good luck. And then, I don't know, just did stupid shit while I was on the road because I was bored, like, just doing fun things, little side quests to entertain myself. I was having a good time. And then nothing really happened till right when my buddy Hector left, and it was just me and the videographer. I got food poisoning, which led to heat stroke in West Texas, and that was brutal. And then that took me out for, I think, half a day. I didn't want to take a day off, so it took me out.
Half a day.
Well, because I took half that day off, and then the other half of the morning off because there was a big sandstorm, and then we kept going. And then nothing really happened. I had a crazy gnarly fight up a mountain and outside of El Centro. That was a fun battle, like going up this gnarly mountain in this huge windstorm. Like you just feel like you're riding a bull, and that was cool, but that's hard to explain.
What is your cadence like? Because you mentioned that you're just riding until you're dead, basically. Like, is there any sort of schedule with this? Or, like, are you riding for 17 hours and then you're getting 6 hours? Like, is there any sort of, like, rhythm with it?
I was literally just wondering if he, like, knows what a 0 day is.
Yeah, right.
No, I refuse to that. Because, like, again, mental health, like, you don't have a 0 day. You can't just be like, oh, I'm tired today. Like, mental health and being, like, suicidal, you can't be like, well, no, today I'm not going to think about today. I'm like, no, you don't get that. You don't get that blessing. And I was like, I don't get that blessing either then. I don't give myself any lenience for it. And so my goal was 200 miles a day. I think I averaged 170, 175. And I think those days, couple days really hurt me because of those, like, slow me down. A lot of flat tires in New Mexico and whatnot. But I think I reached like 50 miles per hour bombing down a hill in Mexico. Terrifying. But yeah, biking was all good. I think it was, I don't know what cadence was. I don't care about heart rate, like pedals. Like I bike probably terribly wrong.
Yeah.
And I just knew like I'm biking 200 miles a day and that's what this is. And I think I got like 170. I think it kind of took us a while at the start. Getting out of Florida took us a while to get our rhythm as a group. And then once it became me and one guy, we were like, because we'd already been talking for so long. I'd pull up to the car, be like, Gatorade, bagel, done. And we were just like in a well-oiled machine. We were flying.
And are you camping? Are you sleeping in the car?
For going to cross country, we had an RV.
Okay.
So we had a little RV, and we'd just pull up in that because like I wanted to be efficient. I had calculated because I was paying for it all. I was like, what is cheaper? Is a car with a trailer? We have 2 bikes. Then we pull off at a hotel. Like. I was like, it's just cheaper, even with gas considered. I was like, it's just cheaper to get an RV because that way efficiency, like driving 20 miles or 10 miles from where we're at, and so we'd pull over in a bathroom parking lot and just sleep, And so that was like the rhythm of it.
And the video person is also on a bike?
No, he's in the RV. He was in the RV.
You said you mentioned there was 2 bikes?
2 for me. So if one popped, I would literally just like, boom, bike, go. And then if we ever hit like a long stop or that second bike pop, then I would fix them.
Got it.
And then I didn't know how to fix it. Actually, the first tire I ever fixed. I didn't know how to fix it. I just didn't care. I was like, I'll learn as we go. It's not that hard. My whole thing getting ready for it was like, it's like riding a bike.
Yeah.
Why do I need a train to ride a bike?
Sure.
I rode a bike when I was a kid. I'm just doing it a lot now.
Yeah.
The butt pain was the most, though. That was horrible. And my hands from leaning on them, because I think it was just so heavy. 2 or 3 days after the swim, my tris and my shoulders were so dead, it was hard to hold myself up. And so that was really brutal. But my hands, I remember like grabbing a soda and just like, like my hands were so bruised and beaten from just like repetitive just hitting everything.
Do you ever adapt to the taint pain?
Nope. No, overnight it dries up and it becomes scabby, and then you sit on the seat in the morning and you just feel everything uncrack. And it's just, it's nice.
Are you using like the cream, the chamois cream?
All of it, yeah. We had several different kinds.
Yeah.
Is that cool to go to the bathroom real quick?
Yeah, of course,
Yeah,
of
definitely.
course. All right, we're back. We left off with you learning how to change
Bike tire.
a bike tire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I suppose compared to learning how to swim, that's a pretty easy task.
Yeah, I feel like as a kids we always did it. So
Yeah.
it's a bit way different on an actual race bike. Way, way different.
Yeah.
It's very tough.
Yeah.
It was a learning curve for sure.
How long does it take you to change one now?
Oh, I actually haven't swam or haven't rode a bike since.
Okay.
So I'm a one-hitter quitter there.
Do you see yourself getting back on a bike? Do you feel like emotionally scarred by all the taint crust and everything?
I had just started planning to do the same thing, swim from England to Ireland, much smaller scale, obviously. Swim from England to Ireland. That's the North Sea Channel.
Isn't it like a much harder channel though?
Horrible. But it's 12 miles. And in my head, all I see is distance. It's 12 miles. Maybe I can get 10 miles if I go off the right cape.
Are there sharks up there?
No, it's just jellyfish and cold.
Okay.
And very, very
All those pirate videos they send you are the North Sea. That's the TikTok time.
All right.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then cycle around and then run across it. So the cycle's like maybe 800 or something or 1,000, and then the run is I think like 180.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, that's fine.
And this is on the agenda for next year?
I think so. Yeah, I think somewhere around this year by the end, maybe like maybe early next year. Just I kind of have a packed schedule with it. So
Okay.
But yeah, something like that. But honestly, I think I do have a lot of like, I don't want to say PTSD because that sounds like but like with swimming is like kind of messed me up.
You fought a fucking shark.
Yeah, but it's like it's not that, it's the mental, like where I went to in my head. Like I don't know, like it changed something in me staring at the bottom of the sea for that many hours, that many days and everything. Like it just changed me. And like I'm afraid to go back into that abyss, I think, because it's just, you have to check into a different place. Like running, you can talk, you can smell, you can eat, you can drink. This is like you're just alone. You don't hear anything. All you taste is salt if you do taste anything. Like you're just, all your sensories are shut off except for sometimes you can't even see stuff.
Yeah.
Just feel, and you can't really feel stuff because you're like weightless. It's so crazy.
What is your eating schedule like during these swims?
We're doing every 45 minutes. I would take in some sort of like carbohydrate drink. Okay. You know, that would just be brought to me on a kayak. I would down that, and then I would just keep going. And then I would get out for like a big lunch. I'd get out for a big lunch of like pasta or oats, and then I'd get back in after like, I don't know, maybe an hour, if that.
Okay. So you're abiding by the don't swim after 30 minutes rule?
No. I think I would probably fall asleep. When they're like, all right, you're going to get back in at 1. I'd eat my food and like,
Yeah.
I'd pass out. I actually fell asleep in the water. I forgot about that. I fell asleep twice swimming. I didn't know you could. It's so dangerous. I didn't know you could. The first time, I didn't know I did. And they're like, you fell asleep. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, look at the video. And like, I clearly stop. And I just like sit there. And then the second time I felt that I did, I was like, oh shit. It's really cool.
So these are like micro naps, like
It's really cool.
Yeah. Like, especially when you don't know it. You're like, dude, I fell asleep. Like, that's how just you become a zombie.
Don't you just start to sink?
No, because you float. You'll float.
Aren't you inhaling
Water?
seawater?
No, because I wasn't like, I guess you get so trained to breathe out. I never breathe in. Like, I would just like,
Well, surely you had to breathe in.
maybe. I don't know. Well, no, it wasn't long. It was like a micro where I literally I'd fall asleep and then be like, oh shoot. It was like maybe 5 to 10 seconds. Not even 10 seconds. It was maybe like 5 seconds. You could just see me go limp.
Like when you're nodding off at your desk in
Yeah,
class.
exactly. But like a little bit heavier where like I went lifeless and it was like, oh shoot.
I do have to make a correction. The pirates weren't the North Sea. Those were different places. This was like the big fucking wave algorithm I was in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's pirates up there.
Okay.
Just had to say that before
Yeah.
someone called me dumb.
Yeah, the big waves for sure.
Yeah. You ever get in that TikTok algorithm?
I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen it for sure.
Like firsthand?
No. No, not there. I did actually a whole other story, but I went hunting pirates, let's say, after the triathlon. That ended in June, and in August I went and hunted pirates off the coast of Costa Rica for a bit.
Did you find any?
I mean, sort of.
Define hunt.
Well, we were on a big giant ship, like an old naval retired ship, and it was this charity. I forget what it was called, but I was going out there for a whole different purpose, and I ended up getting roped into this. I was just supposed to go talk to the captain about something, and I had this guy fly me out there. The guy who figured to fly me through the triathlon. He's like, "Oh, I know a guy you would love." I'm like, "Yeah, cool. Hook us up. When can I talk to him?" He's like, "Oh, well, he's out in the Galapagos." And I was like, "Oh, cool. When's he back?" He's like, "Oh, I'll just fly you out there." And I was like, "When are we going?" I still have a broken foot, and I'm on the ship working for like a month. And basically, we would find people like illegally fishing, illegally hunting, like the big giant like Japanese squidding vessels, things like that for like a month, and hunting people down. We go on like night raids and everything. And
Have you ever lived a normal day?
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's weird.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, what else from this triathlon should we know?
I would say got to San Diego safe and sound. I started the run, and I'm very like emotional based person. I think if you have it, let it go. A lot of people say like don't race with your emotions, and like that's not me. I have it. I'm going to use it. And so I started. No, so everybody came out, and everybody was with me the first 100 miles. I went in heavy. Now imagine not walking for like the bike was about 16-ish days or 20 days, something like that. And then the swim was 4. So in like 3-ish weeks,
That's
I had
crazy. They did 30 or how long?
It was
the bike?
3,000. It wasn't 34. I think 34 might have been when I was choosing a different route.
Okay.
But 3,000. I was going to go up to Utah at one point and go meet up with James Lawrence doing his Ironman every day when he did that thing. I was going to go do a side quest and then cycle back down. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
And I'm already in it. Might as well. But so yeah, it was 3,000 for that, and then I had made it. So
3 weeks.
for the first 100, so for not like 3.5-ish weeks, you haven't like walked. I would take some steps at the end of the day, realizing that I should probably walk today, especially on the boat. So your feet are super supple from the water, and then now I have these hot spots on my feet from the pedals, right? And now we get out to go run, and I haven't ran in a while, and I was manipulating my weight throughout the whole thing, to where like the first half of the States is all very flat from Houston, literally from Miami to Austin. It's flat. When you look at it's so cool looking at it. And then you could tell my weight fluctuation mapped over it is really cool. I geek out over the science of it. And so it's all flat. And then right after Austin, you hit hill country. So I was like, all right, I'm going to be like semi-heavy after the swim, but I'm going to be able to put in a lot of power because I'm still very strong at this point. And so I'm going to put in a lot of power getting to Austin because it's all flat. And then once I get past Austin, I'm probably going to lose a lot of weight at that point. And now I'm going to be kind of like a Tour de France cyclist. I'm going to be lighter, probably at least in the 200s now, low 200s. And I'm going to be able to climb hills better because you don't want to climb hills when you're big. And so now I'm going to climb all these hills, and I'm going to lose even more weight. And I'm going to get down to about 190, hopefully, by the time I start the run, because that's a better running weight than 230. So this whole calculation of my weight throughout the entire way. And so when I got to the run, my feet were just messed up, like ready to get messed up. And I went out hot. I was like, initially I was going to run 100 miles a day is what I said. I'm really ambitious. It's not going to happen whatsoever. Excuse me. Sorry. And everybody's with me for the first like 75.
Who is everybody?
There's people who like I knew in the San Diego community, a bunch of buddies. Like I spent a lot of time in San Diego like training for this. And so like basically all just swimming. I'd swim in the pool for like 10 hours a day. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of people were with me, and I would just run because they could run. So I was like, well, I don't want to walk if you guys are, let's run. So I ran, and like I just destroyed my feet. I broke my left foot, a stress fracture in the first like 75 miles. And then by mile 100, it was broke. Like I was walking on the side of my foot at mile 100 to the point when like I had a buddy who lived in North LA, like kind of North Hollywood-ish. And I stayed at his house one night, and I remember because I was like, I couldn't walk anymore. I actually fell asleep on a rock next to the beach because I was so tired. And I was just like, guys, we got to call it today. Like, I can't do this. Like, you guys got to come pick me up. So they picked me up, and we traded out the RV for a van now, just because now I'm running out of money at this point. And so we switched for like a Chrysler van where you could like lower the seats into the back of it. So that would be like my bed, and we'd both sleep in it. And so we hit up my buddy when he crashed at his house. And I remember waking up in the morning with my foot completely cocked at a 90-degree angle because I'd been walking on it for days. And I'm like, oh, shit. So I try to get up to go to the bathroom, and my whole foot is numb. I can't move my foot. I can't feel it. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And I'm like, I'm like, all right, well, I'm just going to go back to bed. So I go back to bed. And I was like, maybe this will be better in an hour. So I wake back up, and finally, like, it could move a little bit. And so I went and bought crutches at Walmart and then drove me back out to where I stopped. And then I was like, all right. So I started crutching. I started going down the boardwalk on crutches. And then I got maybe like 30 minutes in. I was going like a 45-minute mile. And I was like, all right, this is bullshit. I'm never going to make it. And I was like, I won't give myself an excuse. I broke my arm. I didn't give myself an excuse. I was like, breaking a foot. Like, I need something like monumental to happen for this to stop me. So I was like, it's not going to happen with crutches. My only way out of this is hurting myself beyond belief. So I was like, fuck the crutches. The crutches will just prolong this. And I was like, I was almost at the point where I wanted to not die, but I wanted to blow up so bad that I couldn't. And crutches wouldn't let that happen. You know what I mean? Like, crutches would let me survive. And I was like, I want to die out here physically. And so I'm like, not physically, but yeah. So I just throw the crutches in the van. I'm like, I'm just going to run. And there's a video of it, of me like literally starting to run right after.
Sounds like Forrest Gump, where the
Yeah,
leg
the
braces
braces.
just start to come off. I was thinking that when you said that everyone was with you when Forrest Gump's running and like he's got that whole crowd with him. Yeah. But this keeps going in that trajectory.
Yeah. And then basically I just started running from there, and people would come and like come run with me, and it was like really motivating. I'd hit like 30, 40 mile days. Like, my foot's just shattered. And I get to Pismo Beach, and like my staff kicks in at this point on one leg, and it's like crippling. It's so bad where I'm like, I was going to call it an off day, and this guy Josh shows up. Or actually, I called a half day. I got, I think, like 7 miles that day in like 6 hours. I was just crawling. It hurt. And so I go to this Pismo Beach hotel, and this girl and her kid come out, and they come see us, and we go walk around the boardwalk and just like nice like break, right? And then I was like, all right, I'm going to take tomorrow off. Like, I can't do this anymore, man. Like, I need something to change. And this guy, Josh, comes out. And he's like this older guy who went and did Coco 250. And I've never met him before. He comes out from San Bernardino, I think, or something like that. And we're in Pismo. It's pretty far. And actually, this girl and her daughter came out from there as well. So it was just like really nice, motivating things. And Josh walks in at like 10 a.m. and he's like, all right, what are you doing today? I'm like, well, fuck, man, I can't tell you I'm not running. And then he's like, you want a beer? And I'm like, it's 10. He's like, it's okay. It's a cider. And I'm like, fair enough, man. So I end up drinking a beer with him. And I'm like, all right, man, let's get it cracking. And then so I started running with him. And I think we hit like a 45-mile day, like starting at like 11. Like, we crushed it. It was the fastest day I had. Like, fastest marathon for sure I had. And it was so fun, man.
And you're doing this with the staff?
And the foot.
Wow.
And so we're just crushing it. And so then the staff gets worse. I think right by Big Sur, before I met Tim. Was it before I met Tim? No, I had already met Tim at this point. We had slept somewhere. I forget where we slept. And then he saw me the next day. And I remember because it was really funny. He pulls over and he's like, oh, what's up? And he's like, okay, cool. Drives away. It was a really quick interaction. And then like 45 minutes goes by. And all of a sudden, and he was driving this way, going back down to Long Beach. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes, he's like this way again. And I'm like, what's up, dude? He's like, dude, I got to talk to you more. Like, what are you doing? And he's like, I want to know everything. I want to know everything. So we like talk for like 15, 20 minutes. His wife and his daughter like give me a bottle of water, and we're just kind of just rapping, like just having a good time. And he's like, okay, cool. And that's when we get each other's contacts and whatnot. And then he ends up coming back like the next day because he gets back down to Long Beach, spends the night. He's like, we're coming up tomorrow. I was like, I'm leaving at 4 a.m. And so that day, I remember I had probably covered like 3 miles. And I guess this goes back to my brother and our relationship is I had a really big title fights against that one guy who I winked at, right? To the point where like I'm the underdog. Nobody knows me. And this whole crowd and like people, UFC fighters have said who have fought in the FCFF that is the best arena they've ever fought in. Like the feel of it, you feel like you're a gladiator or like an animal in a cage. The stadium, like the upper deck is literally right above you. People are looking down on you, and it's this bright blue ring or yellow. Why is it blue? Like bright yellow. It's just intense. All these lights on you from every angle. People are sitting right in the front. It's just hectic. And I'm like going to war with this guy. And by the 4th round, everybody is shouting my name like, Justin. I'm like, this guy's the champ. Everybody fucking loves this guy. But since I'm fighting my heart out against this guy, like it is a bloodbath at this point. Like I'm like spitting blood into the front crowd. Like we're going crazy. And like everybody's chanting my name, not his. It was like, that was my night. That was the night where like the biggest night of my life where I'm like, I'm the main event. Like I'm that guy on the poster. I'm the main event. And come to find out, my brother was in our hotel room shooting up heroin. And then come to find out he's front row on heroin. I'm like, oh, no. Dude. I was like, this was my night. And I don't find this out till I visited him in prison like 7 years later. And I was like, dude, like you're saying that and like you don't know what it's doing to me. Like I thought of everything was about you growing up. Everything was. It was always buddy, always buddy. And I remember I talked to my mom about it one time in like therapy, and she was like, actually, I remember you being a little kid being like, when is anybody ever going to see me? All you guys do is care about buddy. And this is me being like 10 years old. And so like, even as a kid, I recognized that. And I'm like, dude, this is the one night you could have been there for me. Like, this was I was the man. Everybody in this arena, these 1,000+ people are here for me. And you're the only person I care about. And you're sitting here high out of your mind on heroin. And I'm like, fuck, man. Like, it like broke me and it just pissed me off. And so the guy who actually gave me like that Tesla of all bikes, the $12,000 bike-ish, like he found me through that same news channel, and he got in touch with me, and he had lost his brother to suicide, and we kind of really connected over that. And he was like, hey man, and he knows my brother makes the best sushi in Oregon. He's a great chef. And he's like, yeah man, like somehow we all knew each other. And he's like, hey man, how you doing? Like blah blah blah. And he's like I was talking to your brother the other day, like I was gonna fly him down to San Francisco and he can meet you there. And I was like, yeah, man, sure. So he flies my brother down to San Francisco from Bend. Then my brother hops on a bus down to Carmel by the Sea or like Monterey. And then he starts hitchhiking to me because there's no other way from there. And I remember I got in 3 miles a day. And there's like the third tagged thing on my Instagram is me like rolling around on the pavement in pain. It's this really cool reel that the guy made for it. But like, it was this particular day. It's the most special day for me. And I wish I had all the content from it, but it got deleted in the mix, something or erased. And so I don't have it. And it breaks my heart because I remember being in so much pain and I'm going up the highway and I'm 3 miles that day. And it took me, I don't know, probably from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. to go 3 miles. Wow. Like I'm crawling. And I've just got out of the hospital, not out of the hospital, but doctors, the hospital, emergency care, getting medicine. I'd keep going. And I remember just seeing my brother, that fucker in his striped shirt, coming down the highway, just walking towards me. And I'm like fucking crawling and just like giving him a hug. And you could see that clip like in the video. And I was like, that's like the one time in my life you've ever been there for me. Like finally you were here for me. Like little did you like how much I needed you there that day. Like 3 miles in however 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. It's horrible how painful that is. And like my brother's there. Like as much of a piece of shit you are and you're a little brother to me, like you're finally there. And like, just like I had my big brother there finally, you know? And like that just was like the most special moment to me. And then from there on, it was just a fucking party. Like he's running with me. Tim and his buddy come up and we're all running together. They've never ran before. They're running 32 miles with me. And I'm going on to run, I think 40 or 50 in the day. So like we're literally just leapfrogging. Everybody's partying. Like we have a great crew. And like we're just having a great time all the way up to San Francisco Bridge. And like it was epic. Like it just became so much fun. I can remember I called my buddies and I wasn't going to be on time where I thought I was by the bridge. And I called like my childhood friends, like my buddy David, Vin, and I was like, dude, I don't ask anybody for anything. Like I never ask for help ever. I'm stubborn. And I'm like, dude, I need you guys. I was down probably like, I don't know how far. That was pretty far. By Half Moon Bay. And I call them and I'm like, dude, I need you guys, man. Like if there's any way you guys can come and like meet up with me tonight or something, just run some miles. And that's like a 4-hour drive. And David doesn't really say a word. I think David replies immediately, but he doesn't tell me he's on the way. And so all of a sudden I'm actually shitting in a bush and somebody pulls over and it's him and his wife drops him off. And basically he doesn't run at all. He actually was just doing a tasting for his wedding. He was at a tasting for his wedding and he's like, we got to go after this. I got to go help Justin. And so he drives all the way down, ends up running, I think like 40 or 50 miles with me through the night. Like I was not going to make my cutoff to the bridge, the cutoff that I made. And so I was like, I'm going to make it. Like, I need you guys to push me. And so we all started running. And then all of a sudden, my buddy Vin comes up, and he's got 4 kids. He drives all the way down. He works at like 4 a.m. So he drives all the way down with 4 kids in the car. He hops out. And I've never known him to run a day in my life, like ever. I've been best friends with this guy since day 1 in 4th grade. He hops out, and he starts running. So all 3 of us, just like my best friends in the world, like came to help me when I needed it most. And I think that's like what the beauty of the whole story is, of just like finding that community that you can surround yourself with to help you in dark times. Like it was horrible. And I think you talked about it with, you know, envisioning something, right? Like picturing that end. And the one thing I pictured along with all of these little things when Alex told me when I was going up the coast to like, dude, embrace this. Like this is what it's about. I remember envisioning my dad, Mike, sit. I knew what he was going to wear down to a T. And when I watched the video, he's wearing the exact same thing I pictured. And every day I just imagine pulling up in a car and letting him know, like, hey, guys, I didn't make it. Everybody took the day off work to meet me on the other side of the bridge. And I'm like, hey, guys, I didn't make it. And I was like, I'm not fucking doing that to him. Like, he didn't raise me to be that way. And I just remember thinking every single time, like, and that's why I started yelling on the side of the road, because I was just picturing that moment and fighting for it. And I actually ran so fast on the bridge that I left everybody behind. Like, I burnt everybody in the dust, because I was like, the second I hit the bridge, I'm going to sprint. The camera guy was like, dude, how are you going to, like, how fast are we talking here? I was like, listen, man, I'm talking a lot of shit, but, like, I've been running 599 miles. Like, I'm probably not going to run very fast. And he's like, oh, okay, cool. You're saying you're going to sprint? I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm like 30 days in, 40 days in. And he's like, oh, okay. And I burnt him to the point they call me. I'm like, someone's calling me. I'm like, who's calling me at this moment? And I like pull it out, and it's my buddy Hector. And he's like, dude, you got to stop. You've lost everybody. I like turn around. I'm like, damn it, guys.
Did you stop?
Yeah, I stopped like a couple times. And so it was actually really funny. Tim was hurting really bad. And by the time we got to the end of the bridge, I was like, where's Tim? And I called him. He's like, oh, man, I'm just starting the bridge. He's like, I'll see you guys at the end. I'm like, oh, man. And this is like why I did 601 miles. And it's because I got to like almost the end of the bridge. I could see everybody and all my friends there. I was like, hey, you guys go ahead and we'll have like a cool run-in picture with everybody there. And I called Tim, and I was like, oh, fuck, I'm going to go back. So I ran all the way back across the bridge. He had just got to the start of it. It's a mile bridge. I ran all the way back, met up with him, and I ran all the way back with him. And he's like, dude, why don't you just go? I was like, because, man, like, this is what it's all about. It's not about me finishing. It's about all of us finishing together. Like, you helped me get to this point. If I didn't have you come and help me, I would have never got here without you. And I think that's like the thing in life. Like, we're never going to get to where we need to be if we don't have people along the way that we let love us and support us. And I can't just bail on you because now I've reached my goal. And it was kind of funny. My buddy David, who's a like chief battalion firefighter in that area, so he's all about saving lives. He calls me. He's like, "Hey, where are you?" And I'm like, "I'm running the bridge, man." And he's like, "I was like, why?" He's like, "Oh, okay, I'm on the other side of the bridge." So he had to hop like 6 lanes of traffic, like that's insane. And the Golden Gate Bridge, hop 6 lanes, runs down the other side, and I'm like, "Why are you on that side?" He's like, "I thought, well, like your tracker showed you on that side." Now, if you really think about it, and I kind of asked him. And a couple people had mentioned, like, they thought I jumped because they all saw me at the end and they didn't see me. They didn't know where Tim was. And so they were like, dude, I honestly thought you jumped. I thought this was like your ending to all of it. I thought you were just going to fucking finish it and jump. And I was like, damn, dude, that's crazy. And I was like, that made me realize that David went to the other side of the bridge. And I'm like, why would you go to the other side of the bridge? Why would I hop the barriers? I was like, my tracker showed the other side because I jumped off. And my tracker went under the bridge. To me, that's how it seems. And so I kind of asked him and like kind of vague on like, you know, did he think I jumped? Did he not? I don't know. But it just kind of was this like really, I don't know, again, another powerful moment of like just craziness. You can never know, man. Everybody thought I was living the moment. And they're like, yeah, dude, we kind of all thought you jumped. Like my mom, my grandma, my family's there. And like they all thought I fucking jumped. And it's like, you never know what someone's thinking.
It is interesting. During the run, it sounds like at like 2 of your lowest moments where you're like basically physically incapable of going on, you get this spark that is led by a different person that like it's like first that guy shows up with a beer and then like you have some of your biggest days and then you meet your brother and it kind of just snowballs from there. What's the takeaway from that for you?
Oh man. I think it's the old cheesy saying that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. You know, we're only going to, as solo as I like to be in my life and just like to do things by myself and be stubborn, like you're only going to get so far. You need people around you and you need to actually love people. And I think me wanting to just go alone all the time is just not wanting to love people. And so I've just tried really hard to love people more.
Are you playing the same song in your head when you're hearing about him talking about getting close to the bridge, which is...
Is that Step Back from My Ledge?
Slow motion.
It's like everyone's there.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta find the chorus of this.
I thought it was gonna be like 3 Days Grace or 3 days. Was it 3 Doors Down? You step back from that ledge, my friend.
Yeah, Third Eye Blind. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I just picture in Bruce Almighty when Jim Carrey's running and he's like dipping the cookies in the milk.
So what's the feeling when you finally hit the finish line there?
Let's leave. I actually didn't get a picture. Like classic, you'd think you'd get a picture with everybody. It's actually really, I love it. It's so funny. The video of it's literally Mike and my mom, and I literally run right into Mike's arms. Like I didn't even see my mom. I saw Mike in like a blur. Because I think like my eyes were watering. I think there's because so much wind. It is the bridge. I'm not crying this time. I'm okay in a minute. I'm crying. I wasn't crying. And I was just sprinting. And like I just saw him and it was just blurry. And I literally you could see it. Like I literally just run right into him. And that was all I pictured. And I think that's why like I didn't picture my mom there. She was already there. I didn't think she'd go back down. Like we're not like wealthy. Like that many trips, not much days off work. Like to me, I think about that stuff more than you coming to watch me do something stupid. Like, yeah, Mom, I'll just text you when I'm done. Like, to me, it's nothing. To me, it's just another event. But, like, to have actually people take time out of their day for me, like, I know what it's like to be homeless. I know what it's like to go hungry. Like, I know what it's like to need a job. Like, I don't want anybody taking time off work for me. So, like, it meant a lot when people did because I know it's not, like, times are hard for people. And so I pictured that one moment the whole time, just running right into Mike's arms. And that's all I did. And then I hugged my mom afterwards. But, like, I don't like attention on me. I don't like it, despite we're here. I don't like attention on me at all. I was just like, all right, guys, can we go? Because, like, I just want to be around other people. Like, I just want to, like, love on other people. I don't want everybody looking at me. And, like, I was like, can we just leave? And they're like, yeah, you want? I was like, no, let's just go to In-N-Out. Let's go back and eat. Like, I'm done. Yeah. And then after that, we were just hanging out at Mike and Lissy's house, having beers with friends, and that was it. Yeah. And the next morning, I went on a run.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Stop.
I wanted to see if I could do it.
How far did you get?
I think I went ran down to my old high school because we lived right down the street, and then once around the track and then back, and then also probably just a flex. Like I ain't fucking done.
I assume foot still broken, staff still.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, actually, I had switched shoes. I remember I just gone past it the other day. Somewhere there's a mall outside of LA or something that I bought a brand new pair of New Balances that were sized like 12 and a half or 13, like 3 times bigger than my own foot because my foot wouldn't fit in my shoe anymore. And so before I got that New Balance shoe, I was actually duct taping my foot to the top of my New Balances or to my top of my Hokas because it was like that I wouldn't fit in the shoe. And so then once I could get new shoes, then I wore those New Balances the rest of the way.
Jesus.
Yeah, so I think that was about it. The curvature of the highway really is terrible. So by me walking so gingerly on one foot, I ended up pulling my pelvis brevis, my right big toe. And I remember trying to sprint on that when I was going around like Big Sur kind of. I remember I just hit the shit out of the ground because I remember my buddy who was with me at the time, like he was back getting in the car. And I remember I was like, oh, I'm just going to run because I need an out. I need to tear my toe. And it hurt so bad to even walk. That's why I was dragging it sideways. So this one's broken and this one I can't leverage. So I'm dragging it sideways because the highway's like this. It's like curved. And so you're constantly just like this, always. And this big toe is always pushing. And so finally I remember I was like, I'm just going to sprint. I literally take like two giant steps and I just eat shit right in the middle of the highway. And I'm like, and I just let this like scream and I just punched the ground. And then he comes pulling around the car. He's like, what happened? I was like, nothing. Hurt my toe. And I was like, I'm just going to walk now. Yeah. So it was one thing after the next, but it is what it is.
We can't not talk about Naked and Afraid.
Right.
Talk about Naked and Afraid.
Were you naked? Right. Were you afraid?
I was most certainly naked. I was never afraid.
I feel like it's tough to be afraid in that setting after all the shit you just talked.
Yeah, I was gonna say you must be more mentally trained than probably anyone there.
Yeah, I think that's why I got picked on.
Yeah,
I kind of just.
Oh, they picked on you?
No, that's why I got picked to be on the show.
Okay.
Like I think one time we just did interviews. They were like, I told them a couple stories and I was like, I don't tap, I don't give up.
Did they just find you through your Instagram, or do you know what
somebody had sent me something, and so I was like, yeah, sure. So I sent them a message back, and they're like, yeah, sure, here's the application, fill it out, and then, yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Was it one of those record a video things?
No, God, no, I'll never do that. I think you should have, and I didn't. I was like, I don't do this. I'll tell you stories. I'll tell you what you want to ask, but I'll never like talk about myself freely.
See, I want to go on Survivor, but that's my barrier. You got to make the video application.
Yeah, sorry, I would be sick.
Yeah.
You should do that.
So this will come out before your episode comes out, but let people know what's the date of your episode?
April 6th.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think you can find it on Hulu and Discovery, I believe.
Okay. What's the most revealing thing that you can tell us legally?
Oh man. I don't know. I guess nothing really when it comes to like what can I uncover, because we can't uncover anything that they're going to show. But I know they're not going to show so much because it is so PG.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got what did I do? Is there anything bad? I got a lot of ticks. Always on my crotch. always on my crotch.
Dick ticks.
Yeah. I got a rash on my dick real quick. That sucked. It was a lot of stuff that like I feel like you can say because it's never going to be and actually like they won't show that because it's not PG. Like it needs to be family friendly. So like sadly,
so ironic that they make a show with the premise
Right.
of people being naked. Like, no, this has to be family friendly.
But they show you
Right.
the butts.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Because we looked at Yukon's butt when we were watching it while he was upstairs making us pancakes.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
That was nice.
I have Morgan
Easy
Freeman on my
jobs.
butt.
Sorry, what?
I have Morgan Freeman on my butt.
What do you mean?
I'm in overalls. I have Morgan Freeman tattooed on my butt.
Show me.
Jesus. John's is butt horny right now.
You can't tell me you have Morgan Freeman tattooed on your ass and not expect me to say, show me.
I have a stretch mark on my butt, just like whatever.
I won't judge you.
And I get really flamed when I like inflamed, like very red and puffy when I get tattoos. And so he's like, hey, just let you know, your Morgan Freeman's gonna have a stroke for like 2 weeks. So like Morgan Freeman's like this the whole time because his mouth fell into the stretch mark.
Oh, that's a
That's
big
a
one.
big Morgan Freeman. Show the camera.
I was expecting something smaller. It's like your whole cheek.
What's on the other cheek?
Nothing.
Okay.
John's is just digging for cheeks now.
Well, I don't know. These are fun
I
tattoos.
don't feel you can top Morgan Freeman with the other cheek. The other
true.
guy's not gonna get love.
You said too high of a
Does
bar
he
there.
know?
Morgan?
Yeah, have you sent him a photo?
I probably have, honestly. I probably tagged him in everything with it, so
I feel like he'd appreciate
I would
that.
hope he would, because it's a good portrait.
You could get him to narrate one of your adventures.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
Yeah, it's a good partnership.
Yeah.
Such a big tattoo.
Yeah, they're not gonna be able to blur that bad boy out.
Okay, so people need to tune into the episode to get the full scoop there.
Are you in any way like coy or embarrassed or shy about the fact that you're naked on national TV with a giant rash on your dick?
Actually, like contrary to popular belief, I'm very self-conscious. So like when like my buddies have done Cocodona, I'll always do it in a Speedo. Like I'll pace them in a Speedo. And people are like, yeah, but you're not I was like, I am. Until I take off my clothes, I am so self-conscious. Like I don't care how I look, I don't think highly of myself. Like, I don't have a lot of self-confidence. And obviously that goes back to all the stories of growing up, right? Like not feeling in love, blah, 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 all that stuff. So until I do that, I am so nervous and scared that people are going to make fun of me. But then I realize that like 98% will think it's funny and the 2% won't. And if I'm there just to brighten the mood of my runner, that's all that matters to me. And so many people love it. And even if I know they love it the first year, the second year I'm still terrified to do it. I'm like, fuck, man. You know, as a guy, you're like, shit, is my bulge big enough? Like, you know, is this padded enough? Like, you know, and you're just worried. And then, yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like, I'm actually like very self-conscious about things. So like going on Naked and Afraid was very out of my box as far as just being naked. But then I guess I would say this, like the most profound thing wasn't any survival skill. I'm not a survivalist by any means. I told them that over and over. I was like, I'm just here to have a good time. Like I'm
here to get ticks on my dick.
Yeah, I'm here to show you like the power of positivity and staying optimistic. Like I don't know anything about survival, but like I will be the most optimistic person you've ever been on here, and I'll be the most like tenacious when it comes to fighting through shit.
Yeah.
And so that was basically my pitch. They're like, we don't want a survival person. We've had enough of them. We want someone entertaining. And I was like, sign me up.
Yeah.
And they're like, what would be your item? And I was like, I would bring a bottle of tequila. I would get drunk the first week like Captain Jack Sparrow. The second week, I would use that to make a magnifying glass to make fire. And the third week, I'm going to have a villa. And then they're like, but yeah, what would you bring? And I was like, I'm going to bring that.
So you brought a bottle of tequila.
No. I just wouldn't answer what I'd bring. I'd be like, if you want entertaining, give me what I want.
What did you bring?
I can't say that.
Huh. Can you
But-
give us a hint?
No, I brought the normal OG stuff because you can't bring anything like technology-wise or anything. Really, it becomes like a very secluded group of what you like are going to be able to bring. And so I got what I wanted. And yeah, I'm excited about it.
Blink twice if it ends well.
Yeah.
He just closes his eyes.
What was what were you saying? With the most profound thing that I got from it wasn't any survival things. It was the fact that nobody gives a shit. Like the fact that I could be naked in front of however many of the crew there was and my partner, and like everybody's up here the whole time and everybody's just talking to you like a normal person. Like you're sharing stories, you're crying, they end up sharing stories and they're crying. Like you just realize that like it doesn't matter what I'm rocking. Like people are just going to love you for you. And I remember we went out and celebrated afterwards. And I was like, oh, I need a couple more drinks in me before I start dancing. I don't want to be like embarrassed. I'm like, wait, the fuck am I going to be embarrassed about? I was just, you literally saw my junk in every angle possible, like cold, warm, everything. Like you saw everything. And I'm like, dude, why not? Like, okay, I'm going to make it like no one cares. No one cares what you do. Like, go dance, go be a fool, go do whatever you want. And like that really helped raise my my self-confidence. Like it made me just kind of be like, dude, nobody cares. Like be you.
Do you feel more self-confident after the show?
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
I mean, I'm not going to just walk around naked for sure, but like I definitely am more self-confident about things and have got a lot more at peace with my life, I feel, from everything.
Yeah.
I feel like the crew should also be naked.
Sure.
If everyone they're filming is naked, you should also be naked.
We talked about it several times where it was so hot. They were like, honestly, we're jealous.
Were they not allowed to get naked?
No, I don't think so.
I'm sure there'd probably be like a violation there.
How funny of a behind the scenes would that be? Of like, you're sitting here filming naked people, and there's a second camera that's like naked people filming naked people. Like, why are you naked? You're like, we just are. Or like if
makes them more comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? That'd be hilarious. Yeah.
That'd be really funny.
Oh my God, it'd be hilarious. But I just think they miss so much with that. Like, or even make like a YouTube paid deal where like you have to be like, you know, like a above 18 thing to where you can now see not the uncensored stuff, but like the
dick ticks.
Yeah, exactly. Like do that stuff that you won't show on TV to be like that stuff's like the uncut things that are really funny.
Yeah.
You know?
I guess what's the point of being naked if they don't show it? Because like isn't part of being naked like feeling super vulnerable because all the cameras are on you, but if you know you're gonna blur it anyway,
it's the cold obviously. I wouldn't have got a rash on it if I wasn't naked. I would have been covered up, and so I thought, well, I might lose my dick real quick. Like there's a lot to where like, you know, you're wading in water. Is that fish gonna think it's a buoy? You know, who knows? Like
did the fish ever bite your thingy?
No.
Guys don't like it when you call it a thingy.
Yeah. Kind of like a dinghy.
Keep doing it.
Yeah. And there's just a lot. Like you realize like it sucks. Like, there were so many times at night where I went to go like pull up a sheet. Like subconsciously I'm like, oh, there's no sheet. Like you would do anything for the thinnest sheet just to cover you. Like it's hot, but it's cold, and just that little bit of comfort covering you would be so nice. And clothes would actually be very nice. Like people talk about like, oh, would you go in alone? I'm like, I would crush it. And I'm not a survivalist, and I'll talk all the shit in the world that I would crush it, because like you get a tent, you get tarps, you get ropes, you get everything. I'm like, I had nothing but a single item. Like we had to build everything.
Can your single item be a hoodie?
No.
See, I'd ask for an oversized hoodie.
Remind me, what's the duration?
21 days.
21 days.
Yeah.
What's your prize?
Fame.
Pride, or what is it? What did they say? Bragging rights. So like,
there's no like dollar winnings.
No, I think the hardest survival show, and there's no dollar winning. Survivor would be great. Look how much you win in Survivor.
Away with that?
Huh?
How did they get away with that?
I don't know. People just like being naked, I guess. But like, I just sit there and I'm like, I don't know. They're like, oh, bragging. I was like, I knew we didn't get anything really, because other shows you hear what the winnings are, you know. There's a new one on Netflix where they win $500,000, and I'm like, you guys are, come on, man.
You should have
like,
seen Beast Games. They gave away a fuck ton of money.
Atlanta.
That was actually a very good show.
Yeah, and imagine all them. People still complained about like the production quality of like how they were treated before and after. And I'm like, were you naked and starving? No, then you did just fine, because we got nothing. We're naked and starving. Like it's crazy to hear the different like shows and what they get and everything, and it's like, I wish I had that.
Well, I oftentimes think that because I'm a reality TV sucker, but there are some shows where like you'll hear that they get pushed back in the media because it's like the living conditions sucked, this and that sucked, like we were sleep deprived, we didn't eat for a while, and it's like, okay, they're getting all of this flack for this. How do shows like Survivor stay on the air when it's like all you get is rice? It's 40 days. Yeah. You know? Like how come they get shit for it and then other shows don't?
I think because like they say like, well, I think it's a different breed of people who go to each show. I think the people who are going on like the luxury reality ones, like Love is Blind, there's a big...
Yes, that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, there's like a guy who made like a whole like company or like lawsuit against
Yeah,
them
yeah.
for it. And I'm like, dude, we got paid relatively the same, which is not, that's just a stipend, right? And it's like, you had food. I don't care how much, but so I think
He
I
was
think
suing because he went on the show and they didn't compensate enough.
they were like, oh, well, they didn't feed us enough. Oh, well, they fed us alcohol. It's like, no one fed you alcohol. You drank it.
Yeah, right.
They were sleep deprived. Like, it was unhealthy,
Yeah.
like, living environment.
I had way too much dirt on my floor. Like, I wish someone would have cleaned all that dirt. Like, I think it's just the type of person you go in,
Yeah.
you know, going into it. Like, I went into mine thinking, like, I'm not going to eat for 21 days. I'm okay with that. Like, I didn't go in. So I think it's kind of what your expectations are. I think that might be what it is, really, to be honest. Like, I went in thinking, I'm not going to eat for 21 days. I don't care. I never thought about it once. But I think if you go in thinking, like, oh, we're just going to go date and have drinks and eat and, like, it's going to be luxurious and it's not anywhere near that, then I think that's where you make assumptions and then you get let down and you get angry. But I think if you go into Survivor thinking, like, okay, I'm going to have rice, like, okay, this is it. And that's, like, I think just mental, really.
Yeah.
What did you eat?
Nothing, really. Not a lot.
We shouldn't be asking questions that
No,
are
I'm
going to get him in
trying
trouble.
Specifically trying to.
I would say this, because this won't, like, I won't say a number or anything, but I know I lost the most weight anyone has, unless someone in this next season that they have heard of that has lost.
Really?
Lost a lot of weight.
When
And
did you
this
film
tape?
this?
Yeah.
Because you're not small.
This is back in August.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I did a lot since then.
Would you like pursue additional reality TV shows now? Like,
There's one that sent me a message. How was it? It was the Bachelorette. Is that the one where there's one girl and a bunch of guys?
Yeah.
They sent me something,
Shut
and I was
up.
like, I'm not doing it.
really?
Yeah.
Good thing, because the show's on hold right now, I think.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's just, like, dropped off. No one says
Yeah.
interested.
Yeah.
Wait till you get Justin on there. It's back on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Surely.
there's a couple shows where it's just like Squid Games, the reality one, but I'm too competitive for that because you could just get kicked off for any reason. Like Survivor, I'd be terrified because, like,
Right, the, like, social game.
the social game I'd be okay with. It's the challenges because, like, I saw one guy dominate in Survivor. He dominated, and everybody was they're like, this guy has immunity every week. And
Yeah.
the one time he lost, they're like,
Yeah.
done. And so it's
Yeah.
like you have to be good but not too good. And
Yeah.
like I'm gonna compete all out, and I'm gonna be that guy who, like, I'm gonna try to win
You'll be
it every
seen
time.
as a threat to other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I don't like that game. I can't
You'd
do
have
that.
You'd have to throw
You
some
have to slack.
challenges.
Yeah, and I can't sandbag.
Yeah.
I don't think I can't do that. And so, like, Beast Games would be terrifying because, like, there were so many random, like, cuts where they're like, all right, if you have blonde hair. You're like,
Well,
oh,
or
dang.
it was like if someone in your if someone in your row doesn't self-eliminate,
Yeah.
your whole row goes.
Yep. Yeah, it's
I'd
terrible.
be so pissed.
Yeah. Yep.
Have you considered any more like traditional endurance, like the Barkley or pursuing an FKT or anything like that?
I actually did an FKT after the Denny Stones. The week, like 5 days later, it was the hardest 6 miles I've ever ran. I found the shortest FKT right in my town in Leeds, and it was the hardest six. I mean, my central nervous system was smoked. I sprinted everything I had to get that time, and I beat it by like 20 seconds. I almost died.
Is it on a mountain or something?
No,
Or just like a six,
no,
like
just,
a 6 mile.
6 mile run. I literally was like, dude, this is the easiest FKT I can get. And it's gonna be so baller to get it after the Denny Stones. Like, oh, it was terrible.
What was the time?
I think it was a 6K. I think you had to get like 52 minutes.
Okay.
Which is like so many runners can get that. I was
Yeah.
telling everybody in our run club, I was like, dude, you guys would smoke it. I don't want to tell you where it is, but like you would. I told them, I was like, you guys. I was like, everybody, like anybody would smoke this right now. Like I would go back and I'd smoke it right now.
Yeah.
It's just funny that nobody ever
Right
does
after
it.
lifting those stones.
But yeah, no, I got a couple of big runs coming up that I feel I'm gonna run across Iceland in July, and so not with FKT but with a group that I kind of like am leading, and then I'm doing a High Rocks. I had a buddy ask me to do a High Rocks doubles in April, so I'm gonna go mess around and do that.
what's a
What's
high
a High
rocks?
Kinda like-
Jinx.
It's kind of like CrossFit, but more like body weight. No, it's not body weight, but like a HIIT workout basically,
Okay.
like a circuit training is
Yeah.
what it is. Yeah, it's like the new big thing.
Huh.
And so he just asked me to do it. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. That's the only organized thing I think, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the runs you do while drinking beer?
Yeah, those are good. That's rough.
What is
Oh, you
that?
saying the beer mile, or like I did a 24-hour run doing it.
A 24-hour beer mile?
Well, so no.
Yeah,
no.
are you familiar with the beer mile?
I'd be dead.
Beer mile? I just learned
It's
about
a
it this.
beer every mile, right?
Every 400 meters.
Yeah, and you have to do it within a certain amount of time without puking. It's insane. It's incredibly difficult.
400 meters is a mile.
Is a lap. No.
A lap.
Yeah.
So
a
400 meters.
Yeah.
60.
So you do a lap. So 1,600 meters.
You have to drink 4 beers a mile?
4 beers in a mile. So a lap, 1 beer, a lap, 1 beer, a lap, 1 beer, and yeah.
It's within 9 minutes. What's the time cutoff?
Well, you just do what you do. Like you just set your record.
Oh, you're stopping at a mile.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you meant that like you were
going.
doing this for as long as you were.
No, so you keep going. You just go to a mile, and so like I just started doing them. And then I started bringing like our run. We have like 100 people, 120 people on a Monday for our run club. And so I just started bringing people in on it. And so I started creating this like Leeds winter, Leeds summer festive series where like I'll just make a trophy for somebody. Winter, we did like Advocaat. Somebody did Advocaat, which is like eggnog basically. And like they chugged the terrible. One guy did a bottle of wine. Like we all just brought random stuff. But then the other times we'll do like, and there was like festive crop tops for the attire. Sometimes usually it's just a beer, but just making it fun and really like bringing it out like to just have fun with running. Like it doesn't matter. Like I'll get like 8 minutes ish, but if someone does like 15, like regardless, it's so fun. Like it's just fun having everybody. Like you're just being silly again, like being kids. Like, and I think that's the fun thing is people just let go, and then like the bonds that you build people afterwards. Like, dude, wasn't that so stupid? Like, well, it's like being kids again. We did stupid shit as kids, and we just laughed about it. And like it's kind of like being adults again, being kids, like running around a park drinking as adults and like just being silly. And then for 10 minutes. 15 minutes, just let go and have fun, and then go have like a debrief afterwards and be like, dude, that really sucked. That was painful. But like, yeah, I'll probably be here in the next one.
Yeah.
I need a cough drop.
I think I actually have one.
Do you?
I think somewhere
deep in your pocket?
In the chaos of those bins, there might be one.
Look.
Well, Justin, you are a specimen. You're incredible. Yeah, you're an inspiration. You are literally maybe the most interesting person that I've ever talked to. Certainly in the top 5. Like,
I'm just a guy who likes to have fun, man.
You're gonna have to come back on in like 3 years, because if this is the track record of how things go, you're gonna have some wild fucking stories in the next 3 years.
I don't know. I might be boring in the next 3 years.
Do you have any plans on slowing down?
I do really. Like it's exhausting. I travel for work and then I travel for these, and so I'm like, I kind of just wanted to start a family now. Like I think that's always been my thing. I've always wanted. My dad was very lazy. We'd go to Disneyland, and not to get into another therapy session, but like he just would walk for like 10 minutes and have to stop and have a smoke because he's too out of shape. And like I just want to be able to be active and live life with my kids. And I always, when I was on the news through like, you know, Madagascar, through the bike stuff, through the triathlon, the WODathon, I'd be on news constantly and bend through them. And people, I wouldn't ever tell my mom. I just don't like talking about myself, oddly. And people would go into the store. Everybody knows my mom. She's like me, but 100 pounds lighter, and yeah, but like same hair, everything, and same face. Like we look alike. She looks like my mom. And so people would go in and be like, "Oh, Cheryl, like I saw your son on the news," and she's like, "What?" And then she would have to go see or message me, and they're like, "Oh yeah." And so like I just, maybe again it's egocentric to think this of like, I imagine like the pride she gets, because this always used to make her cry, is that like I've cried a lot. Is that she always thought she did a really bad job raising us, which it almost probably, people probably think she did. But like she tried her best. You know, that's all, like I said, that's all I care about, people trying their best. She tried her best, and a lot of shit happened. She got dealt a very shit hand, a lot of abusive lovers in her life. And so it's not her fault, man. And like, it always broke my heart to hear her say like, "Oh, I did a really bad job raising you guys. Like I was such a bad mom." And I'm like, "No, you're a great mom. Like you did your best. That's all that matters." And so to think of like the pride she gets, like when someone comes in like, "Oh, I saw your son on the news, like doing this, like for this charity," like the amount of pride she must get from that, of like, "Oh damn, like my son's doing good." Like, you know what I mean? And again, that's probably pretty egocentric of me to think, but I just want that to be my kid one day. I want someone to come up to me and be like, "Dude, I saw your kid on the news, they did this." I want to inspire them to trump everything I've ever done. I want them to go dominate everything I've done, physically, scholastically, anything. And like, I want people to come and tell me that my kids did something rad. I'm like, well, I want you to beat me. I want you to beat everything I've done and be like, "Damn it, dude. Like I've raised a cool kid giving something back to the world, you know, that changes, at least saves one person's life." Like, yeah. And so that's all I want. I'm trying to be a better person for my future kids, and hopefully they can just be proud of me. And I just am already proud of them, whoever they are. I don't know, that sounds weird, but so yeah, slowing down, but at the same time, definitely not going to stop doing cool things.
Well, let people know where they should go to keep up with you.
Yeah, if someone wants to start a family with you, where should they go?
Yeah. Well, hit up thebachelor.com. So I'm basically on just Instagram, The Real Justin True. And on YouTube, I am breaking down pretty much just like a conversation of what I am doing now. If anybody wants to keep tabs on running with me through Nicaragua or Iceland, or we're going to run across part of Spain this year as well, we just kind of talk about my future things if anybody wants to join, because it's kind of been a topic lately, or a thing. So that's on YouTube. 187.4 FM is our YouTube channel, so a radio station. Yeah, just to talk, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you so much for coming on Backpacker Radio and sharing your story. This is one of our longer episodes,
but the longer ones are always the better ones.
They definitely are.
Glad. I'm glad. I tend to ramble, so I appreciate you guys.
This is great. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
In honor of that being a very long interview, very fun interview, but also very long, I'm going to probably just skip the track propaganda for this one. But I do like this article, so I'm going to save this for the next podcast. Question of the day. This was not planned based on our guest, but it just happened to work out perfectly. What's a reality TV show you want to see brought into existence?
This one's so easy for me. And like, if anyone steals this idea and brings it into existence, all I ask is that you include me in it. I would like to be a part of it. I think it would be very fun. And I've talked, I don't remember if I brought this up on Girl Stuff.
With Marie. I know what you're going to say.
The reality show on trail.
Yeah, just following a group of hikers.
No, but not just following a group of hikers. You put together the group. So production puts together the group.
Like an arranged marriage.
Like an arranged marriage, so you don't pick who you're hiking with. So it's like Survivor, where you can't choose who you're stuck on this island with. You're just stuck in this hike with these people, and you have to go a certain amount of miles each day. Like there's checkpoints you have to reach, or you get eliminated, maybe. I don't know how the elimination would work, but I think there's checkpoints you have to reach. Otherwise, maybe you don't get food. I don't know. You don't get something. That way you all have to stay together. And you have to... we're going strobe lights. We're at that point of the night.
I'm trying to wake myself up.
Yeah. So, like, perhaps the AT, perhaps the PCT.
AT would be the best for this, I think.
I think AT would be the best. It would just be hard getting, like, sign-offs of everyone you're passing on trail, or maybe just not recording those parts.
You're thinking too much into the logistics.
Because I want this to happen. I'm thinking it fully through. But you take me and perhaps 10 others, or 8 others, or whatever is like an LNT amount of others, and we meet at the Arch. And that's the first time we get to know each other, and it's like, you guys have to make it to Maine together, and if all 8 of you make it, you collectively get this prize. And pick like totally fucking different ages, demographics, personalities, like all that shit. And like, we have to camp together.
So
we have to eat meals
Warren
together.
Doyle does this without the financial compensation or the film crew, but like he does a group hike. He's done it many, many years. And I think he's only had one person drop out.
No, but I'm not doing this for like friendship. I'm saying that like with a film crew, you get the side interviews. When you pull someone aside and they're like, if I have to listen to fucking so-and-so talk for one more minute, I'm going to lose my mind.
Someone crying through their chafe.
And then like someone else, like, and then you get each other butting heads. Like basically Survivor on wheels.
Yeah.
Where you are going these distances each day. You have to stay as a group. Maybe there's some challenges on the way. I don't think you necessarily need that because it's difficult enough. But I think a docu-series, we could even make a YouTube out of it, but a docu-series where it follows specifically people who have never met each other. You can't just put me with like 3 hikers I know because they've been on this podcast, right? Like pick people that don't know each other and force us to stay together. Yeah. Because the whole hike your own hike thing is like, if you don't like who you're hiking with, you can always slow down or speed up. Yeah. But to have to do over 2,000 miles with people that you might not even like, I think that's probably going to be reality TV gold. Yeah, no, it genuinely would be a very good show. Does the Trek have the budget? Not quite. Okay, well, when you do, we could do a very low budget version of it. Okay. Like we'll use one of your cameras. Okay. And we'll have to find someone to film it who can also make the distance. Volunteer filmer. Yeah, but they would also have to be, here's the thing, is they would also have to be hiking, because you can't miss the good content, and you don't know when it's going to happen. So realistically, the way that this show works is if there's 8 hikers, there's also 8 camera people, and each person, like, it's like sports where you have the person you defend, you have your person that you are the production assistant for.
Could we just put GoPros on the hikers?
Yeah, but you
Get
don't.
some first-person footage.
I guess so. But you would need people at different checkpoints to do like the interviews.
Yeah.
And you'd want them to be in the loop with like the daily drama. So they would have to be, I would think, at meals and at camp.
Yeah.
And the AT would be easiest for that.
Yeah.
But I think that would be a show that would do really well on Netflix.
Yeah.
So anyone who has the power, call me. I will do it. And it's my idea, so you have to include me.
Unfortunately, that's not how that works.
Well, you know what? If you heard this and you did it without me, like, I would be really hurt. And I would think you weren't a very nice person. And you might not care about that if you're the type of person who would just leave me out anyway. But I would care. And I would never forget it. Yeah. And I would resent you for my whole life.
You heard it here first.
So.
Tons of resentment. Mine's a much shorter pitch. The name of the show is Love Stinks.
Oh, my God.
And it's literally just Love is Blind, but instead of like talking to each other through the wall, they just smell each other. And then they have the rest of the show they pick their partners based on smell.
And they have to marry them?
Yeah, however Love is Blind works.
They have to the goal is to marry them.
Yeah. So they pick their partner. There's something that allows them to, they're blindfolded and they just get a big whiff. And then they have the whole like relationship part based off of that.
What if it's like a Survivor, Big Brother like type show where you have like, or The Challenge where you have like challenges you have to do each round, each episode, and you pick a partner for that episode based on smell?
No, it's Love is Blind, but only you pick them based on smell, aka pheromones. I honestly think that it could be have a higher success rate than like people trying to figure out each other's personalities. Pheromones, turns out there's a pretty strong indicator of like getting a olfactory sense for who.
I feel like at that point you might as well just do like Love is Looks instead of Love is Blind, because you're picking someone based off of purely sexual attraction.
Yeah. So?
I feel like that goes wrong every day.
So apparently Love is Blind also goes wrong.
That's true.
Because they come out and they see each other like, eee!
Yeah, and they smile and they're like...
Yeah.
That's always the best scene, though.
Yeah.
I really want to do Love is Blind where, and I forgot to do it this season, but we had intended to, where you put the blanket over the TV and you don't take the blanket off the TV until the reveal. So you're blind. So you're blind.
It's a double blind placebo.
You only get to see them when they see each other.
Yeah.
I really want to do that for a season, but I forgot. So
good.
Maybe for the Denver season.
I haven't watched any of the new season. Is it good? I'm gonna be honest. I've only watched one season.
It's fine. They're from Minnesota.
They're very nice.
Yeah, and all the guys look exactly the same. Like that's the running joke. Is there's like 7 guys that are like the same flavor of each other.
Yeah, they're all like.
I can't tell them apart.
Yeah.
So.
Right. Triple crown of things that give you unreasonable anxiety.
Where's my notes? First off, the problem with this triple crown is everything.
Yeah.
Is an easy answer.
But I think there are things that are like obvious anxiety provoking. Like you get really nervous flying, which is common.
Yeah, but then there's also the aspect of like I'm medicated for anxiety.
Okay.
So I have high anxiety towards everything. Where's my list? I put it in BPR. Oh, here it is. Extreme anxiety. Cool. Yes, I'll go with my first one, flying. And this one's a big one. I'm afraid of flying, terrified of it. I fly a lot. I counted my flights this year so far, and I think I've got close to 30, and that doesn't include work trips because I plan those kind of on the fly.
30 so far or 30 scheduled?
30 scheduled. I haven't taken any so far in 2025, and with all the news about flying going on, I've been having dreams. Like 2 days ago, I had flying dreams. I woke up like profusely sweating.
Yeah.
I went to a new doctor and I told them like, hey, I have a flight coming up in a month and I'm already getting a hell of a lot of anxiety about it. And like, I'm worried that I will get there and I won't board the plane. So like the flight meds I'm usually on they have more than tripled them, and then they've given me like a backup, like if you still are panicking, take this type of thing. Because I told them that
Someone
like
should just show up and like blow a trank dart into you.
I would love that.
Patent pending.
Well, I was telling her stories about like, okay, I've been on flights where I've gotten panic attacks, and like the flight attendants have had to just like feed me ice to like cool myself off, but they didn't have any bags to put the ice in, so they're putting them in rubber gloves, and I'm taking these fucking rubber hands full of ice and like stuffing them down my shirt and stuff. And you've seen me. Remember the story you posted where you were like flying is fun, and it was like me and the ball, and like I'm actually having a panic attack.
I thought you were sleeping.
Yeah, no, I was fully panicking. I do that when I cry, so people don't see me. Or I'll open a book so they think I'm reading something sad.
She's reading that book upside down for a really long time.
But like with everything going on in the news right now, I'm very afraid of flying. I was actually going to ask him that before he left. Like, how is flying right now?
I've done 2 flights this year.
But now with the stuff where they're changing from Verizon to Starlink, I'm like, maybe this could go bad too.
I don't know about that.
They just, well, the goal was break the FAA, and then pretend you're fixing it by giving it to Elon. So they're doing this like link with Starlink so that they switch over from Verizon for their communications to Starlink or something. It's like very transparent the way I see it, what's going on. Okay. But in my mind, I'm like, I need to see some trial and error here and see that this works before I get on a plane, but that doesn't really work when I'm getting on a plane in about 20 days.
That's the ultimate way to stress test it.
Yeah, so I'm stressed, and the test is, am I stressed? And the answer is yes, every day, and cool. Even in my sleep.
Yeah.
So,
so flying.
Yeah. So flying. Yeah. So flying.
Yeah. My first one is waiting in line. I just don't like waiting in line. It's a combination of me, like the bad parts of my character, which is just being impatient. I don't ever cut line, but I'm frustrated the entire time about the line, which is part of the reason I hate theme parks. And
you get frustrated when people cut you online, as we recently learned.
Oh, that's the worst. Yeah, I'll get in a fight about that. But also just being in big groups of people does give that. I'm hovering at like a 4 anxiety level at all times when I'm in a crowded space. So being impatient and then also being in a group of people is like, that's a bad combination for me. My next one, this is probably the one that actually just has me hovering at like a 7 at all the entire time I'm there, is malls. I don't like shopping. Like, I know Amazon is like evil for society, and like it kills small businesses, and they're not good to their employees, and like a million things. But I'm also really truly grateful that it exists, because I don't ever have to go anywhere for anything. Because I just, in my soul, being in a mall kills me so much, and I'm like 10% nervous it's gonna get shot up. I don't know why I feel that way about malls and not other places, but that's always a thing that's in my head in a mall. Malls bum me out a lot.
They're also like getting increasingly more depressing.
Yeah, the whole experience. It's like it has the smell of like cheap cologne. The food is poison. Everything about a mall bums me out.
You get teenagers showing off immense PDA.
Yeah, I mean,
stores are closed in some spots.
When I was their age, malls were great. So go be young at a mall. Just me in a mall now is bad.
Yeah, I agree with that. I have to sneeze.
Do it. Don't blow it. There it is.
I did it. Okay. My next one. Which one to pick? Thinking someone is upset with me. Like, if I think I've done something wrong, or if I think I've upset someone, or if I think someone's upset with me, or if someone seems angry with me, I crumble inside completely. I like cannot fathom the thought of having done wrong.
Is that anyone, or just like
literally
a
anyone.
significant other?
Well, that's why when someone says something mean to me on the internet, I like take it so personally. Because I just like anytime someone is upset with me or like thinks I've done something wrong, I'm like, oh my God, I'm the worst human in the world. How could I be so bad?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I think that's
everyone hates me.
That's a normal thought.
Yeah, but I get a lot of anxiety around that. Like if I think like if someone's acting standoffish and I think like maybe I upset them, like my brain will not have another thought for like 3 days. It'll just ruminate on that thought over and over
Yeah.
of like, oh my God, they hate me, until something else catastrophic replaces it.
Yeah. I used to be that way. I think getting older has relieved me of some of that.
I hope so. Having bad recall. So like I know a lot of things, but I can't recall a lot of things. So I feel very confident like saying an opinion based on something I remember having learned. But then if I have to like explain what it was that I
Cite the
learned
details.
on the spot, like
Yeah.
I have a very bad memory and I have a very bad short-term memory. And I think a lot of times with a lot of things, like when you're debating stuff, when you're like having a back and forth, like it's not necessarily who has the right answer, like who's right or wrong. It's who can recall their information better. Because I can be like, what you said is wrong, and you can be like, why? And then I can know, like, okay, I know I read something that proved that wrong, but I can't remember what it is. And then I feel like we're having a tit for tat on who has better recall rather than what the actual topic is. Because just because I can't remember it, then you win, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And for me, it's like, damn, I wish I could recall stuff so much better because I feel like I know so many things.
Would you get the Neuralink chip?
Probably not at this stage. But I would love to remember things better.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I'm very hard-headed in my opinions at times. But I also like, I would love to always have a computer by my side and you can pause the conversation and you can be like, let me fact check this and like find where I had found this and then like go back into it for the kill.
I had the thought recently, like, are we just going to get to the point where like debate doesn't even matter and we're just like pointing our phones at each other and AI is just explaining the situation? Like, at what point do we just extract the human element because we have this supercomputer that can survey all of information very quickly?
Yeah, I just think like if you have good recall, you can go into a debate about any topic so confidently. Oh, Jesus, because like you can remember your reasons for the argument versus if you have a really bad memory and you don't have good recall, like I can go in very confident, but then like objectively I could end up not having proven my point because I don't have strong recall, and that gives me a lot of anxiety.
Okay. You should just start every debate by I don't know, but I'm right.
Yeah, that's not gonna work, and sadly.
Yeah, have you tried it?
No. I just try to avoid debating. So those are my 3.
Oh, yeah, I have one more. This one is like the dog in me. Really windy days.
What?
Like if it's rattling the house, like if I'm constantly hearing, or like there's the metal valve in the chimney is like constantly flapping, or you can feel like the glass like shaking in the windows. Just like the constant sound of strong wind. I don't like hiking in the wind. Like if it's really windy, like we're talking like sustained 30 mile an hour with like 60 mile an hour gusts. Like just something about that in my core feels wrong. I don't like it.
Yeah. Did you have the wind last night? The way we had the wind last night?
I don't think so.
I kept thinking someone was breaking into my house.
Yeah.
And Garrett kept being like, it's just wind.
Yeah.
And like I could not settle down.
Yeah.
And Harper was fine, but I took my turn being the dog because
Sure.
I was like, someone's getting in the house. And he was like, again, just wind.
If there's like this faintest sound of thunder in the distance, Sierra, it turns into a freak. It's like in standing in the bathtub shaking. That's how I am with wind. Yeah.
Honorable mentions?
I have one. This is pretty specific. Going to a large grocery store when I only need one item and I don't know the grocery store.
Oh.
So like just patrolling back and forth between the aisles trying to find something. I hate that so much.
Yeah. Last minute change. Here's the thing. I saw a meme today. Let me find it. It was perfect to describe me. I am perfectly fine winging things without a plan, but once a plan exists and deviates, it's emotional dysregulation galore. So, like, if there is no, like, if we wake up and we're on trail and we're like, let's go with the flow today, maybe we'll take a 0, maybe we won't. I'm great at that.
I've seen you improvise a lot. Yeah.
But when there is a plan,
Yeah.
things have to go to plan.
Sure.
And if they deviate,
So you should just never have a plan.
that does usually work.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's one or the other. It's either I am go with the flow, or it's if we change this plan, I will emotionally collapse.
Yeah.
I have one other, which is walking behind slow people.
That's a good one.
Walking behind slow people, like literally, I can't handle it.
Yeah.
Especially like on a busy like New York street sidewalk or in a mall, any of those places where someone's just taking up all of the width of the walking area and going slow. Is like, do you not have self-awareness?
Yeah.
Beep, beep, I'm here.
I don't know why I sounded so into the mic right there. Cool. Do you think anyone's listening to the show at this point?
No, it's just you and me here.
What's a code word that someone could say in the comments or
jeez.
in the Instagram comment to indicate that they actually made it into hour 19 of this podcast?
Sing us the Oscar Mayer song.
They're going to sing in the Instagram comments?
Yeah, my baloney has a first name, it's OSCAR. My baloney has a second name, it's MEYER.
They're going
I
to leave
like
the
to eat
Instagram
it every
comment?
day, and if you ask me why, I'll say, because Oscar Mayer has a way with BOLOGNA. Put that in a comment. We'll know you listened.
Yeah. You'll get a sticker. The first person to baloney us.
When you'll get a sticker, TBD.
Yeah.
TBD.
Mailbag.
Okay. Where is it? First, I want to say...
I should send some stickers out tomorrow. I'll send it out.
First, I just want to say that I can't read words right now. I just want to say that I absolutely love your podcast. It provides me endless hours of entertainment as I delve into the archives about as what was just coined in a recent episode, an inconvenient hobby. My request is actually about wanting a little bit of evaluation from you about the Northville Placid Trail. I listened to your episode and watched the videos, and nowhere did any of you say if you actually liked this trail or would recommend it to anyone else. So I am wondering, is this trail actually Jesus, I can't read. Is this trail actually anything special in your eyes, as you have done many other trails, or is this just something special for people who love the Adirondacks in upstate New York, as this is all they've got for a long-distance trail, besides the New York Long Path, which I don't think anyone ever does, because apparently it stinks. I did the MPT in 2 sections in the last 2 Septembers, saw your entries in the trail registers about a week after. Did we sign trail registers? And I absolutely loved it, but it's the longest trail I've ever done, so I just don't have enough to compare it to. Plus, I am unabashedly one of those Adirondack-loving freaks, so I am highly biased. Thanks again. Love, love, love your podcast, Scott. Here's the thing. It's a great hike if you don't have other hikes you could do instead. And by that I mean it's shoulder season, and perhaps you can't start another long trail yet, or you only have a limited time off work, or you're just itching for something and like you're in a shoulder season. It's a great hike for that. If you're going for vistas, you're not going to find them. If you're going for the social aspect, you're not going to find it. If you're going for, I don't know, what else do people hike for? What are the other reasons?
I mean, I think if you like the Adirondacks, you'll...
Yeah, but she's saying if you're not an Adirondack lover.
Yeah. So the way that I want to present this is it definitely wasn't my favorite hike, but like when someone says like it wasn't my favorite movie, when I say that about a movie, I didn't like the movie, and like there's points where I'm considering like leaving because there's other things I'd rather do with my time. Even the worst long hike is still way better than not hiking. So like
you did leave this hike to go watch football with my dad.
I left because my ankle was ouchy, but had I not gotten injured, I would have stayed on. But yeah, I think even it not being my favorite trail, I still was having a good time. It was still hiking is a good feeling thing. But yeah, to your point, it's not anywhere near the top of my list in terms of hikes I would do.
I would compare it to the Foothills Trail in terms of I did that one because it was February and I had nothing else that made sense for that window. Like Northville Placid Trail in September is great because you get the leaves turning colors, but it's kind of also one of those things where it's like I've got the days to do it, and if I had more days and it was September, like maybe I'd consider the long trail, you know, but like for the days I had, it was a good one. Mm-hmm. And I've got the New York nostalgia. But for someone who doesn't have that, I liked it. Personally, I liked it, but I'm biased because I have the upstate New York nostalgia.
Yeah.
And I also work at a desk so often that like to get away from it and go on any trail is a treat.
That's my point. Is like even if it's not the best trail, it's still a good time.
But would I plan a week off in July to go do it?
Especially based on what the normal weather is, not so much.
Well, also like July, I could do so many other things.
Yeah.
Like I could go do the Teton Crest Trail. I could do other things.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the West Highland Way, you know? I could go somewhere else.
I think if you are local to the area, it's very worth your while. If you're planning on traveling and you don't have any New York nostalgia, maybe try a different hike.
Yeah. I mean, I want to defend it because I like New York and I did enjoy it. But if I hadn't done the hikes I've already done, I'd probably go do one of them first.
Yeah. All right. There it is. 5-star review from J.O. Con the PCT. JOC on the PCT. 5 stars. Great show. Indispensable resource for blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I got cut off.
Did you say blah, blah, blah? Oh, okay. I thought you were reading. I can't read right now. I thought you were just blah, blah, blahing through it.
No. Sorry, the title got cut off in the screenshot here. We'll dig it up. I've listened to basically all of the BPR episodes in preparation for my PCT through hike this year. The knowledge that Chance and Zach share is incredible, and their guests are superb. Listening to the episodes with my wife has made it easier for her to contemplate what my life will be like on trail. Still unclear if Zach hiked the AT drink, but I know he wrote a book about it. Fact. JOC, wishing you the best of adventure on the PCT. And that's a trail that I can very authentically recommend. PCT fucking rocks. You're going to have the time of your life.
It's a great time.
Yeah. If you guys want to hear your review read on this podcast, head on over to Apple Podcasts and leave us any number of stars.
Just not anything under 5.
Got a different way to get there?
Just not 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Yeah. And if you send us a screenshot of your review, we will send you a sticker. It's going to happen. We'll send you a sticker.
We never say when.
Yeah.
We don't say we'll send it in a timely manner. It's not coming in a timely manner.
I literally just scheduled myself an email for tomorrow morning to fulfill these. So
do you know what the good thing about it not being in a timely manner is, though?
Now you know they're coming from me, too. I've touched them.
You've touched them, and it's a surprise. By the time you get it, you've forgotten about it and written us off, and then you get it, and it's a nice surprise.
Yeah.
So.
That's right. Super big thank you to our Chuck Norris Award winners on Patreon. That is Alex and Misty with Navigators Crafting, Alex Kindle, Andrew Austin McDaniel, Brad and Blair from 13 Adventures, Brent Stenberg, Brian Alsop, Christopher Marshburn, Coach from Marion Outdoors, Derek Cook, Eric Casper, Eric Hoffman, Ethan Harwell, Dunn, Jillian Daniels, Greg Knight, Greg Martin, Greg McDaniel, Griffin Hay, would you bring me a beer, Haley Buckingham, Mutt Tom, Patrick CNCL, Rebecca Brave, Sawyer Product Spam, Timothy Hahn, Tracy Sugar. Thanks to our guy, Paulie at Old Man Murph's Coffee. Go to ommcr.com. He is the best, and he makes very nice beans. Follow us on social at Backpacker Radio on Instagram and TikTok, at Backpacker Pod on X, Facebook.com/Backpacker Radio. You can follow Chance.
You can find me in bed about 20 minutes from now.
Yeah, same. Subscribe and follow us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Follow on YouTube.
Hi, Internet.
You got to see a butt today. That was pretty exciting.
I got to see a butt today.
Well, so did everyone.
I got to see, and I got to see Morgan Freeman. I don't see him often.
Yeah. You were a little
face to face like this.
You were a little too excited for that butt, Chance.
If someone tells you they have Morgan Freeman tattooed on their ass, you have to be excited.
You didn't have to ask for the other cheek.
Well, I asked what was tattooed on the other cheek.
Yeah, you did. And that's it for today's show. Thank you so much for listening, and happy hiking.
Bye.